Welcome to the INJIL Radio. 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 Welcome to the INJIL Radio.
Hi, Salam Alaikum. Sulaiman Rahim here. The judge mentioned the covenant, breaking the 7 seals, the crusher. Welcome, brothers and sisters. This is part 2 of the apocalypse. Part 2. See here. Part 2 of the apocalypse, brothers and sisters. Several parts to it. It's about 12, 13 parts, I believe. I intend to do, time permitting, one per weekday. It's a special I'm doing on the weekend. Part 2. I may do a reduction of part 1. I've done it a couple of times, but I'm not totally satisfied because I want you to be very clear. Part 1 is very important because it leads you up to the apocalypse. Now let's get some definitions straight here, brothers and sisters. See, because, Louis Eugene Rounds, Farrakhan, and our backwards legion. See, he's applying the mathematics of deception on you, but he doesn't know the mathematics of it. But he's doing it, so somebody must be writing the script for him or whatever. Because there's a math, just because, everything they do is mathematical. They may not know the mathematics of it. But we do the mathematics, and the point is that our mathematics is driving their mathematics. And so they may not be aware of the math. People they're not aware of the mathematics, but they're still being, like we weren't aware of the mathematics was affecting us for the last 40 years, but still was affecting us. You might be aware of gravity, or gravity still will pull you down. So you can identify what Farrakhan's doing in the mathematics of deception. Perhaps I'll talk about that again at the end of this. Now, I've been talking about it quite a bit lately, and I'm gonna probably keep on bringing it up because it's very important, brothers and sisters, because you need to understand the mathematics of deception. See, we speak mathematical terms here, and if you notice, lately I'm speaking more and more mathematically to you, because eventually that's going to be the only language there is. That's the only true language there is. You say Arabic. Arabic is the grammar. The only true language, the only true religion is mathematics. But see, apocalypse and Armageddon is two different things. But see, Farrakhan learned long ago, he can tell you, the people that's listening to him, he can tell them anything. He pulled crap out of his ass and say, call it honey, and yeah, man. At first they might say, oh man, I can't taste it. But then they got used to it now. I mean, it's honey. If he says honey, it must be honey. Because he knows the people that he knows his audience. He knows either demons, idiots, or total dummies. He knows that. He knows his audience. See, agents not listening. They in there to keep the program going. They kind of get dissatisfied him now because he was supposed to stop all this. He's supposed to neutralize everything Elijah Muhammad taught. See? And he said he would make war with the saints and overcome them. But how was he able to do that? See, the thing is, you understand. I'm trying to speak in the language of vibrations now, because that gets close to the true mathematical expression. Pressure, right? Pressure, like learn the multiplication table. And vibrations, like learn how to multiply. See, it gets deeper into it. First you learn one, then you go deeper. So when you get into vibration, you start multiplying, you start add, subtracting, and because pressure is pretty much add, subtraction. When you get vibration, you get the multiplication, division, you get all kinds of more complicated things. See, and the thing is he's vibrating on the same frequency as his daddy is. Remember, his father's the devil. So he never understood what Elijah Muhammad taught anyway. He never understood anyway. And that's what makes him so effective, right? Because he's going to, see, in other words, if they just took a hypocrite, see, he's not really a hypocrite. Hypocrite would have been someone that believed, understood it, then turned away from it. But he never understood it. We can call him a hypocrite, but he's not really a hypocrite. He's just a demon. Because he never understood what Elijah Muhammad taught anyway. Because what he's saying is pretty much the way he saw it. Because he's operating on lower frequency. And when you operate on lower frequency, then you're not going to pick up the vibrations. Or, in other words, say, for instance, you got a sequence, right? Okay, so you got the whole sequence, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 10, right? 21, whatever, right? So you got the whole sequence. But say a person on lower vibration, they can't pick up all those. So they pick up every other one. So they pick up all the odd numbers, even numbers, 2, or odd numbers, 1, 3, 5, 7. See, they don't pick up 2. They don't pick up the even numbers. They don't even hear them. They don't even know they exist. They say that white man can't jump, right? Okay, they don't hear those vibrations. They don't hear those musical tones. See, you think they hear them. They don't hear them. Like a colorblind person, they don't see all the colors. They only see the colors they see, and you don't know that. And they don't realize it even until they mess around and maybe get tickled. They went to, I thought, somebody do a test and realize, hey, they don't see all those colors. And they don't hear those, because the music, our music dominates the world because it's comprehensive. But everybody's not beating and harmonizing, right, like we are, because they don't hear all that. Like, a dog have a dog whistle. You don't hear you don't hear dog. I mean, you can hear that whistle, but you can't. You have to understand that, brothers and sisters. We're all different people. So they don't hear all those tones and things that you hear, all the vibration. They don't hear them all. They might have you might hear all 1 through all 21, and all they hear is the odd numbers, 1, 3, 5, 7. See? So Farrakhan never saw the whole thing. He saw what he saw. And that's what makes it so effective, because if he was a hypocrite, he might be lying to you and everything, but he'd still be vibrating on that level of Elijah Muhammad. So he wouldn't have been that effective. See? Because he's still been vibrating. So you still pick on vibrations, but you just be, he'd be trying to confuse them. But still, no, he'd still be getting out the same vibrations, because that's the level he's vibrating on. So he can try to confuse it and try to say something else, but he still be vibrating. And I think too deep here for you, bro. Is that? But he's effective because he's actually vibrating on a lower level. And what he's saying in his mind, he may be absolutely true. He may actually be thinking exactly that's what Elijah Muhammad taught. Because that's what he saw. See? That's what he saw it. So he's going to translate everything in that way. Because devils ain't devils anymore. Elijah Muhammad never said anything like that, but he'll find something here that justifies that. That's what makes it so effective. So the thing is that, we can't lift them up, but they can pull us down. You can't make someone whose his natural frequency, say 5. You can't make him a 6. That's not frequency 5. He can go down. He can't go up. He can go higher than that. That's happened to us. We went down, right? They brought us down, but we can rise back up. That's what's thing Nebuchadnezzar and Daniel, right? He can come back up. But those, they at their highest frequency right now. They can't go any higher. But now, people that can't go higher, now they rise to a higher frequency. Higher frequency is also greater pressure. So greater pressure destroys lower pressure. It's a mind war. I keep telling you, it's a mind war. I'm trying to get deeper and deeper and deeper into it for you brothers and sisters. And I heard a couple of sisters, they was elaborating on that. It was very good. They seem to understand it. You understand it, brothers and sisters? So he's effective because, see, he's operating on that level, and so he's pulling you down with Dianetics and all this stuff. See? Sunnism, because Sunnism operating on a lower frequency too. It was effective 1,400 years ago because it raised everybody's frequency up to the level they are right now. See? But then they was overcome by devils who could operate on a higher frequency. Let me say it's clear, because maybe I should jumped into something here. For 6,000 years, we still going to be, that 6,000 year period, right? We still be under Adam's frequency. See? But Adam has to apply discipline to maintain his highest state of frequency. His highest state of frequency is 6. But it has to have discipline state, because otherwise he'll keep going back down. He needs discipline to keep up to 6. That's his highest level he can attain. And every time he stops his discipline, he starts falling back down. So all problem Muhammad did is to bring the frequency of the Arabs up to the level of the devils, right? Who had fallen. See, because they was by them because he was above them. But if they apply discipline, they get back above them again. That's exactly what happened. Because they start discipline, they start going to mathematics, they rose above them again. And the students can't do anything with them, as long as they apply their discipline. But now their discipline is slipping again. And so now they have to control themselves. That's where all this immorality, all this sexual perversion, all that kind of stuff comes in. When you can't discipline yourself, can't place your appetites, right? Then everything goes. Eat anything. If you're extremely hungry, eat anything. You can't discipline your appetites. That's what all that's about. So they're losing discipline. So that's why now they're declining again. So I hope I made that clear, brothers and sisters. See, he brought them up to a level, right? To above. In other words, Rome was declining. They went to Catholicism, so their discipline was weakening, right? They didn't have to do anything. It was everything. They just pray and just call on Jesus and all that kind of stuff, right? So they disciplined fell, and so that gave a room right there, right? See, they gave an opening to operate to occupy that level. Okay, let me say it another way. Say your level of frequency for Adam was anywhere from 1 to 10, right? See, and that's frequency is his highest level. 10 is his highest level, right? So when he got maximum discipline, he can rise up to 10, but he can't go any higher than that, right? Okay, so and everybody else, because of energy deprivation, was operating on a lower level than 10. See, they had the ability to go higher, but they didn't have the energy. You need energy to maintain your frequency. And frequency is energy. When energy you have, when it freaks you, if you had the ability to increase it, otherwise, right, you increase your amplitude or increase something else, but you're not increasing your frequency. So everybody else was on a lower level because they didn't have enough energy, right, to achieve any higher frequencies. So Adam, so with discipline, he could maintain a 10. He never really got to a 10, right? He got close, right? He never really got 10. He never got to his maximum maximum ability. But say, right, he was operating at 9 or 8. Say he was operating at 8, right? And everybody else was operating down here at 6, right? But they had the ability to go higher, but then he fell. He started falling, right? That's they were in the Dark Ages. That left an opening, right, for the Arabs applying discipline to move in that area right in there. Not above the 10, right? 7 or 8, because Europe had fell down about 5 or 4 or 5. So they could move right in that little area right there. See, and they could hold it as long as these stayed here. But if these start applying discipline again, they were above them and push them back. They'd be above them, and that's what happened. Because for 1,000 years they was able to hold it. There was a hold them down. But then it says in the Quran, right, that wall would be broken down. So because it says Adam would be taught. He'd be taught and given discipline. And once he'd done that, he moved back up so Arabs had operated about 6, and now they moved to a 7. With their mass and everything else. And now they're back in control again. And what nothing the Arabs could do, because they was operating at a level of 6 or 7. And up there 8 or 9, somewhere, you understand the point, right? As long as they deal with their mathematics and discipline, they could hold it. No one could do anything about it unless they had more energy. And we were suffering energy deprivation, so we didn't have the energy to do anything. And so long as they held that discipline and everything, they could hold, and they did. They held down the whole world for 500 years. And now discipline, part of the reason why they're losing discipline, because the pressure's on them, and it's hard to be disciplined when you're under a lot of pressure. See? So that's another reason why they're losing discipline. So now they're sinking down below. And now you see others, like China, operating a higher frequency, and it's pushing them down. Everybody else is rising. But China, right, the Orient, they would be first, because they operate on low frequency too, but higher frequency than them. So in other words, if you say 2 Europeans, 4 China, or say 5 Europeans, 10 China, 15 Asia, 20 Africa, and 25 us, right? See? But everybody was operating lower than 5. But now, there's enough energy to move up to 6. So that means what? The whole world is coming after America. The whole world is coming after it. That's what the whole world's coming after it. And nothing they can do about it. There's nothing they can do about it. Nothing. All they can do is try to trick you into, right, misusing your energy, self-imposed energy deprivation, not using it to increase your frequency. NFL, video games, vaping and all that stuff, drugs. But that wouldn't last for so long. Because you don't need that many to rise above it. That's what's happening, brothers and sisters, in a nutshell. Hope you understand. Okay, this here where you see lion versus bear, that's the last war of the apocalypse. It's apocalypse is a comprehensive. See, Farrakhan had bothered to look it up. He don't need to look up. I say he don't need to look up this stuff because the people with him, he can say anything. He's not scripturally correct in anything. It's anything. Because the people with him are demons, right? Or idiots, right? Or just outright dummies. So that's apocalypse is destruction, this whole reality. Look up the definition, destruction, whole reality. But Armageddon is just a war during the apocalypse. It's just a war during the apocalypse. It's not a war in all wars. It's a war there's many wars. There's a war of the latter days. There's a lot of wars. That's what we're going to talk about. We're talking about the apocalypse and all the things that's involved in the apocalypse. See, because all these things together will bring down this whole civilization. So the apocalypse, all these things together, that's what destroy this whole reality and bring a new reality, make all things new. So Armageddon is just a battle, right? In the apocalypse. Okay, brothers, let's move on. Countdown to the apocalypse. Now, in the first one, I did countdown, right? The first one I said I may go over it again. I gave you the countdown to the apocalypse. The apocalypse starts with the war in the Middle East. That's when it starts. See? And I gave the countdown to it. So now we're going to talk about the first, right? The first act, the first event that kicks off the apocalypse. See, first I did the countdown to the apocalypse. Now we're going to talk about, right, the first event of the apocalypse. That's the war in heaven, which triggers the apocalypse. Okay? Because the apocalypse hasn't started yet. First, I had to count down to it. Now, my calculations based on chapter 11 means the apocalypse will start this year between June and July. So we're near there, right? It's April, May. Within 90 days, the apocalypse will start. And when it starts, it'll be earth shaking. It won't be you have to look around and try to figure out what's going on. It'll be going on, and it's going to affect the whole planet. The whole planet's going to be, it's going to like the shock of the hour. The whole planet, it would touch every place on this planet. No one go untouched. I don't care how, you might be in the deepest Amazon or the darkest jungle. I don't care. Or you can be the coldest north, right? And icicles, and every part of this planet can be touched. Because whole reality is coming to an end. And that's going to be the first stage of it. The war in heaven. That's Master Muhammad. He's going to trigger the apocalypse. Suleiman's prophesizing about the apocalypse. No one has prophesied about the apocalypse before. They talk about Armageddon, all kind of stuff. No, Suleiman will prophesy about the apocalypse, and Master Muhammad would take and initiate it. Sign of Jonah. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. But first, brothers and sisters, get out. Oh, that mean get out don't mean it's not going to affect you. No, get out. It's going to affect you, but you don't want to be here. Because this is sinner. This is apocalypse sinner. And you don't want to be here. You don't want to be here, brothers and sisters. When Babylon falls, America's about to blow. You do not want to be here. You don't want to be here. If this message bothers you or you don't like the way I look or something like that, just get out anyway. Just take a chance. Just get out. They'll be around here June and July. Don't be around. Don't be near this place. Be in Africa someplace. Don't go to Europe. Just be gone. Take vacation, anything. Because remember when 911 came up, they closed the doors. You couldn't get out of here. When they closed the doors, you ain't getting out, brothers and sisters. And you think it's going to be hell on earth here. The Bible tells you to be hell on earth. Cannibalism. That's going to be a cannibalism. I mean, it's total cannibalism here. It's going to be no food here. And there's no water. How do you think you get water here? Water comes through you. They pump it in. If there's no oil, there's no water. So you be drinking blood. Whose blood? Get out. Get out. Said, come out, get out of my people. Read it, chapter 18. After these I saw angels stepping down out of heaven, having authority great. Earth was lighting up out of the glory of him. He cried out in strong voice, saying, she fell Babylon the Great. That's talking about America. And she became dwelling place of demons. Demons, dwelling place of demons. Demons, that's real people. Spirits don't dwell and attitudes and all that kind of stuff. So that's what Farrakhan is trying to check. He's a chief demon. A demon is the chaff that the wicked person taught in Scripture sowed amongst the wheat. That's the devil's seed he sowed in our women. Those his children. They might have our complexion, but they're his children. They're demons. Half devil, half man. That's what demon means, right? And it became dwelling place of demons and prison. Every spirit unclean in prison, every bird unclean, have been hated because of the wild anger, fornicating her, having fallen all the nations. Who is called all the nations stumble and fall? There's only one country doing that. It's America. America's the only one that fulfills the prophecy of 666. They're the only one. They're the only one. They're the only one that only one sanction everybody. Only one to sanction everybody. That's what it says. They will sanction. That would be their weapon. Sanction. 666. You can buy and sell. Who is doing that? You don't have to. You don't need a calculator. You don't need a computer to figure it out, now, brothers and sisters. You just know these hanky preachers and all that kind of stuff. Because they're demons. They're master's children, house Negroes. That's the ones they allowed in the house. This all these people, they live in the house. And the whole idea, they love massa. And listen to the way they talk. They hate you. Farrakhan hates you. Oh, you're so sinful. But he loved the devils. Because he's one of them. He follows the devil. See? They may have a skin tone, but they ain't us. And so, who's doing all six? Who's doing all sanction in the world? Only one country doing it. So how could you go wrong with that one? 66 ain't, oh, you got a tattoo or something. No. You don't have to go through all that detail. That's just distraction. America is that beast. 666. If you worship America, you got the mark. If you worship America, you got the mark, 666. If you worship, let me say it again. If you worship America, oh, America, great, right? America, us. We, all this stuff, right? I'm a good American. I love America, all this stuff. Shooting the flag. You got the mark. And it said, what happened to you? See? So if that's too complex, too simple for you, that's too complicated for you, that's your problem. If you out here talking about shooting the flag, all this stuff, fighting for America, all that stuff right there, because if you're a demon, that's what you can have no choice anyway. But if you're then you got the mark. You got the mark. Because if you don't, right, all of a sudden you can't buy or sell nothing. They put you in jail, you're a traitor, right? They deplatform and everything else. Put sanctions on you. You see demons running, oh man, I love America and everything else. That's what he did to us. So understand, brothers and sisters, if you do all that, I'm American, you got the flag, got the cross, that kind of stuff, right? Because the cross didn't free us. It didn't save us. It enslaved us. Come on, I'm saved. The cross didn't save us. It enslaved us. They did all this evil under the banner of the cross. Kill, steal, and destroy. How did this country stole it? What they didn't have is a genocide. What they do is destroyed us as a people. And the Constitution still says we 3/5 human. Now you're going to tell me, and who did it? The people was carrying the cross. They did it under the name of Jesus, carrying their cross. So you're going to tell me that's a righteous God there? And then what the hell did you don't get me started. What the problem you got with Satan then? If that's the way Jesus rolls, what problem you got with Satan? Because that's who you rule away from Satan. He said, nobody that works. And the picture they give you, it says Satan will appear as an angel of light. That picture don't look anything like the Jesus that the Bible talks about. Skin is bronze. Skin don't look brown to me. Hair like lamb's wool. Look like lamb's wool to me. That's Satan. Masquerades as an angel of light. America 666. False Israel, Antichrist. That simple. It's simple. And we're 144. We are the streets of Abraham went for 400 years of abject slavery, oppression, Holocaust, 1619, 2019. That's why he's coming all up. Theory. Let me move on, bro. Says I want to get. I'm getting kind of. I want to keep these things short because there's a whole series. I want to get through them, right? Because I'm gonna get you updates. So when this hit, in a few more days, you'll be well aware, have thorough knowledge of what you need to do. Because that's my job to get thorough knowledge of stuff. That's why I'm revealing stuff I never revealed before, right? So you have total understand what's going on. Because see, I told you the mathematical deceit. He's the only generalities. When apocalypse hit, you're gonna realize you have no knowledge at all. So you think you got it, and then when the event happens, you're gonna find out. We might talk about that if I get around to it. You don't have no knowledge at all. That's mathematics. You say, well, okay, I'm gonna show you. It's not a trick either. See, because the one fornication had fallen all the nations. Who's calling all the nations? Who's dictating all the nations? Who's dictating all the nations? And King Earth with her committed fornication. See, King Earth represents European countries, right? And travel merchants of capitalism, right? And Earth, power, unreigned luxury of her became rich. Oh, America, the Europeans are richest on the earth, right? Who else are the richest? They claim. I mean, how can you miss this, right? And I heard other voices of heaven say, "Come out, our people, come out, get out," right? In order that you should not share in the sins of her and now the plagues of her. The sins of her is what she's doing, is trying to keep you from getting knowledge of self and vibrating on a frequency to overcome the gravitational vortex. That's the sin. Like I said, self-imposed energy deprivation. They're putting distractions in front of you. Oh man, here's Oprah. Here's Kanye. Right? Here's videos. Here's NFL, NBA. See, here's Empire. All stuff in front of you, right? What you taking, and it's like you give a child $1 million. Child's stupid, it won't last long. He's gonna spend all over the place. One are gonna invest it, one are gonna take this and blow it. And so they tell you, you got energy now to take control. And they try to get you to blow it, to exploit it. Do like that. Walk around naked, hair all nappy, pants, ass hanging out, right? Don't know a damn thing. Couldn't tell you how much 5 times 9 divided by 5 is without a calculator. They're doing this on purpose. It gets you to stumble into destruction. Some of you ain't stumbling, you running into it. That's what it means. There's sins. See, sin is when you go against yourself. That's what sin is. They get you to go against. But that's what happened. Remember, that's what was going on with the man in Mark. He was power because Elijah Muhammad gave him power. Nobody control him because he gave him that knowledge. Nobody control him. But he was beating against himself. He's beating himself up. He lost his mind. It took control of his mind. And who did? The demons did. They got control of his mind. He was beating himself up. He was sinning. He was blowing his power. That's what they're doing. And Farrakhan, he's the main one that got to do it. That's his whole job. But they getting pissed off him because this mess here wasn't supposed to happen. He's supposed to shut all this down. They're going to out him themselves in a minute because they getting pissed off at him. Because they gave him support and security and everything else. Oh, you think those so-called NOI over there, FOI over there was securing Farrakhan and the MGT? You think it was? No, the devils was securing Farrakhan. They got 24-hour security around him. You can't see from a background, from a distance, but some of those so-called FOI around him, they're really agents. They don't follow Elijah Muhammad. They're agents. The forms to why keep eye on him, and also provide security for him. Get out, because the plagues are coming. You already hit one plague already hit you. See? That was a warning. 2020, 1619, or 2019 is 40 years, and then immediately after that the plagues will start. Kill the firstborn, which is the elderly, but pass over. And the thing is, you better go check it out, brothers and sisters. It wasn't killing us. It was killing the demons. It wasn't killing us. It got you sick. But they was telling, oh man, you're dropping like flies. That was a big lie. Wait, I'm not going to about this because so I say they want an excuse to keep you from getting this message. Okay, let's move on, brother and sister. Apocalypse 2, the second one. Remember the first one was the timeline, right? So what's Apocalypse 2? What's that about? One heaven. That's what triggers the apocalypse. Apocalypse 1 is what leads up to the apocalypse. Apocalypse 2, right? Part 2, one heaven what triggers the apocalypse. Because you got to lead up to it, arm it, then you got to trigger it, right? And that, based on my study and everything, based on what Angel says, the timeline there, we can expect to happen between June and July this year. It's a couple months from now. The war in heaven. Read chapter 12, the war in heaven. See? Where's that? Farrakhan said, oh, the war of Armageddon. What about this war, Farrakhan? How come you mention this one? You never mentioned this one, have you? Because you don't have no idea what it means. Okay? And occurred war in heaven, this is chapter 12, right? The Michael, that's Master Muhammad. Angels of him, that's the Shia. Those are his angels, right? What was the dragon? That's House of Sod. And Gog, Magog, and Antichrist. America, Britain, and false Israel, right? War, and they got war's about to break out right there, right? They telling you, if you watch the news, you know war's about to break out in Europe, about to break out in China, it's about to break out in the Middle East. I've been saying for 30 years that's where it's going to go down. Those three places, but I tell you, I go further than that. See, nobody even told you that 30 years. Nobody told you that 5 years ago. Even 3 years ago, nobody told you that. I've been telling you for 30 years. You got go out to YouTube. It's out there. Evidence out there. I don't have to make up. I don't get rid of my archives. But now I give you a general. I say who's going to go first and what's going to trigger the next one. How each one is going to be triggered. The first one that's going to go is the war in heaven. That's going to kick off the apocalypse, right? Now define who those in detail. Not only that war in heaven, that in chapter 12, I tell you what heaven is, who the players are in detail. Michael's master from Muhammad, his angels, right, are the Shia. Iran is Syria. Identify them. And who's the dragon? House of Sod. Who is angels? Who, right? America, Britain, false Israel. That's the clash about to happen. I'm telling you, going more detail, I'm telling you a time frame said between June and July. This year. Now, what's going to happen in between June and July? When? One of these years going to be in June and July. That's not what's happening here, bro. Says you get in detail. I'm standing by it. See? And they failed. They couldn't win. They lost. Because Master Muhammad is in that battle. That's when he's going to first be made. Because they're trying to say, those UFOs, so-called UFOs, they was talking about last night on TV, right? Oh, they think they spy ships from other planets, from some other civilization, another part of the universe, coming here drones to check us out. No, that's Master Muhammad. He's gonna check you out in a minute. He's gonna check you all the way out. You have to explain that. He's gonna check you all the way out. Total check out, right? And they lost, and they was kicked out of heaven, Middle East. See, they kicked out of the Middle East because they have control of the Middle East right now. Who have control of the Middle East right now? America, Britain, false Israel. They do whatever they want. They still receiving all. It took out Iraq, right? So you got Iran surrounded, right? They bombing Syria every 5 seconds, right? Lebanon. I mean, they control the Middle East, right? And was thrown the dragon, the great, the serpent, archaic, been called devil and Satan to make the earth being whole, right? So that means the devil and Satan, all that stuff is the dragon's angels. So now you know who the devils are. You know who Satan is. Satan is false Israel. The devil's Gog and Magog, right? So he was making everybody err. Remember Gog and Magog? That's how you know it's Gog and Magog. Because chapter 20 says they would make the whole world, call the whole world to be deceived. And they talk about them again. So now you can identify who they are talking about. That's Gog and Magog. And that means you know that that's not happening in the future, right? Because if you know this war is going to happen, right, before millennia, that means the millennia couldn't be in the future. It has to be now or in the past. See, that's another story, but so you just add subtract. See, he was thrown to earth, and then him with him was thrown. Earth represented European countries. Okay, brothers and sisters, like I said, that's what we're going to talk about as a subject. I'm just showing you in your key here, brothers and sisters. That's what it looks like I explained before. If you got a puzzle and they keep changing the picture on you, if you understand how the puzzle works, you don't care about the picture because you can always put the puzzle back together once you understand it, learn it. See, so what happens is that's the puzzle. That's the key. And every chapter they change it. We do and you got to understand how where everything fits, and then you can decipher out what they're talking about. That's the key. Anyway, so we'll go through this. Said, I'm just going through this a couple of times, bro. So I want you to get up to understand how we got to. The reason I'm emphasizing this on this case, because I'm gonna go through. I'm gonna use this all through the whole series, right? But here I'm focusing on this because, right, we're talking about what this leads to. So I'm gonna talk briefly. I'm not gonna go to read all the stuff here, right? I'm just gonna talk. I'm not gonna read all the stuff on the right. You can read at your leisure. What happened is 1948. See, it says those witnesses, that's Syria and Aram, they're two witnesses. Farrakhan trying to say that's Elijah and him. Oh boy. Anyway, they would be witnesses 42 years. That means 48 to 1990. And that's what happened. And then in 1990, right, the beast that rose out of the pit again, right? The beast that rose up out of the pit. Who? Out of the bottomless pit. That's chapter 20 again. So that means that had happened before this. That means it can't be the millennium unless you're saying this is going to happen after millennia. Unless you're going to say the two witnesses and all that stuff, because he said Farrakhan claims that's him and Elijah. They got other kind of things, but wherever you claim the millennia has to happen before this, because now the beast coming out of the abyss. Remember, they was in the bottomless pit or the abyss, whatever you want to call it, and they came out. So now they're coming out. It says, because it says right there, it says, well, we get to the next one, but it says, well, we'll see the next page, right? Let's go to the next page. See, because they're on the top there. Now, I show the key. Each group is a grouping. So the first group is European countries, but then the Islamic part is the Islamic part of it. So they're part of Islamic. They're part of the European countries, Islamic part, right? So they're on it because 3 levels. Then you got 3 levels for the Oriental, and you got 3 levels for each one, right? So they're the Islamic part. See, so now that's the Middle East. One of you call it. They also call it mid-heaven because they're between. They represent European countries, and all the rest represent the heaven. So they're between mid. In chapter 19, they call it mid-heaven. Anyway, let's move on, brothers and sisters. So here's where it says, and the wild beast stepping out of the abyss. So they don't come out of the abyss until after millennia. So that means this has to happen after they come out of the abyss. So unless you say it's going to happen to 1,000 years in the future, this already happened. That means the millennium's already passed. That means that was European history. Like I said, they was in dark age for 1,000 years. They was held down by the Islamic Empire. I mentioned at the beginning because of frequencies, whatever. They were held down for 1,000 years. And they rose up. They got rid of Catholicism and adapted mathematics. It means they increased their frequency and they got more discipline. Because when they first came over here, they was like the Puritans and everything else. They was very disciplined and mathematical as much as they could achieve mathematics. And they got power again. And now they declined again. So that's what happened. So here, and then they'll be cast down for 24 years. See? So 1990, the war ended in 1991 actually. So after that'd be 24 years, right? So that'd be 2015, basically. Or between 2014 and 2015, Obama came along and that's when they started discussing the JCPOA. So like I said, I'm not going to, you can read that to leisure, brothers and sisters. And so here it is, 2016, right? Up to remember, for 24 years, and then they would be the JCPOA started discussing it, and JCPOA came into effect in 2016. That means they'd be put on the foot of the nation because they was under the thumb of the UN. So it's on the foot of the nation. So they're on the bottom down here now. On the foot of the nation, they would be there for 3.5 years. Been there for 3.5 years, right? From January 2019, right? But actually, it's 7 years altogether because you got another 3.5 years they moving up, and altogether it'd be 7 years altogether. And Daniel talked about that in the middle of the week where the agreement would be broken when Trump broke the agreement. Anyway, the bottom line is that 3.5 years will take them from January 2016 to around June 2019, right? 3.5 years. So they would be under the foot of the nations. And then during that time, Trump would break the agreement. Now, exact date, because like Daniel breaks that down, sure he wasn't exact date because he just said in the middle of the week. So that makes Daniel makes a lot of corrections. But anyway, I'm not getting that's I don't really mean to go there, brothers and sisters. I didn't even bring Daniel into this. And then it says the decree be broken, and then they start rising for 3.5 years. So altogether, it'll be 7-year period, which will take you to January 2023. See? So negotiation, here they're negotiating, right? Because remember, during this period of time, they don't have nothing to do with America, Britain, and false Israel. They only negotiate with the Europeans. So now that's where you see them, right? In that position, it says the Spirit of God came in. You got to understand what that means, because God here is Satan, right? False Israel, and the demon, right? That spirit that belongs to him. That's too complicated, brothers. I'm gonna leave it there. People that study INJIL know what I'm talking about. Okay. And then it would take, after they got to January 2023, he said, be silent in heaven for half an hour, 6 months. And there's a lot more to this I'm saying here, brothers and sisters. I'm not going to say it all because you're looking at this fourth seal, there's silence there. Because all the seals, he hears something, but in the fourth seal, don't hear anything. And that has something to do with this silence, but I'm not going to that, brothers. I'm going to keep it simple because I want to move on to the main point here. But you put the 3.5 years together, you got 7 years. So 7 years put you January 2003. Then the silence of heaven will take place. But see, I show you on the right here, I'm showing you an angel key, the top ones. And remember, the top is grouping of 3. That's where 6 wings come in. I'm not going into that kind of detail, right? You see. So the one on the top represents ears. That's part of the symbolism. The one in the middle represents hands, and the one at the bottom represents feet. I'm showing here. But during this time, the ears, right, they were on the top. But remember, now they in that position. Then in the middle, because they rising up from JCPOA, they rising up. And then in that position, right? And so in that position, right, you got the hands over the ears. Silence. I know that if you ain't studying, you have no idea that you want to understand that at all. I want to appreciate that. Because that's what it means. Angel explains everything. So that means they're in that situation. And says they'll be in that situation for 6 months. Right? From January 2023, for about 6 months. It says about half an hour. So that means it could adjust maybe a month or two, about approximate. So I'm just going for 5 and 6 months. See? So January to February to March, April, May, June, right? July. Wait a minute, I did that right. I actually did it wrong. January to February to March, April, May, June, July. No, I'm still saying it right. June is 6 months. Oh, I see. I'm saying 6 or 7 months. Okay, I'm all good. So I'm saying it's going to be in that period of time. 6, 7 months. I mean, could be May, but we know it's going to be within that period of time. That 9-day period, right? Because it says about. That's not what's going to take. That's the word's going to trigger the apocalypse. So they're in that situation, right? That's the silence. And that will be about 6 months from January, about. So I would say, January to February, March, April, May, June, July. Most likely July, right? But we'll see. And that's when the war takes place. That triggers. That's when the war takes place. That triggers the apocalypse. And American Britain is kicked out. See, they're kicked out. Iran and Syria are victorious with Master Muhammad's help. They're victorious. American Britain are kicked out. Remember, that's what I'm talking about. The dragons, angels kicked out. House of Saud is kicked out. They run back to India. India tells us they're not Arabs anyway, so they're really Indians. That the British put on that throne, and then they hyphenated the whole thing by calling Saudi Arabia. No, it was never called Saudi Arabia. The House of Saud took over, that the British put on the throne and promised them they would protect them on that throne as long as they kept giving them cheap oil. Yeah, you don't even know anything about that. India reveals that. Not even Arabs. The Indians. So they run back to India with as much money as they could take, leaving the Arabs hold the bag, right? American Britain's kicked out. False Israel is left. We're going to see in a minute. Fit on their own. Under siege. And then nuclear weapons neutralized. Won't be able to use them. They tell you that's what these planes are doing. Mass Rocket's planes are doing. They're neutralizing nuclear sites. They won't tell you to the extent because they don't want people to get nervous because America got a nuclear umbrella. You don't have to worry about that. Okay. If an umbrella got a lot of holes and it's made of paper. See, if you're in a storm, you got this big umbrella, and you don't realize it's made of paper until all of a sudden, man, it gets soggy and all of a sudden you're totally wet. But you thought you had something. See, you thought you had something. You had an umbrella, but you didn't know it was made of paper. See, soggy paper, like toilet tissue. So now it's surrounded. We see Israel. See, we see Jerusalem surrounded by armies. Who's Jerusalem? Jerusalem's capital of who? Who controls Jerusalem? It says their destruction is not. These evangelicals tell you, no, man, they're going to be redeemed. No. That's when Jesus will come. Oh, well, Jesus going to be here. Not the one they say, because that one they showing you, he ain't got hell ass war here. Sure, skill ain't bronze. He's going to be present, right? But Master Muhammad, he's the one that takes down Goliath, because that's who it is. It's Goliath. He takes him down. I told you about that stone. I'm not going to the brothers and sisters. Oh, it's so beautiful. The script's so beautiful once you understand them. See, in other words, that's what's happening here. See, we're talking about the war in heaven. So this is this part of the war in heaven. That's what we're talking about. That's the first war we're talking about. All this other stuff before that is wars and rumors of wars. Ukraine, that's a rumor of a war. War, rumors of war. It's not Armageddon. It's not Armageddon. It's none of that. Just wars and rumors of wars. Farrakhan, that's why don't get distracted with that. But Farrakhan, war, Armageddon's already started. Yeah, but you're supposed to tell us before it started, not after us. What the hell we need you to tell us about things, the storm after it gets here? We can go to the Weather Channel for that. See? So they're thinking that, because the whole force Israel was set to begin with to deny us who we are. Because after Elijah Muhammad made it very clear that we're true to Abraham, he said, we can't let it be. Because that false Israel to prove that they're true to Abraham, and that we could have to be Ham, we could, that's another story. I can go off on that one for a while too. Right? So that's why they got to hold on to that lie, because if we the true seed Abraham, what does that mean about them? What does that mean? What does that mean? You understand, brothers and sisters? What does that mean? Okay, so this part of the war in heaven, cast out. False Israel cast down. Unclean bird. It's destroyed. It says destruction is nigh. When you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, then know it's this desolation. Destruction is near. Destruction, not redemption. It's time to flee. If you haven't fled already. That gets into another war we're going to talk about pretty soon. See? So this closes out the war in heaven. That's because American Britain's out. They cast down. See? Gog and Magog. Okay? And false Israel is destroyed, gone. And Shia is in control of the Middle East, all and everything. That's the war. That's the war. That's about to take place. It's going to start somewhere between June and July this year. That's the result of it. That's the war Pharaoh cannot tell you about. He don't know anything about it. That's the war that's going to trigger apocalypse. And so I'm going to show you a couple of things that I'll give a little teaser here about the ones coming up, right? Because the immediate effect of this, because as men's hearts be filled for fear of those things coming upon the earth, because the powers of heaven be shaken. They got to come out some place, heavens beyond the sun, moon, stars. How would they know that was powers were shaken? It's in the Middle East. And so now this has happened, and what they're going to witness, what happened to false Israel is going to be witnessed all over the world. Be witnessed all over the world. And what is that? What is that? Cannibalism. Because they're going to be using nuclear weapons, and they'll be cut off totally from food and water. It says, father eat their sons, son eat their father. And they have drones flying to show everybody exactly what they're doing. They're gonna be fighting, because first of all, if their nuclear arsenal is neutralized, they destroy it. Because at this time, right, everybody will be they won't see that war they had in 96, 7, all kind of stuff. That was contrived. The Arabs didn't want to win that war. They wanted to tell their public, their people, they wanted the population, right? The general population think they wanted that war. They wanted to win that war. They didn't, because they're on board with this too. They don't want us. They don't want people to think that we choose Abraham, because they know that we stay still on our land. That we're going to talk about that too. We're going to take our land back. 16, 19, 29. You look at Abraham covenant. So we'll return to our land. We'll take it back. Look at how we got our land back. Stay on board with that too, because they can prove that if false Israel is one, then we don't have no claim. Because that's our land. It took them about 50,000 years ago, and we cut it with sand on our way out. See, let's not start together, brothers and sisters. You understand? So that's what's happening here. Let's hold on here, brothers and sisters. Oh, I see. Okay. Getting a little reflection here. Okay, let's move to the next one. See what it says here. And they will see signs of sun, moon, stars on earth, dressed among the nations, distress among the nations, perplexity of the roaring of the sea and the waves. Perplexity. Everybody's confused. See? Confused. And they won't be confused very long, because America wasn't supposed to lose that war. And Master Muhammad finally showed his hand. Say no, that this ain't no extraterrestrial thing from the planet Zion somewhere. That the God's on the scene, and that he displayed his power. And they destroyed the air forces of false Israel, America, and Britain. When they try to attack Iran with Air Force, Master Muhammad destroyed the Air Force. They can't tell people here how they lost the Air Force. They won't tell them. They're going to make, that's part of the reason why they're going to get to Armageddon with Russia, because they're going to send Russia help Iran get rid of their plane. They can't tell. I mean, they're superpowered. Nobody can destroy them. They cannot admit to the American public how their planes got destroyed. The Air Force will be nothing. And the nuclear weapons will be nothing. So now you're talking about a war of attrition. And they outnumber like 10, 20, 30, 40 to 1. Not putting down sisters, not putting down women. I ain't say sisters, not putting down women. But the thing is that 1/3 of their forces are females. And they're going to go against the Iranians, and the Iranians outnumber them by themselves by 10 to 1. And the Iraqis, remember, a majority of Iraqis are Shia too. They're going to be with them. And everybody's going to be with them. And even surprised, some scattering countries going to be with them. I'm not going to tell you who they are right now. I told you I would keep that to myself. That's that little stone that he had to hit Goliath in the head. You understand? So everybody's going to be against them. See? But right now, it's going to be a moment of perplexity. Oh, man, what the hell happened here? And then when they realize, oh, the bully is stumbling. Let's make sure he falls and never get up again. And a roar and perplexity and the roaring of the seas and the waves. See, you understand the seas represents the goat. China, they're roaring. They're roaring. Because they remember the goat was angry at America. They're roaring now. See, roaring. Because that means they got trouble over in China now. Got China over there, right? Because when they lose this war over there, now they got, hey man, these people couldn't win that. And then nuclear weapons didn't work. All of a sudden, China roaring. The goat and the ram over here in trouble. See? And man's hearts failing for fear of the expectation of things coming upon earth. The powers of heaven be shaken. See? So now, I'm saying, because now people see what happened there, and their hearts are failing. If their hearts are failing in anticipation, what's their hearts going to do when it actually comes? Men's hearts failing from fear of the expectation of things that's coming upon earth, that things going to come to America, because they see what happened over there, especially with false Israel, the cannibals and everything else. They know it's coming here. Famine, everything is coming here. Their hearts failing in expectation of it. So what it's going to do when it gets here? See? For the powers of heaven is shaken, because America lost. America, Britain, false Israel lost. They were shaking. That shouldn't have happened. Right? And they will see the Son of Man come in a cloud with great power and glory. But when these things begin to take place, straight up and lift your head, because your redemption is drawing near. See, apocalypse, the person, populace leads to Armageddon, which is the purpose of it. Take us home. Get us out of here. That's no story, bosses. I'm not going to go there. And this is the expectation of that war. Oil. Now, Europe is totally dependent upon Middle East oil. They were dependent on Russian oil, but now because of America's BS, right? They don't have access to Russian oil. So only oil they have is European oil. And now America's dependent upon that also because they capped most of their wells. In addition to that, they got rid of their strategic reserves, strategic oil reserves, right? Strategic petroleum reserves, SPR. So they don't have any backup, any reserves. And so if the oil is totally cut off in the Middle East, that's going to cause an economic crisis here. It's going to cause a fuel crisis here, right? And everything here runs off of oil. The electricity, everything, all of it runs off of that. So if they don't have none, that means they don't get no water because they can't pump water to you. You ain't be able to buy food because they can't afford to get the food from the farm to processors, from there to the warehouses, right? From the warehouse to you. If they could, the oil price, what, $100 a gallon or whatever? How much the egg gonna cost? $1,000? You ain't gonna be able to afford it. It says bird manure would be an astronomical price because that's all they can find to eat. And it says a donkey's head will be astronomical price. How much food's on a donkey's head? That's how bad it's gonna be. They're gonna throw the money in the streets. This is an aspect of this war. This is one of the first aspects. That's what I'm talking about. This is one of the first falls out, right? Consequences of this war by losing it. So now they have total control all the Middle East. So what happens? Europe has to take, and they have to go inside Russia. Otherwise they're going to freeze. They can't even make war. NATO and everything can't make war because they have no fuel. So you think Russia will get them fuel and make war with them? So they have to go again. You see it already happening right now. France and everybody else, they start turning against America. They have to go against America to survive. They have oil for their population and everything, and their population ain't going to have no problem with that because it says, man, you better get that oil over here so we can start starving and we freeze and everything else. So they can betray America, and all Europe is going to be on Russia's side. That means all America's installations over there is going to be under attack. All the military, that means they got to run to rescue. That's Armageddon. Armageddon East. Okay. Now Armageddon West, right? Because it's two Armageddons, you need to understand that. Armageddon West, it'll be between the demons and that's another war, but I'm not going into detail here. But that's over here in the West because there's going to be a total economic collapse. And no food, no water. It says they're going to drink. It says God going to give them blood to drink and flesh to eat, flesh their children to eat. That's what's going to be. So they're going to tear this country apart. The demons are going to tear this country apart. They're going to tear it apart. They're going to burn down the cities and everything else. It's going to be a total war here. Swore within and swore without. That's Armageddon West, Armageddon East. They'll be torn apart over there because all their friends betrayed them. They're trying to protect their the bases, all that, they got thousands, maybe 100,000 troops over there in Europe. They're on attack. Try to defend them. See, that's what happened there. And over here, what's happening here is a total economic collapse. And now you got cannibalism, wholesale cannibalism war. So, and here what it says, and during this time, I'm telling you, I'm just showing you the impact of this war. See, it's leading to the next war. I'm giving you little highlights of what's coming, but this is what impact this was going to lead to other things. So look at Malachi. I said, my messenger you prepared the way before me. The Lord whom you seek shall surely come to this temple, the messenger of the covenant, right? Whom you should delight in. Behold, he come and said, Lord, host. But who may abide the day of his coming? Who shall stand when he appeareth? For it's like a refiner's fire, and like full of soap. He shall set as a refiner and purify the silver, shall as purify the sons of Levi. See, Elijah was a Levite. He raised Levites. Suleiman would raise Lazarus, right? Shabazz. And pure them as gold and silver, and they shall offer the Lord offerings in righteousness. They shall and shall offer to Judah and Jerusalem be pleasant to the Lord, as in days of old, in ancient years. And I will come near to you in judgment. I'll be a swift witness against whatever, right? So in other words, that's the time, during this time, that's consequences of this war also. That's consequences of this war also. See? Clean up, take over, the kicking out of the demons, taking over Nation of Islam and clean it up. Because who you clean up from? You clean up Elijah's mess? I say Elijah made a mess, or you treat the one that came after Elijah. He would, see, understand that? Okay, let's move on. And there, see, this backs up right here, because it says, I heard a great voice saying, right now becoming salvation, the power of the kingdom of God, of the Christ. And remember, this is consequence of the war. This is chapter 12 again. Because withdrawing the accuser of the brother of us, accusing him night, citing the God of us day and night. That's Farrakhan always accusing black folks. Oh man, y'all so sinful. Y'all sinful. Remember? But he's always kissing, loving devils. But he all black. Y'all so sinful. Y'all so wicked. Y'all deserve it. The reason why he don't talk to Abraham of covenant, the reward part, because he said we don't deserve reward, because we're so sinful, we ain't listening to him. So he's cast down. That's the consequences of war. That's one of the consequences of war. We don't go into more detail. We get further into the wars. But I'm just showing you the immediate consequence of the war in heaven. See? There you go. There you go. See? Cast down. That's what it said. When thrones are cast down, ancient days just set. See? He's running. See? Here you go right here. There's a consequence, all these consequences. Till I've held the thrones will place and one, it says cast down, that should be the best translation, was cast down. And the one ancient day just set. His raiment was white as snow and hair like pure wool. That's not Farrakhan, don't have hair like wool, hair, full hair, but like Farrakhan doesn't have hair like wool, lambs, like wool, nor does Master Muhammad. So they can't be son of man. They don't have hair like that. It's drawn with fiery flames and wheels sit there burning fire. See, they tried, the wheel doesn't have flames come out of it. See? But anyway, that's another story. I'm just showing you, I'm just giving you a glimpse of what to the effect, right, of this war. The immediate effects that's going to kick into Armageddon, everything else. Cannibalism. There'll be no food. No food at all, none. Maybe for a few days, there'll be no food at all. And be no water. See? So I'm just giving you some highlights, brothers and sisters, what to expect. And this is the time, the separation of the chaff and the wheat. That's the resurrection of our people. Because right now, the resurrection of Lazarus, part of the resurrection, we confused because we mixed in with the saints and the demons are mixed in together. The chaff and the wheat are mixed in together. So we confusing each other because we're different wavelengths, different vibrations. And that's what Suleiman was separating. That's what you saw in Daniel, where the eagle was plucked up off that lion. You also see in Mark where the guy's mind back, whatever. But this is what happens here. And now you got two armies. You got the demon army, that's the locusts they're talking about, right? We're going to talk about that. That's the demon. I'm not talking about it here. That's the war. And then you got 17 million. That's the great army. It says, Ezekiel says they come together, the great army, the resurrection. All this is direct consequence of that war. So I'm just showing that, brothers and sisters. Okay. So I think that's pretty much it there. Okay, I'm not going to go into this, brothers. I've talked about it quite a bit. Right. Except to say, this gets back to about the umbrella that's made of paper. Right. So I'm not going to go into it, but I already talked, look at my previous ones, right? So I'm not going into it. Well, let me go down a couple of things and just close this out. See, because I have to take a look at this explanation here. But basically, this is the mathematics of deception. Because you have details. See, the best way to deceive is a mixed truth with falsehood. So when you give generalization, that's another way to deceive people. A generalization, so to make people think that you know to talk about. So for I watched the weather, Armageddon's already started, but never any details. I'm giving excruciating detail. I gave you a lot of excruciating details here. So you got two different things. So you have an equation like that. See, this equation on the left, the right, left. The one on the left is summary, but the one on the right is detail. And they're equal. They're equal. Say, well, they're equal. Well, okay, what's the problem then? They are totally equal. So let's go through this real quickly, brothers and sisters. Right? So the X right there is talking about, you have to put it in context, right? X represents the current time, and T is the time of the event. So say the time of the event is the beginning of that war. The event leading up to that, the event that happens is the war. But X is current time leading up to the war, right? Okay. So say the war is 3 years from now, 2000. Well, say it was 3 years from now, right? Or 3 months from now, right? See. So you put 1 in there, and what you got? Put 1 here, and both of them turns out to equal 4. Both got something. Both know. Hey, you got details about Armageddon. You have fire content. Hey, so you know what Armageddon is going to be. You got some generalizations, but you get details on the right side. On the left side, right, you get generalizations. So you think you got some, man, it's going to be a war. It's going to fire, see, you got the generalizations. So you think you're good. And then year 2 comes in, next year, got second month close to it, right? And you still got more generalizations, right? Watch the weather and stuff. So, hey, man, the weather, see? But you get more detail on the one on the right, because he did detail. You put 2 in here, so it's still equal. They both equal 5. What happens when the event happens? Put 3 in there. Then the one on the right, detail, he got something. He got 6. And with the one on the left, he got nothing. He didn't know anything. He thought he had something he knew. Now you're right in the middle of it. Or you know Armageddon and what's weather, but what you do? You have no knowledge, you have anything. See? That's the mathematics. That's where the mathematics works. So you have nothing. This is not a trick. Do the math, brothers and sisters. That's the mathematics of deception. So you thought you had something leading up to it until what? Bam. Then you got to the event and you had nothing. Now, oh, Armageddon, what I do? Is the weather? Yeah, it's bad. What I do? But the one on the right, use details. Oh, this, I know who this is. I know where I should go. I know what I should do. See? And then what happens? The next year, if you survive it, now both of you got something again. But see, both of you have knowledge, third knowledge of what happened, but one's in hell and one's in heaven. both have third knowledge now. One's in hell and one's in heaven. Both got knowledge now. See? But one's in hell and one's in heaven. See? Because people go to hell, they're going to know who God is, angels, everything, ain't they? They're going to know who the devil is and everything else when they get there. They're going to know exactly, but they ain't going to do them any good. You understand? That's the mathematics of deception. Do the math. That's not a trick, brothers and sisters. That's the mathematics of it. And here I'll just go through, Here I just go through step by step. Right? So you can see. Year 1, year 2, year 3, boom. Okay? We're going to understand, brothers. We're going to leave it there. We're going to leave it there, brothers and sisters.
Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio.
Excuse me, brothers and sisters. I'm going to check something here. Got something. Assalamu alaikum. Sulman Rahim here. The judge, messenger of the covenant, breaker of the seven seals. Assalamu alaikum. The crusher. Brothers and sisters, I have a special for you today. Countdown to Apocalypse. Apocalypse, brothers and sisters. Got Lion Fire Connect talking about Armageddon has already started. He has no idea what he's talking about. Armageddon has not started yet. But when it starts, you'll know. It's a time of wars and rumors of wars. See? And we're going to talk about his deception. See, everything is mathematics. But I got a series here. This is a series. It's a preview. Upcoming series, brothers and sisters. The upcoming series. Let's see here. How does this work here? Why is it doing it? Okay. Good. Upcoming series. So I intend to give this whole series countdown to Apocalypse. After Armageddon is just one battle in the Apocalypse. That's what Revelation is called, the Apocalypse. Some people call it the Apocalypse. See? So we give a step-by-step countdown, right, to the Apocalypse. And then first will be the countdown, and then we're going to tell you the details about the Apocalypse. So we got an issue here, brothers and sisters. Let me see if I can resolve this. Okay. Why is it? Hold on, brothers and sisters. Let me see if I can. Nope, not that. apparently have a little difficulty here. And I'm not sure why. See if I can resolve this here. Okay, there you go. There you go. That's okay. Okay. Those are just the topics we're going to be talking about in the countdown to apocalypse. And the apocalypse. First, countdown to apocalypse. That's what we'll talk about today. And then the apocalypse. Okay? So, this. But first, bro, says get out. America's about to blow. She is rattling, shaking. Trouble in every sector. It's about to blow, bro. Says get warning. Says the watchman will come to give you the warning. If you don't take heed of warning, that's your behind. Get out, brothers and sisters. Get out, brothers and sisters, because remember in 911, those of you old enough to remember that? They closed the doors. Won't be able to get out. See? Get out before it's too late. Go backwards. So let's look at a couple of things, brothers and sisters. See, it says, after these things I saw angels stepping down out of heaven, having authority great, and earth was lighting up out of the glory of him. He cried out in a strong voice, saying, she fell, Babylon the Great, talking about America. She became a dwelling place of demons, not spirits, dwelling place of demons. They're dwelling there. Farrakhan telling you this, oh, it's a disposition, it's an attitude, right? It's some kind of spirit. No, they don't dwell. These are living beings dwelling. Headaches don't dwell somewhere, right? Except in your mind, right? She came to dwelling place of demons and prison of every spirit unclean, prison of every bird unclean, have been hated, and because of the wine anger of fornication her, and fallen all the nations. Who's corrupting all the nations? It's not Arabia. It's not China. It's not Africa. It's America. They're pushing their ideas, their philosophy, their corrupt way, their democracy, their capitalism, all they think is great. Capitalism is just slavery by definition. Maximum profit, minimum overhead. Exactly what we experienced with them. Slavery was driven by capitalism, right? Capitalism. And kept under control by Christianity. They'd have an idea to keep your mind, keep you under control. To tell you that you wasn't in hell. They weren't devils, yet you was suffering all the torments of hell, and by devils constantly 24/7. But no, this ain't hell. We the devils. That's what happened after you die, which is a lie. And you can't come back to say, prove that they're lying. So they did that. So you would think that this is better than that. And you would obey them, you listen to them. Because otherwise, if you knew that that wasn't true, and this was the hell, and these were the devils, you would slit their throat. You know that. That's what it's all about. Anyway, and having fallen all the nations, and the king of the earth with her committed fornication and traveling merged earth out of power of unreigned luxury of her became rich. America's supposed to be the richest place, right? I heard other voice out of heaven saying, come out, the people of me, come out, my people, come out. I said, get the hell out of here. Pharaoh can tell you, no, come out her religion, come out custom. Okay, you listen to that if you want to. It says, get the hell out. In order that you will not share together in the sins of her, right? And out of the plagues, there's going to be plagues, right? So get the hell out of here so you don't, right, be touched by that or be hurt by it, harmed by it. In order that you should not receive because, okay, well, you know, that's the story, brothers and sisters. I think there's a second page here. No. Get out, brothers and sisters, get out. If you don't like me, you don't like this message, get the hell out anyway. Take a vacation for a few months. Believe me, you'll be glad that you did. Get your family, get the hell out of here. Nothing changed, brothers and sisters. They've crucified us for over 500 years. Totally. They took everything from us. We couldn't even cover our nakedness. They took everything. They didn't leave us nothing. The language, culture, name, everything. They took everything. Our minds took everything. Left us totally naked. They didn't even give us something to cover our nakedness. See, that's what the Bible's talking about, the crucifixion, talking about us. It's talking about two crucifixions, they're us as a people, right? And Suleiman, right? In the particular. But that's what it's talking about. Okay, let's move on, bro. Says I'm gonna move to this. It says it's a very extensive series. I intend to every weekday, maybe on the weekends, deliver the next episode. Countdown to the apocalypse. Armageddon is just one battle in the apocalypse. The apocalypse, right, will be initiated by the one in heaven. That's what initiated the apocalypse, right? And Armageddon is not Armageddon. Armageddon is just one battle, right, during the apocalypse. So he mentioned one time, and that's in Revelation. That's the war to end all wars. He has no idea what he's talking about. So listen to him if you want. That's your business. Okay. The angel key, this is what the key looks like. This is one structure of it. That's the key, right? But every chapter, right, the symbols change, and but that's the key. Key remains the same. Just every chapter, right? The symbols change like a puzzle, right? You got a puzzle and they change the picture on the puzzle, but the puzzle remains the same. So once you learn the puzzle, then you don't care about the picture. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. I'm just showing you how to get some idea, so you have some idea what we're talking about here. Okay, now, chapter 11 is your timeline. Chapter 11 is your timeline. That's the witnesses. That's your timeline. And I'm going to go into more detail today because the timeline tells you exactly, right? Well, it tells you when the war in heaven is going to start, which initiates apocalypse. Okay? Okay, now, it says, I shall give to the witnesses of me, and they will prophesy 1,260 days, right? 1,260, which is 42 months or 42 years, right? So that starts in 1948. That's when the apocalypse officially started, right? See, but that's the countdown started. I said that, I misspoke. That's when the countdown to the apocalypse started in 1948. That's when Antichrist came on the scene and the Christ. Because that's why you got to understand the mathematics of it. They both are coming to this at the same time. So you want to find out who the Son of Man is, Suleiman. He'll be conceived at the same time false Israel conceived. False Israel, Antichrist. Christ, Antichrist. You understand? You get it? Christ, Antichrist. They're both the mathematics. If the mathematics, the fulcrum is 0, if you bring up a 10, you got to have a negative 10. If you bring up a 20, you got to have a negative 20 to balance it out. If the balance is 0, so at the time the balance is 0. So you bring in a Christ, you have to bring an Antichrist, or you bring Antichrist, you have to bring to balance it out. That's why I call Antichrist. Why I Antichrist? Okay, that's the mathematics of brothers and sisters, but okay. So it says, they would do this, remember this is Syria and Iran they're talking about. And they would be in the Middle East. They was powerhouses in the Middle East from 48 to 1990. What happened in 1990? See? Now you can read this on your own, brothers. I'm just going to go through the highlights of this, right? Because there's much to cover here. What happened in 1990? That's when so-called Gulf War, America and Britain moved in, false Israel, and what? They superseded the power of Iran and Syria. So they became the powers in heaven. Remember it says, men's hearts will fail for fear, right? Will be failing for fear, right? Of what's coming upon the earth because the powers of the heavens means heaven has to be somebody that plays their note, because they couldn't. How would they know that the powers of heaven be shaken if it's someplace beyond the sun, moon, and stars, right? So anyway, because they see what's happening here is about to happen here. So they was displaced. So that's what it says right there, so-called Gulf War. And when they finished the witness time, when they finished, right, it says the wild beast stepping out of the abyss will make war with them. That's talking about America and Britain and falls Israel. Make war and conquer them and kill them. And the fall upon the broad way the sea, the great which is called spiritually Sodom and Egypt, and also Lord of them was put on stake. As they're looking out of the people and turns the nation, right? So in other words, that's what happens right there, get cast down. Because the one coming out of the pit did it. Now who's the one coming out of the abyss? That's Gog and Magog. Read chapter 20. That's European history. That's not something happening in the millennium in the future. That's European history. They don't want you to know that. Because Europe was thrown in its dark age for 1,000 years. Who kept in dark ages? It was a resurrected people. Who's resurrected? Abraham's resurrected Islamic Empire. They don't want you to know that Abraham built the Kaaba, the Mecca, and all that stuff out there. They don't want you to know that. Because then he wants you to associate with Islam. And then they fell and they was resurrected by Prophet Muhammad. And when they did it, they forced the Europeans into the dark ages for 1,000 years. That's European history. Then they would come out and they would cover the whole world. That's what's happened. Exactly what happened. Gog and Magog, America and Britain. That's who come out. Now they come out the pit. They make war with them. And they overcome them. See, so they won't allow them to be buried. You got to understand, under the earth, I'm not going, it's a lot to explain here, bro. Since those that understand this, the study of INJIL, they understand what I'm talking about. But because European comes to represent the earth, and they wouldn't allow to be buried under earth. That's I can't go into that, bro. Since I've spent a long time trying to explain that. Okay, so see that. So now they're under authority or domination by America, Britain, and false Israel since 1990. Okay, and then it said, right. And was given a reed like staff, saying, "Rise up and measure the divine habitation of the garden altar, worship in it, and the courtyard outside the divine habitation throw you outside, and that you should measure, because it's given to the nations, and the city whole they will trample on 42 months. That's 42 years. See? I mean, not 40, excuse me. 42 months means 3.5 years. 42 months, 3.5 years. Right? So that's what's happening here. So at 3.5 years, they've been on the foot of the nations. See? They've been on the foot of the nations. So that's what happened. So then it was, so that was a JCPOA. Because foot of the nations means they was under control of the UN. They was under the foot of the nations. That's what that means, brothers and sisters. So they was going to be on foot of the nation for 3.5 years. That's JCPOA, right? That took effect in January 16, 2016. Right? So, but they would be in the other position for 24 years. So I don't think I showed that, brothers and sisters. Let me see. I think I probably went past that too quickly. Let me see if I showed that. Okay, yeah. And they'd be there for 3 days and a half, or 3 days and a half of what? Half of the 42. That's 21 plus 3 is 24. They'd be in that situation for 24 years. So let's do the math. From 1990, add 24 years to that, right? Add 24 years to 1990, what'd you get? You get 2014, right? 2014. 2014, they'd be in that position right there. From 1990, actually from 1991, because you got to consider all the war, everything that happened when they found it, because the war didn't finish that off to 1991. But the bottom line is 2014, 2015, in that time period, they would be in that situation here. And then they're going to foot of nations for 3.5 years. So let's do the math here. So that puts you at 2016. See, 2016 was started. They started negotiation for 2015, 2014, when they started negotiation for the JCPOA. See what I'm saying? So 1990 to to 2016, that's 24 years. That's, I mean, 2014, that's 24 years. Then they started negotiation in JCPOA. Look this up, brothers and sisters. 1990. If you want to go that way with just the actual 1990, right? But it should be 1991. But anyway, go 1990. So we're gonna keep this simple. 1990, right? Yeah, 14 years to that. I mean, 24 years to that. Year 2014. 2014 is when they started negotiation for JCPOA, right? That was when Obama was president. So it became in effect in 2016, January 2016. It came in effect. Once the agreement and everything, it came in effect 2016. Okay? And then they'd be in that situation for 3.5 years. So for 3.5 years, right, they'd be under the foot of the nations for 3.5 years, right? And then Trump came, and what did he do? He took and slammed the agreement and broke it. That gets back to Daniel about that middle of the week, 7 weeks, middle of the week, right? So the bottom line is, you got to have 3.5 and have 3.5. That's 7 years. So this 3.5, you got the 24 years, you got the 48 years, right? 1,026 days, right? That's 42 years, right? You got that one. Then you got the 24 years. Now you got 3.5 years, and then another 3.5 years. That's 7 years altogether, which will put you 7 years from 2016. 7 years, right? Will put you at 2023. But we ain't got there yet. But right now you're 3.5 years. That puts you at about June 2019. That puts you basically there. See, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but those that study this, they understand what I'm saying. I'm just trying to keep it simple, brothers and sisters. Okay. So Trump broke the agreement, and it says they will start to rise. But see, in this case, right? In other cases, that's how long they was in that position. In that case, that's how long they was in that position. Right? In this case, it's how long it takes them to get to a position. That means it's a win. That gets back to the sixth seal where this wind is blowing. But that's I'm not going to go detail there, brothers and sisters. But anyway, see right here, it says 3.5 years negotiations begin, attempting to revive it. So they from 16, they're trying to revive it, right? What happened here? Okay, I got an error there, brothers and sisters. That should be 1:16:23, brothers and sisters. How I missed that one? That should be 6 to 19, right? Basically, June 16, 2019 to 1:16:23. That's 3 years past, right? So if you add the 3 years together, let's go back. I have to go back. Oh, it's taking my time to get this, and I still got that wrong. It's too important to make mistakes like this, brothers and sisters. It's too important. See my error here? Okay. 3.5 years from when the beginning of JCPOA, that will put you at basically June 16th, 2019. 3.5 years. Then 3.5 years from that, which we're going to see next 3.5 years, will put you what? It'll put you at, because that'd be 7 altogether, right? So that puts you 7 years from here, which would put you at 2023, January 2023. So I'm going to speak of this again briefly. Can't do it today because I have some things to do. Because I want it to be exactly correct. No errors here. That should take you to next 3.5 years, should take you to January 16, 2000, basically January 2023. January 2023, 7 years from January 2016, 7 years, right? That's that right, brothers and sisters? Did I get that wrong too? No, that's right. So from 16 to 17, 18, 19, 20, 16 to 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. From 16, right, to 17, that's 1 year, 18 to 19 to 20 to 21, 22, 23. So that'd be put you at January 23, right? So in other words, they're moving up, right? They're not in the JCPOA and they're negotiating. That's what I'm saying here. Negotiating, that kind of stuff, right? But it says it took them 3.5 years, right, till after then the Spirit of God came in. That's what I'm saying right there. Because the Spirit of God, in this case, there was 7 spirits, but 3 of them came corrupt. So that's the demons, right? So that's one. But that's the spirit of this God. Remember, Satan is called a God. That's Satan there, between America and Britain. So that's his spirit. So in other words, it take them to cover that. You know, that's get too complicated for those brothers that's just not familiar with the angel key. But to get that position, because now they negotiate with the Europeans, but they don't want to have any negotiation with America and Britain and false Israel at all. They want to negotiate only with the Europeans. That's what's happening right now, and that will take you to January this year. To January this year, right? Because in the middle of the week, Trump, that's talking about the book of Daniel, he broke the agreement, right? It says 7, remember, because that's 7 weeks, but in the middle of the week, they're talking about this 7 years. Okay. That's what's happening here. Okay? So then what happens? Then it says, and we'll go to the next page here. Then it says, then they stood upon their feet. So there's 2 actions here, right? First, right, they get the Spirit of God in them, and then they stand upon their feet. There's 2 actions happening here. So this action here starts taking place at the beginning of this year. So that covers all the time. That covers the 48 years, that covers the 42 years of witnessing against false Israel. That covers the, because remember, they're totally against false Israel, right? Then that takes the 24 years, right, that they, between the time that they was sanctioned, all that kind of stuff. And by the way, the sanctions, right? Who's doing, there's no confusion about the brothers and sisters. 66 is easy. Hold on. Yes?
Your technician, Jason, is en route to your appointment. We look forward to handling your internet voice and video needs. Goodbye.
And, I forgot my train of thought, brothers and sisters. Anyway, okay, yeah, we said 42 years, right? Then 24 years, right? We was on sanction, about 666. Who's doing that? Who's the only nation that sanctions everybody? Unless they do what they want them to do. And if you don't accept false Israel's right to exist, you get sanctioned or killed. There's nobody doing that but America. There's no secret there. You have to go there and calculate it and go and dig and start trying to solve puzzles. That's clear. 666 represents America, period. The only country on the planet that's doing that. Anyway, right, sanctions. That's 666, you can't buy or sell. Well, is that complicated? Anyway, so here it said then this gets back to the 5th seal. This gets complicated. I'm not going to complications, brothers. Maybe I'll do a redux of this, get more complicated. But this gets back to silence in heaven for space of half an hour. Now, if you go and look at those seals, the only one that had seals that was silent was the 5th seal, right? And then it says they was given white robes. That gets back to the angel key again. It's kind of hard to do this without explaining all this. But brother says it's a lot. I'm just keep it simple, right? So that means they're in that situation right there. And it said, be silenced in heaven for space for half an hour. Now, you understand angel key, right? The top part represents ears. The middle part represents hands. And the bottom part represents feet, right? So Iran and Syria, they're the top part of this. But remember, they cast down. They represent the ears. But America and Britain represent hands. That's what's talking about. The hands cover the ears. That's silence. That means they're in that position. You have to understand angel key. They understand this stuff, brothers and sisters, right? So they're in that position, right? And so they've been in that position for 6 months. Silence heaven for half an hour, which is 6 months, right? That's what's happening. Silence. And then the war takes place. So, I mean, we can look at that war takes place between June and July this year. I'm on record. Between June and July this year. That war will break out in heaven. That's what Angel Key is telling me. That's my study, 30 years. I'm safe to tell it now because we're so close. I mean, it wouldn't be a prophecy if I didn't tell you before it happened. So that's what's about to happen, brothers and sisters. So you can study it on your own. See, then they stood upon their feet. See, they stand upon their feet right now. See, because remember the bottom represents feet, but they're right there and hands covering the ears, so silence for 6 months. That's where we are right now in time, during this silence period, right? And then the war takes place. Then the war takes place. Then the war breaks out in heaven. And war occurs out in heaven. That's when false Israel, American Britain are defeated, because that's where the wars take place. That's a war, rumors of war in Russia going right now with Ukraine. This is the war that kicks off the apocalypse. This war, right? So then they're kicked out. And Master Muhammad is with them. It says Michael and his angels. See, because their Air Force is not going to work. The people say, how can the Air Force got defeated? They're not going to tell you the truth. How can the Air Force got defeated? See, they're going to lose. And that's what's going to happen here. And then what happens next? They kicked out. See? And this is when Babylon falls. Remember, say, get out. Get out, Babylon's falling. You better be out of here. See? Okay. So Babylon falls. See, that's what it says. Stepping out, say, get out of here, my people. Get out. That's when Babylon falls. That's the angel key. You don't just do anything with that key. You have to follow the rules. Right? So Babylon's cast down. They're cast out of the Middle East, leaving false Israel isolated. Now, what's that about? And when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, that's what you saw in the previous one, right? Its destruction is near. They trying to tell us redemption is near. He said, are they going to attack false Israel and Jesus going to come and save them? That's not what it says. It says when you see they're surrounded by armies, they're isolated, right? They said they're going to be cannibalism going on there. See? It says it's destruction. When you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, who controls Jerusalem? Jerusalem's capital of what? False Israel. Surrounded by armies. Then know its destruction is near. It said those flee. Say, get out. Remember, it said, get out. Get out. See? Get out of it. Be out of Babylon. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. So I think I'm going to maybe a follow-up on that one because it's a lot of detail there, brothers and sisters. I can spend an hour explaining that to you. I'm just giving you the basic idea, right? So if you can accept it on faith, fine. If you're not, we have people that can tell you more detail if you want the mathematics of it. But there's a lot of stuff. I try to give you the basic. Say that's what I'm saying. I'm going to countline to apocalypse. His Farrakhan, he's going to be fleeing during this time, right? Because that's when the thrones are cast down. What thrones do you think he'll cast down? That's him. He's the son of perdition. He's son of perdition. His father's the devil. How in the hell can he be? He's not seed of Abraham. He's father, but he admits it. We have a picture of his father, Percival Clark. He don't have hair like William's wool. So how can he be son of man like he claims to be? See? And he's going to save the world in a wheelchair? They're going to be running. Look at my... That's what happened to them in a minute. You'll see. And this is the thing, this is when the separation comes, brothers and sisters, between us and the demons. Because what they did is they sowed their seed. Remember, and if you read the scripture at all, someone sowed their seed amongst the wheat. That's talking about, that's the devils. They raped our women for 400 years. And that's their seed. That's not our children. That's not us. Even Elijah Muhammad, now he didn't call them demons, but he acknowledged that. He says their seed. That's not our children. They might be carry your complexion, but that's them. That's not us. But they sowed amongst us. And when you sow the chaff amongst the wheat, the chaff chokes the wheat. It said the enemy did this. But Elijah was told, don't separate them. It says, wait till Suleiman come and he will separate them out. And that's what's about to happen here. That's what Suleiman's job is, to separate them out. And it says, because that's when the four winds blow, and then it's a great army, but it'll be two armies. Because when they separate out, they become an army also. And that gets into the next war. And we'll talk about when we get to the Locust War. When we separate now, we unite. We're united and they're united. And that's another war that's going to come as a result of that. Okay, so I'm going to go in this process. I'm going to go in this, and then we're going to close out. Now we're doing the math here. So those of you familiar with math at all, right, you can see that x minus 3 times x plus 3 times is not added. I should have put time signs there. If you multiply it, it comes out to x squared minus 9, right? If you multiply them together. I need you to see it. So because if those of you don't know how to multiply, right, then you need to see that to understand the rest of this. Okay. Now, what you need to do here, I'm going a little more detail to explain this. What I'm saying is you got summary and you got detail. Now, on the left there, you got the summary. Because remember, if you multiply what's on the right, you get what's on the left. But they're the same. They're both equal the same. They're both equal the same. It's just one is detail and one is summary. See? So I'm saying when X represents the current time for whatever we're doing this formula, and T represents the time of the event. There's an event that's going to take place, but X represents the current time. So in other words, if the event's going to take place in July, right, that would be T. But if we in January, that'd be X. That'd be the current time. So you got 6 months to get to the event, right? Understand that? So X represents the current time where you are right now. T represents the event that you're waiting to happen, okay? See? So in this case, right, we're going to say the event's going to happen in 2023, right? But every time we're talking about is 2021. So that's like Farrakhan telling you, hey man, Armageddon's already started, kind of stuff, right? So he can tell you this stuff. He's giving you summaries. Watch the weather. He don't give you details. He gives you summaries. Watch the weather. Armageddon's already started, right? The synagogue of Satan. All these summaries. He don't give you details. We give you details. That's the difference. Does it matter? Okay, let's see if it matters. Do some mathematics of it. This is not a trick. Just do the mathematics yourself. You need a calculator for this. Or you put a calculator, you're going, right? Okay, so say for instance, we're in the year 2021. So Farrakhan is giving you watch the weather kind of stuff. So let you think, so you put those numbers in there, right? So say, okay, X, right? 2021, that's the first year, right? Year one, you haven't got to year 20, the first year before 2023, right? You put that in there, and what you get? And T is going to read 3 because it's 3 years ahead, 3 years in the future. So you put 3 there because 3 years in the future yet, right? If we're in 2001, 2003 is 2 years. Actually, that should be 2020. Well, since I gotta really, I'm gonna do this again, right? But so 2021, 2020 would be the stretch year. Because remember, plague, everything came in, right? Okay. So you put 1 in there, right? So you put 1 there in the calculation, you get, right? Come down to the bottom down here, you get 1 squared minus 9. So that comes out at minus 8 over minus 2, which is 4. Because the minus signs go with, they're both equal minus. Yes?
Sir, my name is Jay Sean from Spectrum. I'm looking to rent a location or whatever like that. I'm looking for apartment 321, but they got me at this look like I don't look like the apartments, but I'm at like 1826. Like gray buildings or something. Do you know what I'm talking about? Or am I at the right
The gray building, excuse me, hold on for a second. 1 second. 1 second here. The building should be better. People also have to rush through this real quickly. So understand this if you go. So if you look at it that way, right? And I'll go back and do a reductionist. Look at, and then the next year, right? You get something. But the bottom line is when you get to 2023, right? That year, put a 3 in there, and you see one of them, the summary, you got 0. But another one, you got 6. What that's telling you is that that's the mathematics deception, because you thought you had some, watch the weather and everything else, but when the event happens, when the war takes place, the actual war takes place, you got nothing. You had nothing. See? But the ones that had detail, they had something. That's the mathematics. So Farrakhan is telling you, but when the time hits, you have nothing, you find, I don't know what to do. Watch what, no do, and you're stuck. And then what happens next? But if you go to next year, right, now you got something, both of you got something equal again, right? But you both of you got the experience, but you got the rich part of the experience. The other one was saved. So in other words, both of you saved. So what happened, there's a disbelievers, right? Both of them saw the fire, but one's in the fire and one's outside the fire. Okay? I'm gonna leave it there, brothers and sisters. I got a situation here I gotta deal with. See? So hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna leave it there. Assalamu alaikum.
Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. The judge, Sulaiman Rahim here, messenger of the covenant, breaker of the 7 seals, the crusher. Brothers and sisters, details. Get out, brothers and sisters, get out. Babylon's falling. It's going to blow any day now. Need to get out, brothers and sisters. Come out of her, my people. Farrakhan's lying to you, say, oh, come out of your religion. Come out. The place is going to be destroyed, but why would you want to be here? He's all over the place with that. Because he's one of them. He's a demon as far as the devil. His purpose is to keep you here to your destruction. Keep you trapped in the gravitational vortex. Get out, get out, get out. Brothers and sisters, does details matter? Those scriptures, they was written to keep you from being deceived. They give you details. Details like the Son of Man would have hair like lamb's wool. That's an important detail. Because Master Muhammad doesn't have hair like that, neither does Farrakhan. But Farrakhan claims he's the one, and you've been told that Master Muhammad is the Son of Man, but he said he would suffer many things and put to death. I mean, all those things happened to Master Muhammad. Muhammad never said anything like that, that those things happened to him. And when he came, all hell would break loose. That didn't happen when Master Muhammad showed up. Details. Says he would break the 7 seals. Did Master Muhammad anywhere claim he broke the 7 seals? That would be a very important sign, wouldn't it? He never mentioned it. Elijah Muhammad never mentioned it either. He never claimed he broke the 7 seals. And even Lion Farrakhan hasn't made that claim yet. I expect him to try to make it. Because he don't know anything about the scripture. He definitely be lost there. These are important things. Like the son of perdition. He wasn't set in the synagogue. He sat in the temple, Elijah's temple. So he's trying to tell you, oh, the synagogue of Satan, right? That's the false Israel. No, that's not. It says he was set in Elijah's seat in the temple. Details that keep you from being deceived. Like it says in Thessalonians, be not deceived. Be not, why didn't we say that? Preceded with that. Be not deceived that the falling away will come first. And then the Son of Man will be, Son of Perdition be revealed. The Son of falling away will come first. The Farrakhan reversed it. He said, no, now he's revealing the Son of Perdition. Everybody's falling away from them. But it says, be not deceived. So do not be deceived on that point. So somebody's telling you different. That means he's trying to deceive you. So if you're still deceived, that means you're a demon or you're a stone-cold idiot. Because those are important points. And the person you should be looking for, right, he'd be able to check off all those points. Farrakhan don't check off any of them. None of them. 0. See, he'll be the one that become after Elijah for 42 years. Son of perdition. They say, oh, Aaron, he's all these days. Yeah, while Elijah was present, while Moses was present, but remember he did those things in Moses' absence. Because even the God told Moses, you better get down there, because that man went crazy. He said Aaron went out of control, because Aaron let him out of control. He said it become a laughing stock to the enemies. I mean, details. Those little pesky details. And how's he able to get around them? He's not teaching scripture. He's not following Elijah Muhammad. Oh, devils ain't devils anymore? He gonna bring devils into our eye? He can heal the devils? Those things are totally inconsistent with the lessons, totally. There's no way in the world you can take these lessons and tell them to and translate them into that. But they said, well, no, Master Muhammad speaks through him. Really? So Master Muhammad just got things all mixed up, right? So he was mixed up back then. He's He's not confused now. So no, he's saying totally opposite of what he said in the beginning. Those little pesky details. But see, we're going to talk about these wars, brothers and sisters. There's plenty of wars. Armageddon is Harmageddon, and that's not the war end all wars. That's another pesky little detail. No, that's a European war. It's not a world war. Nothing in the scriptures say anything. It's only mentioned one time in scriptures in the angel, and it's not the war in all wars. That's his mistake. It's just one of the wars. There's wars that leads up to that. And there's several wars that follow it. The war of the latter days. The war that ends all wars. Little pesky details. We're going to talk those details in a mathematical way in a minute. But get out, brothers and sisters. Get out. Get out. So let's move on, brothers and sisters, here. Now I'm going to cover a few things here, brothers and sisters. Then we'll get into a little mathematics. Those you can do add, subtract, and multiply. That's all you need to be is add, subtract, multiply. If you do that, and I can show you something. But look at here. But that day and hour, no one knows, not even the angel of heaven, nor the Son, but the Father alone. That means Master Muhammad knows, right? But what day they talk about? For the coming of the Son of Man will be just like the days of Noah. See? For in those days before the flood, they were eating and drinking and marrying and giving in marriage until the day that Noah entered the ark. That didn't happen back there when Master Muhammad showed up, right? And they did not understand until the flood came and took them away. So will the coming of man be. That take way back then. That's about to happen now. Right? At that time, there will be two men in the field. One will be taken, one will be left. Two women grind at the mill. One will be taken, one will be left. You have to understand scripture, understand that, brothers and sisters. I'm not going to go into INJIL key to explain that, but right, they'll be on alert. Therefore, be on alert. And this is the point right here. For you do not know which day your Lord is coming. But be sure of this: if the master of the house had known at what time the night the thief was coming, he would have been on alert and would not have allowed his house to be broken into. See, for this reason, you must be ready as well, for the Son of Man is coming out when you do not think he will. See, in other words, this is a time we're going to see he's coming to take us out of here. That's what it's talking about. And so we don't know the time. That's what it's talking about, referring to the time that we actually taken out of here when the four winds blow. That's the time it's talking about. Not talking about when the war starts. It's talking about the time that we're supposed to be delivered. That's why it says, for this, if the master of the house had known at what time the night thief was coming, he would have said, we're not allowed how to be broken into. That's what it's talking about, brothers and sisters. See, right now. See, what we understand, brothers and sisters, time of our deliverance. But that day and hour, no one knows, okay, even the angels of heaven, nor the Son, but the Father alone. For the coming of the Son of Man will be just like days of Noah. For in those days before the flood, the eating, drinking, marrying, giving in marriage to a day, no angel flood ark, and they understand until the flood came and took them all away. So will the coming of the Son of Man be. That time be too. So that's pretty much the same thing. As the other one said, that's just a different book. But get out, brothers and sisters. Okay, look at this one. After these I saw other angels stepping out of heaven, having authority great. Earth was light up out of glory of him. He cried out in a strong voice, saying, She fell, Babylon the Great. It's talking about America, right? And she came dwelling place of demons, prison of every unclean, spirit unclean, and prison of every bird unclean, having been hated. And because of the wine and anger of the fornication, her have fallen all the nations, and the kings of earth were committed fornication to her. I mean, somebody has influence over all the nations. We know who that is, right? And the traveling merchants of the earth, out of power, the unreigned glory, luxury of her, they became rich, right? And I heard other voices out of heaven saying, Come you out, the people of me, come out, get out, in order that you not should share together in the sins of her, out of the plagues of her. Plagues coming. So you can't stay, or you're going to stay here and always the plague is going to bypass you. See, nature of the plagues, right? Out of plagues of her, you should not receive, because was glued together her sins unto heaven and called the mind the God unjust of her. America's under judgment. Right? Telling you to get the hell out. So you don't be coming out of her religion. All that stuff's not going to stop you from having play. Or okay, so everybody around you falling and plays and all kind of stuff, and because you're not in her religion anymore, and you with Farrakhan, somehow just bounce past you, over you. Is that what you think? And give you back to her is all she have gave double. It says payback. Why are you paying back? Because those things done to us. See? Give back double. You double according to works of her, according to her works. So if you've done good works in America, you shouldn't have any problem. Because we should, if you've done good works to us, we should give you back twice as much. We should love you twice as much as you loved us. So we're telling, if we're so great, and you're so great, and you're so loving, and you did so much great things for us, we should love you twice as much. See? According to works of her. According to works. Give it back according to. So if you've done good, we should give good back to you. So we should give you love and affection. Double. See? In the cup where she mingle you to her double. In other words, according to what she did to us. We should give them double back to them what they did to us. So if you did good to us, America, then you shouldn't have nothing to worry about. You should be rejoicing. But that's your judgment. I'm the judge. That's your judgment. As you have done, so should be done to you. As you have done, so should be done to you. You should be happy with that judgment. That's justice. That's fair, isn't it? Right? As many as she glorified herself at living unreigning in luxury. I mean, boy, richest country on the planet. They say it, right? We're so rich, we're luxurious. So give you to her torment and mourning. Oh, torment and mourning. Wow. Because in the heart of her, she said, I am sitting queen and widow not I am, and mourning not I shall see. In other words, nothing will happen to me. America, I'm the greatest country on the planet. Nothing happened to me. God blesses us, and whatever, right? So this, and one day will come plagues for 1 year. One day, all these plagues are going to come. In 1 year, when they start suddenly, 1 year, it's going to be hell on earth. We've been hell on earth for us for 500 years. But for them, because this is their paradise, this is their heaven right here. This is their Garden of Eden. This is the highest heaven they're ever going to get. To them, this is heaven, right? And this is the place, death. Uh-oh, you don't know, that's that goat. But, that's that goat, brothers and sisters. And mourning and famine. Famine. So if there's a famine in the land and you still here, how you be eating? Ask me a question, answer this question. Details, little pesky details. If there's a famine in the land, now you don't come out of her, right? You're not part of none of her, and no part of her whatsoever, right? So where you gonna get food from? You came out of her, right? So you had nothing to do with her, right? So where you gonna get food from? Farrakhan? He's got that much food shelter his behind? That's what you nourished yourself off for the last 40 years, off of crap out his behind. You think it's honey? How's it tasting? I don't want to know. Don't tell me. See. Famine. So how are you going to eat in that situation if you're here? And even if you have food, how are you going to protect yourself with that food when everybody else is starving? See? So everybody, all y'all come together? Y'all all over the country, right? There's not that many y'all anymore, but y'all come together, protect yourself. And where's the food at that you can protect yourself? And how you going to do all that? You got guns and missiles and planes. How you going to protect yourself? How you going to do all that if you're still here? Tell me, explain to me how, when famine rolls in here, you're going to be eating. Because Farrakhan now, he's still, oh no, you just got to have faith. That's the armor you got to put on. You got to put this armor on faith. That's bullshit. Because you've been paying them 42 years living a luxurious life. Like Babylon's living luxury, right? Glory selves living luxury and everything else off of you. And now his answer when the hell breaks loose is pray. Go in your secret chambers and pray. And have faith. Faith in what? So food gonna pop up in your stove, in your refrigerator? It better not anything you can cook. Because when the famine come, if you in California and you cook something, they could smell all the way in Detroit. And you think they're going to say, oh man, they got food, man. Well, I wish I was one of them. You think that's going to happen? That's the way things going to roll? Oh, they got, man, look at it. Dude, Farrakhan. I wish I with them, man. They got food. That's what you think is going to happen? You better read it again. They're eating people. And they're not going to bother you because you at Farrakhan. So the whole land's in a state of cannibalistic war. And you got food. And you sitting around what? Watching on TV? Is that how it works? Is that what you believe? Right? And more and famine and fire. It's going to be burned out with fire. So you got asbestos suits. How you going to escape the fire when you burn out fire? So, the fire, this is Farrakhan. So, that's the story about Daniel, right? He walked to the fire, didn't get burned. Oh, fireplace on fire. And you sitting around here watching NOI.org, right? And listen to Farrakhan, and y'all talking on a conference call, right? And fire ain't touching you. Blaze all around you, burn up everybody. And you eating, back to snacking on your bean pie, right? Right? And man, hey man, I'm glad I was at Farrakhan, man. I'm glad I came out of that religion, man. I'm glad I came out of that customs and stuff, man. Look here, I'm on bean pie, man, and everybody's burning up out there, everybody's starving. I'm laying back here, cool, man. I'm just taking real conference. Hey Farrakhan, what's happening, man? I'm glad you pull my coat. I'm glad you pulled my coat, brother. Wow. Glad I gave up that religion. Glad I gave up that cross, man. Now, man, that bean pie is good, man. It's cool up in here. Everybody's burning around, man. They flaming. Look at that guy running down the street, man. Look at it. Fire burning his ass up. Oh, man, wow. Look at that sister over there. She's all skin and bones, man. She's a skeleton. And she's eating her own child. Wow, that's something, man. Woo. Ain't you glad, baby, that ain't us? Man, we glad we listened to Farrakhan. See? And they were weak, and they would strike themselves upon the king of the earth with her, having committed fornication, have lived unreigned in luxury like Farrakhan living. Well, really? You better check it out. Wherever they may be looking at smoke, the fire in her. So, okay, brothers and sisters. What it say? It said, get the hell out. That's what Elijah Muhammad said. But no, Farrakhan know better. See, he know better. He said, at that time, best little details, right? He said, at that time, unprecedented trouble. Says what? That's when Michael will come and deliver you out of here. So, why is he going to deliver you out of here if you don't need to go anywhere? You just come out of religion and stuff. Why is he got to take you out? So get out. Why is he got to take you out? If you're going to rule the land, remember Pharaoh said, well, you're going to be the ruler of the land that you was in prison in. See, so why are you going to take it out? The plan's going to burn up. What are you going to rule? Ashes? That's what you're going to rule? Oh, we're going to be rulers in the land who was prison in. You better read the story of Joseph again, because that's whole different details again. Remember, Joseph, right? He didn't see. The children of Israel went to slavery after Joseph. After Joseph. He trying to make it, he always refers stuff like he says, oh, the bread falling away will come afterwards. He said, no, falling away come first. The enslavement of us was after Joseph, not before Joseph. Joseph didn't come ruling the land after slavery. He was a ruler, and then slavery came, the servitude. But read again. See? Now read this. The conqueror will inherit these and shall be to him the God, he shall be to me son. And to the but cowards and unbelieving and to have been made disgusting and to murderers and to the fornicators and drugs and idols, all lies and part of them in lake, burning of fire, sulfur is the death, the second death. See, all lies. Like Farrakhan, he's going to be part of that. Right? Fearful people, those who still fear, because that's what it is. That's why you're in the church, because of fear. It says, you didn't do it slavery your whole lives for fear of death, right? Because the devil had power of death over you. So they tell you the devil, they say devil. That was Master. Master had the power of death over you. The script that's made it clear enough. They're the devil. And they had power of death, and you was afraid to die. It says you suffered because of fear of death. Why? Because they told you that was deception. They told you hell was after you died, and you're going to meet the devil after you die. When the devil was telling you that lie, and you was in hell where was telling you a lie at. was enslaved in hell. We're in hell now. Was in hell here in the fields. That was hell. But the point is to only keep you under control and to keep you from cutting their throat. They'll tell you, no, if you don't obey me, you're going to a hell, which is probably worse than the situation you was in forever and ever and ever, all that kind of stuff, when it was a lie. Because you knew that you was in hell then and they was the devils, you'd cut the throat. Major lie. Because it says, they endured it only because of fear of death, because you're afraid to die, you're afraid to go to hell. When you was in hell, you're afraid to meet the devils. When the devils were telling you that lie, they was the ones sticking you forward, raping you, beating you, hanging you, and everything else. That was the big lie. See? So if you're still that fearful, if you're still locked in that fearful, got the, on a crucified, your mind crucified, got a cross right here. What you get, when you go to Easter Sunday, you still cross, your mind still cross. You're still in that fear, then you're going to the lake of fire. Because you're going to listen to this message, you're going to stay right here. When fire comes, then you're going to be burned in it too. I'm trying to tell you, brothers and sisters, it's a big lie. Nothing's changed, brothers and sisters. They've been crucifying us for the last 500 years. They crucified us for the last 500 years. Crucified us for the last 500 years. Nothing's changed. Those are the crucifiers. Now, think about this, brothers and sisters. See, this is all mathematics. All mathematics. So darkest part of the night just before dawn. See, this is mathematics. So they tell you the mathematics of it. In order to become a diamond, you got to go to hell. Coals got to go through hell, intense pressure. Because that's where things happen, brothers and sisters. It's pressure. Things like that's what cause things to transform into something else. Pressure is what cause things to transform into something else. Pressure causes the molecules and everything to reorganize itself to handle the pressure. So now, once they reorganize to handle the pressure, now the pressure doesn't bother them anymore. So that's why pressure doesn't bother diamonds. Diamonds are harsh, no substance known to man. Pressure doesn't bother it. But the coal it did, but now it's immune to pressure. It's still coal. You still burn it in the fire, just like coal. But pressure doesn't bother anymore because it's transformed. But you put a lot of pressure on it, can't transform, then it's crushed to dust. Now we saw there's two things happening. It's one, people going to be transformed into diamonds. That's in the book of Daniel. That's that stone. If you transform into diamonds, going to cover the whole world and live forever, and nature live forever. Another, but the stone, the pressure of the stone itself is going to cause all the other nature to turn to dust. Because the pressure will be so great, only one's going to be able to withstand that pressure is us. But it's going to transform us into diamonds. The rest of them can't be transformed, right? Because they don't have the ability to restructure themselves. And the pressure is too great. It's going to crush them to dust. All the nations will be crushed to dust. We're the only ones, right, that's going to take and be transformed into diamonds. That's what's happening right now. That's why I told us, submit to this pressure. Submit to Adam. Submit to that pressure. It's going to transform you. Others will say, nah, we ain't going to do that. Iblis said, I ain't going to do that. They're talking about Sunnis over there in the Arabs. Well, I ain't going to do that. Well, okay. So what happens? So you're going to be a curse. You're not going to be transformed. So you're not going to be transformed. That's what it's talking about. You're not going to be transformed. See, they submitted. Oh, look at them, man. They can't fight me. They're slaves and nothing else. But being transformed into a new creation. Trying the furnace of affliction. That's what we're talking about in Genesis. That's not talking about Adam there. It says, well, let's make man our image and our likeness. They're talking about us. Read it carefully. The Adam they talking about there was made on the first day, back 6,000 years ago. This one was made on the 6th day. That's us. Because we went to the furnace of affliction. We've been transformed into diamonds. Some of us, those that submit, right? And those make the final cut, because some of us, right, have to go through the tribulation and take a little pressure. That's pretty much because all they call it gold and silver also. So we're the gold, and Levi says silver. But the point is that we had the ability to transform when everybody else is not able to. So you're going to be crushed. A stone will crush everybody else to dust. But be transformed. Be ye transformed. See, that's what's going on, brothers and sisters. But they're trying to keep you from finalizing your transformation. They're trying to get you to keep you from finalizing your transformation, because it takes energy, right, to make that transformation. And if you don't have enough energy, then you crush the dust also. When you had ability, but you don't use it. So again, you just use your energy. NFL, Oprah, Denzel, what they call those, all those games and all that kind of stuff, right? See, so you go ahead. Empire, watch these movies. When you should be using energy to improve yourself, to better yourself, to strengthen yourself. Come out, hurt my people. Now what's this? See? This is what it's talking about right here, right? Therefore, since the children share in flesh and blood, right? He himself likewise also partook of the same, so that through death he might destroy the one who has power of death, that is the devils. Somebody had power of death of us. So somebody had to be one of us to show the way. To show the way, right? And to free those who through fear of death, right, were subject to slavery all their lives. Because if you wasn't, if they we originally came up here, we wasn't fearful of death. That's why they had chained down tight, and they watch us. Because every time someone got loose, right, they would cut their throat, or they would jump over and get eaten by sharks. They didn't care. They weren't afraid to die. They knew we didn't have that fear. When they went over the world, they had that fear. When they fought the Japanese, man, they had a kamikaze. They didn't have no fear either. They had dropped bombs on them. They still didn't want to give up. The emperor had to tell them, no, you got to. And the general said, "Are you crazy? We ain't giving up. We're going to fight to the death." He said, "No, we don't want the end of our people. We want to, we'll get them back, just because they'll bomb us into oblivion." And the general said, so the emperor says, "No, we get them. I told you they're going to be allied with Russia and China." I told you that years ago. In fact, weeks ago. And now all of a sudden, right? Right? They make peace agreements with China now. See? I told you Europe is going to go. What happened now? They got the president of France over in China dissing America. I told you they're going to turn against America. I've been telling you that for weeks and years. And I got presentation out there in the last few months really emphasizing that. So go look. And all of a sudden you see it happen before your eyes. We're going to talk about the little pesky details. See? To subject to fear, slave all lives, for clearly he does not give help to the angels. See, he ain't worrying about Levites. That's what he's talking about right there. But he gives help to the seed of Abraham. Seed of Abraham. Farrakhan is not seed of Abraham, his father was the devil. How in the hell could he be seed of Abraham? He missed his father's the devil who raped his mother. See? He gets help to see. He come, but remember, that's why he's a messenger of the covenant. Because who's the messenger of the covenant come to? The seed of Abraham. Farrakhan, I'm for the whole world. He says he ain't for everybody. He's for clearly does not give help to the angels. He ain't for everybody. He's for the seed of Abraham. I'm for everybody. Okay. Therefore, in all things, he had to be made like his brother, so he might become a merciful and a faithful high priest in things pertaining to God, to make propitiation for the sins of the people. For since he himself was tempted, and that which he was suffered, he is able to come to the aid of those who are tempted. Oh, it says he went through the same thing you went through. And he showed that you can overcome it. He had to go through the energy deprivation and all the things that you go through, so he's a sample, so you can overcome it. Overcome the gravitational vortex, right? Overcome the vibrations and amplitude of this world. The frequency, mind frequency. So because if he's some spirit or whatever, how can you say that you can do it? Or yeah, man, he's a spirit, he can do it. But he's just like you, so he shows you he can do it. He come the same, just like you. Suffered just like you, went through the same thing you did. Totally flesh and blood like you, not a halo over here, not some divine person. He's flesh and blood, the same flesh and blood as you. But he shows that he can do it, so that means you can do it. That's what it's telling you right there. He's your example, And he's the champion for the sisters. Definitely champion for the sisters, brothers and sisters. Brothers, we definitely champion. We better. If you ain't, then you get lost. We got it, man. If you don't, man, people look out for their sisters, but they don't need them. If you don't look out for your women, you don't deserve them. We gotta look out for these sisters. They caught the worst of it. Let's look at this, right? I'm just getting some little pesky details, brothers and sisters. Who can make war with the 10-horned beast? The Lamb, Suleiman, messenger of the covenant, will make war with the beast. Let's see if that holds up, right? Then I saw a beast, this is chapter 13, right? I saw a beast with 10 horns. Now, it tells you the nature of the beast. It defines it, right? I saw a beast with 10 horns and 7 heads rising out of the sea. You don't need no angel key all this. You don't need it for this, right? There were 10 royal crowns on his horns and blasphemous names on his heads. But just focus on those 10 horns right there, right? They worship the dragon who had given authority to the beast, and they worship the beast, saying, who is like the beast? Who can wage war against it? So what beast someone says, who can wage war against this beast? That's a question. It's answered. They answer it here. I'm sure how they answer it. They said, now the beast, remember this beast, they describe the beast. One of the significant things about the beast is the 10 horns. See, they can even tell you more. Say, the 10 royal crowns on his horns, right? So 10 horns is one of the characteristics of the beast, something that identifies this beast, right? See? Okay. Then say, who is like this beast? Who can make war with this beast? Right? Remember, now the 10 horns you saw, this is chapter 17 now. The 10 horns you saw are 10 kings. Now I tell you, they define those 10 horns. That's the beast, right? 10 kings, along with the beast. As 10 kings, wait a minute. So 10 horns you saw are 10 kings who have not yet seen the kingdom, but will receive 1 hour of authority of the kingdom as along with the beast. Right? Okay? See? Okay. Follow this now. But these kings have one purpose. These 10 horns, these kings, they're 10 horns, right? 10 horns define the beast, right? These 10 kings have purpose. You their power, authority to the beast. See? All part of the same thing. See? See, this beast, right? The 10 horns, that's all aspects of it. It's not a person, right? Because aspect, like 10 horns, 7 heads, all aspects of this beast, but still pertains to the beast. Because when they say to beast, all those things refer to the beast, right? These kings have one purpose, yield their power, authority to the beast. They will make war against the Lamb, right? That's who's making war with the beast, the Lamb, right? Will triumph over them because he is Lord of lords, King of kings, and he will overcome them, and will be accompanied by his, and he will be accompanied by his call, choosing and faithful over his army. His 144,000 man army, right? And with some others. I'm just going to talk. I'm not going to give it all up here. You see what I'm saying? He's making war with the beast. And who's the lamb? The lamb, the one who had lamb's wool hair, right? The one who broke the 7 seals, the messenger of the covenant. Is that you, Farrakhan? You making war with in a wheelchair? Says the lamb is the one making war with the beast. Farrakhan, he making war with the beast in a wheelchair with a straight air. Devil daddy, demon, liar, thief, and a coward. Sure, as a coward, I was there when Elijah Muhammad departed. I was there. I knew Farrakhan. He was a coward. He turned against Master. He turned against Master Muhammad and Elijah. He said he did not denounce. He said he didn't believe Master Muhammad was the God, and he denounced Elijah Muhammad. Denounced him, just like Wallace. He was right there. He was one of Wallace's ministers. Anybody look at Wallace? No, he denounced his father totally. And Farrakhan was his chief minister. But Farrakhan, he was anointed. He was one of the points. So why did he take charge? If he was anointed like he claimed he was or is, and Master Muhammad speaks to him, he was the one chosen, then why did he take charge? How did Wallace get charged? Wallace was officially out. He was out on time. Elijah Muhammad put him out because he was teaching the same crap he was talking before Allah put his ass in the grave. He put him out for talking that Sunni stuff. So how the hell did he get in charge? He was officially out. Because Farrakhan was too coward to stand up. And anybody was coward, couldn't stand up against Wallace, was total creep. I mean, man, he could be fight as well a paper bag, and Farrakhan was scared of him. He's a coward and a punk. And finally, I think here, right? An angel whom I saw having stood upon the sea, upon earth, lifted his hand up right to heaven and swore unto the living, it's the agent of ages, who created heaven and earth and in it, and the earth and in it, and the sea and in it, and that time not yet will be. But in days the voice of the seventh angel, whenever he may be about to be trumpeting, it was finished the mystery of the God, as he declared the good news to him, slaves of the prophets. So what's happening here? We're talking about time. See, the angel gives you time all the way up to the angel tells you exactly when the war is going to break out in the Middle East. I can't tell you. I'm not going to tell you. I told people that I've been teaching the angel, right? If they figure it out, don't say it. But it tells you. Well, it's telling you time stops, right? Time stops. At the time, just when the seventh angel sounds, right? That's when the four winds blow. Remember, if you got to understand the angel key, right? You got 7 trumpets there, right? But the first one to blow is the 5th one. And then the 6th one, right? And then the 4 winds, because the 6th one was holding back the other 4 winds. That's 4. So 7th one is the last one actually to blow, right? So that's the one, time no more. They won't tell you any time at that point, because that's the time of the resurrection. They won't tell you that time. They won't tell you exactly. That's what I was telling you earlier. No one knows when that time will come, except Master Muhammad is the one to do delivering. So that time stops right there. Angel tells you up to that time right there, the 4th, when he blows, that's when the 4th angel, because the 4th angel, remember the 4 winds blow? That's when the resurrection takes place. So there's time no more. We ain't gonna tell you about no time at that time, no more. It is. We ain't gonna tell you when that is going to be. That's what it's talking about right there, brothers and sisters. I'm leaving that alone right there. Okay, here we get. Now we're gonna get to some mathematics. Now, those of you who know a little bit of algebra, or if you can add, subtract, maybe you understand this. Well, you don't really need no algebra, but well, I guess maybe you need a little bit. Summary versus. Now, see, the thing is, what is if somebody gives you a summary version of something, right? And somebody gives you a detail, is there any difference there? Any difference? Like, watch the weather, that's a summary, right? But what's the details? What's the detail? So yeah, watch weather, but what you get out of it? Watch the weather, what's the point? Well, I'm getting started, but okay, that's general, but what's the details? So is there a difference there mathematically? Because I said mathematics, Islam is mathematics. Mathematics define everything, because mathematics is everything. So look at this carefully, because you might be surprised what this is telling you right here. See? So if you look this, do the mathematics, right? X squared minus 4, right? Over x minus 2, it was the same thing as x minus 2 times x plus 2 over x minus 2. It's the same thing, equal. Go check it out, do the math. Multiply x minus 2 times x plus 2, it comes out to x squared minus 4. So they're totally equal. Those are totally equal right there. I'm going to look at a certain point where x equals 2. Because that's important. I'm not going to go into all the details why it's important. But at that point, at one point in time, right, where x equals 2, because we're talking about a certain period of time. So a certain period of time, something happens here. A certain period of time, right? So we're going to say a period of time is 4. I mean, it could be 10. If x minus 10 over x squared minus 10 over x minus 2 would be x minus 10 times x plus 10 over x minus 2. Whatever you put there, I'm just putting 2. But if you said the value is the same thing, right? See, as whatever that is there, right? So if it's a 10 in there instead of a 4, right? Then you have to set it at 10. Well, anyway, bottom line, I'm going to say it 2. I don't want to confuse you. I said it 2. X equals 2. At that point, would equal 2. So what happens at that point when x equals 2? What happens to that equation? I mean, it's still, they're both equal, right? So it shouldn't matter. It still should be equal. Both should still be equal, right? If you look at the map, both equal. X squared minus 4, right, equals x minus 2 times x plus 2. That's equal. Go check it out. Do the math. This is, if you know anything about multiplication, a little bit of algebra, you could multiply that. You shouldn't even need algebra for that. And see that they both, that's equal. That's actually equal, perfectly equal, right? Okay, but what happens at the point when it equals 2? Let's look at that. Now see here? But you put 2 in there, then what happens? You put 2 in there, so you got 2 times 2. 2 squares, 2 times 2 is 4. 4 minus 4 is equal 0. 2 minus 2 equals 0. But that becomes 0. But the other side, what would that become? That becomes 4. So how is it equal 0 equal 4? But you say both is equal. There's no trick. Do the math. How come 1 is 0 and 1 is 4, but yet they're both equal? So they said, no, they're not equal. At that point, they're not equal. How can they not be equal when it says equal, but at that point, they're not equal? When I put 2 in there, they're not equal. Because 1 is 0 and 1 equals 4. We're going to see that look more detail in a minute. Go into more detail. See here? Okay, we start at the top. That's top, right? Go to the next side, we put 2 in there. But you see, if you know math multiplication, or you shouldn't need no algebra, but it may help, but you don't really need, if you know multiplication, you can cancel, right? Because x minus 2 over x minus 2 is just 1, so you can just throw it away. So that means what you have left is x plus 2, or 2 plus 2 is 4. But on the other side, right, you're going to have 0. You see? Because you're going to transform that to 4 minus 4, 2 minus 2, 0, and others before. So how in the hell did that happen? How is one side turned to 0, but they're both equal? One says 4. This is not a trick. Do the math. Do the math. That's not a trick. Say, well, how is that? That's mathematics, but you said equal, but yet still, at that point, 1 is 0 and 1 is 4. How the hell is that? You know why? Because that's the mathematics of deception. There's no deception there. But deception is mathematics. Deception is mathematical in itself. Because what's telling you is somebody giving you a general statement is worthless. Details matter. Details matter. That's the mathematics of it. Do it yourself. I'll give $1,000. You prove that that's wrong. I ain't $10,000. That's absolutely right. It's no trick. If you know anything about mathematics, you know right away that's exactly right. At the point of 2, right? 1 becomes 0 and another becomes 4. Yet they're both totally equal. So how does hell that happen? Because details matter. So for our Armageddon, which is details? Because it's bullshit. 0 means nothing. It does nothing for you. But details tell you, oh, Armageddon, it's a European war. Right? And it's the war that happens after the war in the Middle East. Right? And then after that becomes Armageddon over here. Right? And then after that becomes the Goat War. Right? And after that becomes, right, the war of Joshua's war, taking back his land back. And that's going to the war of the latter days. Right? And that's about the war Lamb and the Beast. A bunch of wars. He said, Armageddon's war ends all wars. So you're talking general stuff. That means nothing. Because you have nothing. It tells you nothing. You don't know what to do. You can't do anything what he says, but you think you got something, you got nothing. Because when you put the value in there, you find you got shit, nothing. But when you put the details in there, you got a lot. Get the hell out. Get out. Get out, my people. See? Farrah ain't tell you nothing. 0. 0. Mathematics of deception, brothers and sisters. Hope you got that one. It's not a trick. Do the math. I'm showing you all the details there. If you don't know the math, get somebody, go take your algebra teacher and tell them, show you. See, he tells you exactly right. But you can't explain it. I'm telling you, that's the math of deception. Give you general. A prophet tells you specifically. If you tell you general, read it, oh, that's not a prophecy. Oh, our God has already started. Well, you're supposed to tell us before, right? They're supposed to give us details of what it means. But he giving you nothing. Why love the devil is to give you nothing? But you think you got something. Because this tells you got something. When you lose the math, you got nothing. 0. I tell you, we tell real math, that's numerology bullshit. That's real math there. Do it. Do it, brothers and sisters. That's real math there. That's the real deal. That's real math. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. That's real math. Because he gave you nothing. Go to your secret chambers, get your armor on, all his generalities. And you think you got something, right? I got x squared minus 4 or x squared minus 2, but at that point, point 2, when the shit hit the fan, right? At point 2, you got nothing. That's where that point, you put the value in of the time that it's talking about. And you got nothing. You put the value in for the time you're talking about. So now we're in time of pressure trouble, we put that value in, that specific value in, and you got nothing. Because when the shit hit the fan, you can find you have nothing. At that point in time, right now, see, that's what I'm saying. You got to put the value in that's corresponding to the situation. That means at the time of the situation, you will have nothing. It sounds like you got something now, because shit hit the fan yet. But when shit hit the fan, you put the value of that time in, that's time it's talking about, and you're going to find you have nothing. Zero. And the ones that, the believers, they're going to have something. They have 4 and you have 0. They have a 10 and you have 0. They have 1,000, you have a 0. You have nothing. And they'll have whatever. At the time, when the shit hit the fan, you will find you have nothing. You'll be weeping and moaning and crying, gnashing of teeth, and they'll have something. At that time. That's why you put the value in. That's why I say you got to put the value in for the time that situation, the generality is supposed to be happening. Watch the weather, okay, time that hell weather breaks loose. That time you put that value in and you found you got nothing. And those that got the details, they find they got something. They got a lot. They got the information they need to get them hell out of here. And you died for lack of knowledge because you have nothing, but you thought you had something. That's mathematics. That's true mathematics. Now, anybody should understand that. If you know anything about math, multiplication, anything else, you should be able to run with that one. But, you know, Newer and West, you demons, y'all got your tongue so far as Farrakhan's behind right there. You know, I mean, if you think that crap was behind is honey, then you don't know a male from a female, you don't know that. So you buy all this shit too, ain't you? So we're going to briefly touch on this, brothers and sisters, and I'm going to close out, right? See? Travis Shabazz. All that weight is being pushed on. See all that weight? But they're the weakest. And the others getting stronger and stronger and stronger, much stronger than them. Because at that time, all of us weaker than them. But now they're starting to build strength. So you see them getting higher, right? So they're putting pressure on it. So America is feeling all this pressure now. So what's happening as a result of that? See, that pressure is causing them to transform. See? Going to transform. But will they be able to transform a constructive transformation or a destructive transformation? A constructive transformation is like a coal transforming to a diamond. Destructive transformation is turning into dust. It's still a transformation. See, so they're under great pressure. So it's crushing most. Some still holding on, but the weakest one's already crushed. That's why it says when this time happened, that then they'll call out to the God. So now, just remember Pharaoh? He was hard-hearted, but when the instruction came, he said, oh yeah, I believe him. See, because he transformed, he got it. Right? It was enough to, right, for him to survive everybody else, but he was destroyed. I mean, he not destroyed, but he was. Well, I'm gonna put it this way. In terms of this, it says that when the goat comes, it took out the ram, right? And it says the eater of flesh. In other words, it says they will be. See, it said be taken out and taken in the bonds to all the nations. They try to think that's us. See? No, that's them. See, so the ones survived, in other words, that pressure put down. So now they started, oh, now I see. That pressure now I see. Then they say, I call out to the God now. See, the other ones is totally hard-hearted, they're gone. The demons are going at this point too. So I'm trying to tell you, see? And then Everybody's gone. Only ones left. They can withstand the pressure, but they can't do anything. The pressure, all they can do is they have no energy for anything else. All the energy, see, now they want to be righteous now. All the energy, all the energy they take, it just survives. They don't have energy for anything else. No energy for ruling, no energy for anything else. So then they take captivity, and they have no power to rule anything, or they just have enough energy to survive. That's how they're taking all the captive of nature. Otherwise, they would have been crushed. So they take captivity of all the nations for eternal servitude, eternal death, eternal destruction. That's hell. It says Adam would be, right, they'd be in hell for 6,000 years. 6,000 years. Now, I'll talk about that another period of time. There's no hell that will ever last forever. Their hell will last 6,000 years, then there won't be no more. See? So these will be able to survive that and survive 6,000 years, and then the pressure will be too great. And they can't survive it. Remember, the pressure is great here at the point they takes all the energy to stay alive. All the energy they have to stay alive. So they have no energy for anything else. So they serve servitude. They can't control anything. We control them. So they have no control of anything. But they have enough energy to survive. You understand? See? And they'll worship us and everything else. Those ones that we use for that purpose, the rest of them just be pushed up in hell, which is up northern Europe. That's a whole nother story altogether. And abandoned, like the Quran says. But they'd be super healthy, remember, because they have a lot of, they'd be strong, so they'd be super healthy. So they're so healthy, their skins burn off, they get new skins. Okay? But they don't have any power to rule anything. Just enough power to stay, and that power be used for that purpose. Okay? So they'd be like rabbits. Said the worm will never die. It means their sexual desire will never be, they can't satisfy it. You think that's a good thing? No, that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. And there's no one to satisfy it with. I don't know if you've ever seen a monkey at the zoo doing things to itself. Be no family ties or anything, no friendship. Everybody be afraid of everybody else. Because the only food that'll be available is others. Manure and feces and urine. That's what it says. There'd be no trees or anything to cover intense heat all the time. You know? We understand, brothers and sisters. Okay, let me talk a little bit about this, and then we'll close out, brothers and sisters. Now, I'm talking about this. I'm trying to get you to understand about pressure more deeply. I told you pressure in a basic way, but pressure, frequency, amplitude, and frequency, amplitude is pressure. See, and wavelength. That's pressure. That's forms of pressure. It's still pressure, right? Because when you throw a rock into a pond, right? Waves, those are pressure waves. They're pushing the water. That's pressure. But it takes the form of frequencies and wavelengths. Still pressure, but it takes that form. In our human condition, right? Pressure takes that form of waves and frequencies and amplitude. Because thought is frequency, amplitude, and wavelengths. So it's light, everything around us, it vibrates. When you're talking, that's your vocal cords are vibrating, and you putting sound. You're just throwing air out there. You're vibrating. That's your words. Those are vibrations that your ear picks up because it's vibrating. Because your eardrums vibrate, and it's transforming that to a signal, and your brain vibrates. Thought is vibration. Everything is vibration. But the point is, who vibrates on the highest level? Because it takes energy to vibrate. So because energy deprivation, we was vibrating on a very low level. So low that we couldn't control anything anymore. So the devils, they had enough energy because they didn't need that much. So they had more energy to vibrate on a high level, so they control. But they had to be disciplined. So they had to have somebody tell them discipline. They used that way. Otherwise, they would have, every time because they lost discipline, they lost control. End up in the dark ages for 1,000 years, right? End up in a cage for 1,000 years. See what I'm saying? So because they had need discipline to keep it. But what it is now energy is universe is contracting, and we start energize. Now we start moving up, and now our pressures, our vibrations become greater than theirs. That's why we use it that way. Don't be like them, and don't use our discipline. They're trying to get you not to use discipline. They're trying to keep you undisciplined. Drugs and all this kind of stuff. NFL, all that stuff, trying to get you to be undisciplined so you don't discipline your energy, and therefore by doing that, then you sit on a lower frequency than them. And if you're a lower frequency, they may have control of you, because that means the lower pressure submits to higher pressure. And they got you operating on lower frequency, lower wavelength, lower amplitudes. That means they can keep controlling you. They couldn't control Elijah Muhammad. They couldn't control FY either, or the MDT. So therefore, they had to send Farrakhan here to lower you back with Dianex and all this BS he gave you, lower you back so they can control you again. And why Suleiman's here to give you the vibe. That's why the angel is designed for that purpose, to vibrate on a certain level. But you have to have someone that themselves can vibrate on that level. Others crush them too. Vibrate on that level, start putting that vibration out there that will energize you and get your discipline back so you can operate on higher frequency. And once you start operating on higher frequency, higher wavelength, right, high amplitude, then they can't control you anymore. That's why it says that man in Mark, he was uncontrollable. Elijah Muhammad made him uncontrollable. But the demons got a hold to him and had him using that power against themselves. Legion, Louis Eugene Grounds, they know how backwards. That's Farrakhan. You can't make that up. The little details. And that's what it says. Somebody had to come and clean it up. These messengers come, they come clean up the temple up. Why he had to clean up the temple up? You say Elijah, he had to clean up Elijah's mess, or someone came after Elijah? They come and clean it up. You understand? Get your discipline back so now you can operate on higher frequency because you have energy to do it. Once you do that, they can't touch you. Because you have to overcome the gravitational vortex to get out of here. You have to operate on higher frequency. That's 144,000. Remember, they was the one reading the angel. They was the one that got the angel. They was the one that got revelations. They was the only one that could hear it. And so they was operating higher frequency. That means that higher pressure overcomes lower pressure. So that means you was able to have enough pressure to get out of here. They couldn't harm you anymore. So that's why I'm using the Lamb's Book of Life, got here. But those who weren't, they were still here. Because their pressure wasn't high. It said, then those who slept in the dust, some everlasting life, some everlasting shame and apartment. So they had to go tribulation to get that frequency up. So you get the hell out of here. So that's what's happening here. I've talked about this before, but I had made an error, so I'm correcting it today. What I'm saying here, and briefly, see, you're saying you got, this wall can handle 1,000 pounds of force per minute. That means it's reaction rate. Everything reacts like water. You put water, you throw a stone there, it reacts. It reacts very fast. So waves, so in other words, if you jump in it, you sink in because it reacts fast enough, right? But if it can't react fast enough and you jump for a 5-story building, then it can't react enough, so it can't absorb that force fast enough. So when you hit a solid rock, bam! The word like a solid, because you put too much force and the action rate can't absorb it that fast. That's happening here. So in other words, if you hit it with any force, right, that's less than 1,000 force per minute, then you might shake it, heat it up, whatever, but you won't knock it down. Okay? So what you're seeing is being hit with 1,000 pounds of force per minute. But it can handle 10,000, it can handle 1,000 force per minute. But you don't hit one per minute, so that means it can absorb it. Hit it might rally, shake it, but it absorb it, right? What happens here? So what happens here is now you hit it one, but you hit it every 5 seconds you're hitting it. And in 55 seconds, that means it's hit it 10 times. So at 55 seconds, it's hit 1,000 pounds. So it can still absorb it. In 55 seconds, if you keep every 5 seconds, right, you keep hitting it. Every 5 seconds, you keep hitting it with 100 pounds, right? At 55 seconds, you reach this reaction limit, 1,000 pounds per minute. So, but if you do it for 60 seconds, that means you went to, right? No, right. In 50, if you do that in 50 seconds, that's 100. 50, 10 times 5 is 50. So in 50 seconds, you've reached its reactionary rate, which is 1,000 pounds. You've hit 1,000. You hit 1,000. You hit 100 pounds every 5 seconds. So in 50 seconds, right, you've applied 1,000 pounds of force on it. But if you do it for 55 seconds, you put 1,100 pounds, which is more than that can adjust, because it takes a whole minute to adjust to one. But you did it in 55 seconds, so it's going to, that's what happened. It's going to crumble. It's going to fall. You overcame its reactionary rate, so it crumbles. That's a straw that broke the camel's back, because it couldn't react fast enough. You overcame its reaction rate. See? Because you would put 1,100 pounds in 55 seconds. It can handle 1,000 every 60 seconds, but right? But you overcame that. You put an extra 100 pounds was enough to do it. That's a story by the Wall of Jericho. Read that story. So this is the one out here. So say you're hitting it every 6 seconds, right? Every 1 6 800 pounds. Well, at 60 seconds, you've hit 1,000. But it may turn all red. It won't knock it down because it can handle 1,000 per minute. And if you hit every 6 seconds, right? What happened here? What? Oh. Okay, brother. Okay, I know what happened. Forget that. I'm not trying to explain it. Go into 6 seconds, brothers and sisters. That 5 seconds that keeps showing up, right? That shouldn't be there. But anyway, every 6 seconds, right? Every 6 seconds, after 60 seconds, that's 10 times. That's 1,000. It can handle that. It turned all red, but it won't knock it down because it can absorb that much. You understand? So what does it all mean? This means that the Wall of Jericho represents America. And children of Israel, that's the angel. And you keep on saying, because they have a reaction. Because they're all powerful. Remember, that wall is impenetrable. Nobody can take it down. But it says keep on for 7 days. Just keep on going around and around and around, saying the same old thing. Eventually, right, because their reaction rate is such that those vibrations cause America to change. Right? But it's building up, building up, building up, before they have a chance to absorb it all. See, they was able to absorb all what Elijah Muhammad did. They absorbed it. So they had no power with him anymore. They was able to absorb it. See? So in Farrakhan, they was able to absorb it. But they can't absorb this because it's shaking America. It's rallying America. See, Elijah Muhammad rallied America too, but it wasn't enough to break it. But the angel is enough. It's rallying, and the amplitude is building, frequency is building, right? It's building, 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 right? And it's shaking. And at some point, it comes loose. Because it keeps shaking something loose enough, it'll come loose, it breaks. That's how glass breaks. When you put a certain tone, keep on, what happens, the vibration is greater than the glass can handle. So it starts vibrating. It starts shaking. It's because, in other words, the glass can handle so much vibration. Everything vibrates. But you put more vibrations on it, more than it can handle. So when it gets more, those molecules can't hold, and they come apart. The glass shatters. That's happening in America right now. It's shaking because it can't react fast enough, because it's much more powerful than what Elijah Muhammad had. He shook America. He shook it, but he didn't have enough to break it. And so they absorbed everything. That's why they had no impact on America now, nothing. Not even concerned. Farrakhan try to make stuff relevant. Oh, they ain't scared of him. They don't even pay attention to him. Watch the weather. All this bullshit don't mean anything. He's in a wheelchair. See? Nation of Islam is a laughing stock. His Nation of Islam, Nation of India is a laughing stock. Nobody cares about them. Nobody fears them because they absorb that energy. Because they was able to store it, absorb it. But they can't absorb this one because it's rallied. And every day, if you watch the news every day, everything I'm saying is coming more and more real every day. And now America's, if everybody, Oh, war, everybody's afraid. They're on the verge of nuclear war. China, same hotspots I've been telling you about. China, North Korea, America, not China, North Korea, Europe, and the Middle East, Iran, Russia. I've been saying this in detail for years. On YouTube, go out there and not watch the weather, name Russia. Right? I talk about the vision. When I bring the vision. I specifically name Russia, specifically name Europe, specifically name Korea, North Korea, and China. Specifically name the Shia and Masfar Muhammad as Michael. He is Michael. Specifically, and which one would take place first will trigger the next one. Armageddon would take Armageddon East, Armageddon West, because it's going to be Armageddon over there, Armageddon here. I talk about the demon wars. So let me go through some of these wars quickly. I might miss a couple, right? One, everything else we're still in time of wars and rumors of wars. The first major war in heaven, that's war breaks out. That triggers everything else. That trigger Armageddon also going to trigger the famine. The famine is going to trigger Armageddon here between the demons and the devils. That's the demon war talking about Revelation. That's a war. The demon war. They call it the war of the locusts. That's between a master and his children. That's demon. That's the 5-month war. Here, that's Armageddon West. Armageddon East is over in Europe. See? So, what the Middle East is going to trigger that, right? Then that's going to trigger the goat war. When Daniel, the goat comes after the ram, America, right? Feet does not touch the land, means come over the Pacific Ocean. And the ram that came from the east, but they met in the middle on America. And that's Gog and Magog. Britain came here, established America. That's what we're talking about. And Britain's already gone, and only the military and all the military so-called British colonies, they're going to be here to make a last stand. But that goat, and that's where and the goat takes out. That's the goat war. That's goat war. Then you got the war, right? We go home, we have to take our land back. That's a war. That's another war. After Armageddon is gone, there's another war, take our land back. Right? They've taken us 50,000 years ago. Joshua takes his land back, should come back, take the land back. Okay? And then you got the war between the lamb and the beast. See, he overcome them. And the war of the latter days. That last war. It's a bunch of wars, brothers and sisters. Armageddon is just one of them. Are you ready? Hope I've informed you, brothers and sisters. Are you ready? It's the darkest part of the night just before dawn. See? Because you're about to see this precious building every 50 years, right? But you have the ability to overcome it. So I'm not going to go into explain this. We talked about it. I'm losing my voice here anyway. So I talked about this in the last couple of days. You can go in and review it, right? Talking about frequencies. Well, I did correct this. See, right now, this is where we are right now. Because the demons, they operate on the same frequency as their devil daddies. See? We got the same amount of energy, but we have different frequencies, different wavelengths, different vibrations. And so that's caused confusion, disharmony. Because disharmony amongst us and amongst them, because they mixed in with us. That's the chaff, somebody sowed chaff amongst the wheat. They mixed in with us, that's called, so they're going to be separated. When they're separated, then you're going to have two, right? Both be united, but on a different wavelength. Because you see right now, you see demons. What you see right now, you see all these so-called blacks, they're demons. They're in conflict with America. Haven't you been noticing? So-called Black Lives Matter, they're in conflict with America. They're making demands. They want more. You see the conflict building back there? Because they're going to go to war. That's the demon war. And demon devil war, they're going to go to war with each other. But it's going to be in the context of a famine. They'll be eating each other. There ain't going to be no surrender. It's been war. It's the worst kind of war you could imagine. Time unprecedented trouble. They be eating each other because that's the only food there's on the bee. It tells you that. It says they're going to eat you. You better read. You don't understand Revelations about the barley and the wheat. Huh? It tells you that's the food. And they're going to be eating each other. And the demons are going to be trying to take this country. But that's what you see right now. The spirit right now is them, and they want to take over America. They're making more and more demands. And we don't want the violence. We want to get the hell out of here. And that separation is about to take place. See? Once they're separated, now we got harmony amongst us. Harmony, that's like a laser. A laser, if you got harmony, that means all that be, instead of light spreading out, it's on a point. It can burn through steel, it can burn through anything. See? Because then we have unity, which we haven't had since we've been here. And this type of unity we haven't had in thousands of years. So now, and we can only achieve this unity on this level, only we can do it. Come like a laser beam. And that's tense pressure. Because lasers put tense pressure on a small spot. I can burn right through it. Put tense pressure, harmony, Hajj. What Hajj is all about. We all operate on the same wavelength versus same wavelength. Never become united, never become powerful. That's how when the four winds blow, we come out as a great army, powerful army, united. And the demons are separated. Oh, I forgot one more war. The demon saint war. It tells you in Exodus, once Elijah came, he said, those with me, remember, he came to the camp. God sent him back to the camp, right? He said, God, so go down there, man. Aaron took the people out of control. There's a mess down there. They're turned away from what you told them. That's what it says. What about those details, Farrakhan? Who's that talking about there? So when he came back, that's what he said. So he had to say, who he came back. He came back. Who was in charge of the camp? Aaron. So why did he have to say, if he was teaching, Elijah's teachers, why would Elijah would have to say, those with me? Why ever say that if everybody's with him? And then when he said that, some of them came with him and some of them didn't. So why was that? How come all of them didn't come with him? How come once Elijah showed up, how come they didn't get around Elijah? Answer that question. When Elijah showed up, how come they didn't join on to Elijah? If they was with Elijah, if they loved Elijah so much, and they was believing, why didn't they come and join Elijah when he said, go with me? Why did not? Because they wasn't Elijah all the time. They knew he wasn't. It was a damn lie. Most were demons anyway. So they stayed with Farrakhan. And then there was a war between the two, where all the Farrakhan and these people were slain. See, it don't mean that we gonna kill them because they're gonna go. That's gonna trigger their war, the demon devil war. That means they were cast out. That's what it says in Daniel when thrones was cast down. What thrones? Farrakhan, his demons. They were thrown. Then the Ancient of Days just said where he's going to take control of the true believers in NOI that was led astray, but then they recognized Elijah when Elijah returned, and they submitted. But they got to go to tribulation before that era for making that mistake. So that's when he sits. But other thrones are cast down. Farrakhan's demons cast out, and that's when they go. Because we defeated them. Now they go to war with Master. Go to war with them 5 months. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Okay. This is different levels. See, same amount of energy, right? But in 12 minutes, folks, so I thought we can, in a simple way, we can solve a problem in 12 minutes. It takes them 51 minutes, 54 minutes to solve. Once we back, right now they think fast we do because we're on lower level than them. But once we move up, once we get to back, it's going to take a while to get back to that level. That's how much faster we think, much more powerful. Because with the brain power, they can bring this is not exactly the numbers, I'm just showing you relatively. The power they can generate in 50, we can generate in 12. Right? Just like we punching like 8 times faster than they are. So every time I throw 1 punch, we can throw 8 punches. Think of it that way. So everybody's pretty much operating on that level right there, European level. That's why matter was ruling. Because we didn't have enough energy to move. No one had enough energy to move on their natural levels. Up top is our natural level. Down there on the bottom, that's their natural level. They can't go above that. If you go above that, crushes them. They can't think above that level. But that level was the highest level at that time because everybody was suffering energy deprivation. They couldn't. It takes energy to operate on that level, on our different levels. So we didn't have it. So that means we was operating on the European level or lower. So we was in captivity. But now we got more energy. Now if we use it properly, then we start operating on a higher level. That means now we put pressure on them. Understand? So as the world was under Adam's control, they was operating. The mentality, right, was operating on that level. But now Suleiman is raising to a higher level, and that's what's going to make Lazarus, right? So up there is a natural. But we could be wild if we get back there, brothers and sisters. Be wild before we get back to that. What's on top there? Wait a minute. I missed something here. It'd be a while before we get there. Okay. When we get home, we still won't be there. We'll be operating on a higher level, right? Closer to African level, but we won't be there. It'll be a while before we get there. Because it's going to take a few jubilees. See, every 50 years, we get an energy wave, the universe contracting. And that energy, we take them, the earth converts into a form we can use from waves into vibrations. And so we use it properly, right? Then we start vibrating a higher frequency. Because we're capable of operating higher frequencies, but we have that energy to do it. So it's going to take a while. So right now, the world's moving towards that frequency. That's why I see Oriental, China's rising. Because now it can operate at higher frequency, and I got enough energy to operate at higher frequency, which is putting pressure, downward pressure on the European nations. Because now they operate at a higher frequency. That means they can't overcome Europe, they can't overcome China. Because China's more greater pressure on them. That's why China's moving, getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And that's the GOAT war, so pretty soon they're going to clash. But we got to be operating on a higher frequency than that. In other words, they'll crush us along with them. That's why you got to get the hell out of here. Oops. Everything vibrates, brothers and sisters. Everything vibrates. Just depends on your energy level, how great your vibrations are, and your ability to vibrate. We have the highest ability to vibrate, right? We can vibrate. That's where we can go to the end of the universe and back, because we can vibrate at the highest levels that's possible, right? Universe can vibrate at high pressure, higher level than we are. So therefore, we can survive any pressure that the universe can bring to bear. The universe total contraction is vibrating at a very intense level. We're there. That's one of the reasons why we designed ourselves like we did, because we knew that when we got energy deprivation, we wouldn't be able to vibrate at that frequency to maintain control. So we brought that brown germ out that we know they could operate that frequency. That's the devils. And so they would rule for that brief period of time. We didn't want to turn Earth into just a jungle. So we said, okay, give it to Adam. Okay, brothers and sisters, I am going to leave it there. And I'm going to this. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Hope you understand. Okay? But every 50 years now, since 1860, we start getting energy. It's a positive energy wave. Earth, it's momentum in the heavens of Earth, but it's coming above us suddenly. It means the Earth gets these waves, it can transform it into vibration energy that we can use. I keep saying transform the type of energy we can use, right? And now we use it for that purpose. So 1860 was the first one. And music is vibrations and it's an expression of whose music dominates the planet? Ours. That tells you something right there. We're the ones that influence the weather. That's why the weather's all messed up, because we're angry. We're starting to get angry. Wait till we get fully angry. What you think was happening in America when black folks, when original people really get angry, when they finally come together? This place is going to turn into a tornado alley. Watch the weather. It's going to turn into tornado alley. Hurricane City. Weather's going to be starving to death, no food. The weather's totally out of control. And you ain't gonna never see anything like it. Because that anger, that's why in here we'll be perfect, because we'll be happy and peaceful. So we'll be happy and peaceful. You don't understand our connection. We create all this. It's a reflection of us. So it's us. That's Elijah Muhammad said that himself. I don't think it's a message of black man, but I know he said it. He said we control the weather. It says in lessons that it says who control sun, earth, earthquakes, and everything else. The Son of Man does it. We control it. But it's a reflection of our emotions. So we become angry, now the weather's angry. And it looks like it's targeting people. So first, 1860, I'm just going to go through it briefly, right? And we had the blues. Go ahead, the blues that, right? But then 50 years later, right? Oops. Yeah. Brothers and sisters. Hello, bug here. But 50 years later, right, we got more energy, another energy wave. Well, I'm not going into all the details here, brothers and sisters, but a war is always accompanies it. I'm not going to go into that. Then we had another, right? What was this? Jazz. Had more energy. And we had this Negro butt on the Tucker Carlson the other night. Talking about his father was a sharecropper. I told you. The demons sowed in amongst us. They sowed these amongst us. That's their seed. And half of the so-called blacks in America are their children. They're wolves, sheep clothing. That's their children in black skin. That's not us. Right? So it's 17 million. That's why let's say 17 million. It's talking about now. 17 million of us, 17 million, but they all mixed together. So when the energy came, because it got different wavelength, we started separating because the wavelengths wasn't matching. So the separation started back then. So some ran to sea, some sharecropper. You know, my father's sharecropper, right? Because you're a demon. Because you were the only one who stayed. You want to stay around master. Because you was living in master, was in the field. You was a house Negro and was in the field. So now you're so-called free. You want to stay with master. So you say sharecropper. And the rest got the hell out of there. Right? See? And then you get to 50 years later, you have the next division. Eurocentric and Afrocentric. Dubois and all those people, right? Washington, all these people, right? See, oh man, we should think more like Europeans. Be Eurocentric. And you have people like Marcus Garvey and Noble Drew Ali and Elijah and Matt Farmer showed up. So no, we need to think Afrocentric. Farrakhan trying to get you to think Eurocentric. Think about it. Farrakhan's trying to get you to think Eurocentric because he's a demon. Or we should stay here. America belongs to us. We need to bring them in. We need to think analytically. Analytically is double thinking. We are spatial people, creative. You understand? He's trying to get you to think Eurocentric because he wants to stay here. Integration, all that kind of stuff. Bring them in. You don't get it? He ain't talking about separation. Because he's one of them. That's the way he thinks. That's the way, that's the plane he vibrates on. So then jazz, now start jazzing. We have more energy. Jazz more energy than blues, doesn't it? See? So now Eurocentric and Afrocentric. Then 50 years later, what? Remember, wars come to these things. I'm not going into that kind of detail here, bro. Since that's when I already made my main point. But I just followed up with this here. This one here, bro. Sisters. And then, 50s, 60s, 1860s, 100 years, right? Motown, that was more energy. Disco, rap, all that, right? Much more energy. See, but then you had another division. Integration, separation. And we get closer to master. I want to get her away from master, see? Great separation. And when they got what they wanted, they ran to suburbs, left you in the ghetto. They don't have to care about you. They only come around, they want votes and carrying on. They're still in master's house. In Congress, in Senate, or White House, they're still in master's house. They want to be with master. They only come to you to get the votes and carrying on. They don't care about you. You understand? More energy now. I'm saying it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. See? More energy. More vibrations, because we got more energy now. There's Islam rising. Then what? 50 years, now we're 50 years later. We're that period of time. See? And new music is about to come up. I'm not a musician. I don't think it's going to come from me. If it did, I'd surprise me. Right? I call it paradise. Whoever comes, they call it what they want to call it. I call it paradise. It doesn't exist yet, but it's going to hear in a few more days. It's going to give more energy. This is going to be a victorious energy, empowering. It's going to energize the demons too, because they're going to war with the devil. They're going to take country now. They're going to take it. That's what they're talking now. Black Lives Matter. They're talking about taking country. They want it. They think they're going to take it, and that's part of the reason they have war with us, because they want us to help them. We don't want part of that. They will try to defeat the leaders of our side, so they can take the members, have them fight with them. Farrakhan's one of them. He's going to be with them. He's going to be there spiritually. He's not going to lead it. I think I know who's going to lead it, but it won't be him. He's going to be a spiritual leader. But there's going to be a demon that's going to lead. He's going to be Martin Luther King on steroids. And they're going to try to take this country. Remember, but it's during a famine. People eating each other. They fight to the death. They're going to be starving too. Only one's going to be starving is us. You heard about manna from heaven? Manna from heaven is going to make sure we have food, and we're going to have a great army to protect us, right? To keep them from, taking it, and then we're going to be taken out of here. Those left behind, they'll be fed too on their journey to get the hell out of here. Journey to the West Coast to get the hell out of here. That's no story together, brothers and sisters. But they will have, says, my people eat, but yours go hungry. That's those, remember, those that went through tribulation, they washed their robes in the blood of that lamb. It means the angel was teaching them, and then they apply it enough to get their vibrations up, right? Enough pressure to escape this gravitational vortex. I call it paradise. New music coming is victorious. It's going to have you so energized. You think you want to have you so energized, boy, you're going, ooh, it's going to, see? Man, you motivated. It says at that time, Suleiman, when you're ready, your people are going to volunteer. They're going to be so excited. They're going to be so energized. Read it. So they're going to be so energized. They're going to be ready. They're going to be ready for battle. See? When they start singing that victory song, that battle song, oh man, the sisters going to swoon. They ain't going to swoon that much, though. They're going to swoon. But they're going to be battle ready too. And some of them, the sister soldiers, we ain't putting them out there on the line, but some are going to want it on the line. We're not going to stop them, but we're going to protect them, because nobody better put a hand on them. When they're going to battle, they're going to battle. Okay, sisters, y'all want to go to battle? Get y'all generals, get y'all lieutenants together, y'all going to battle? We're going to stay right next to you. And the first one you fall, God damn nation will be on anybody that touch you. If any one of you fall in battle, woe to those that cause you to fall. Because we're going to be at your side. That you kick ass. And not one of you better fall. Anyone that cause you to fall, that's their ass. We're going to be right to your side. So if you want to go to battle, sisters, we're going to be right with you. Don't think these sisters can't battle. I'm from Newark, right? I grew up, I know these sisters can battle because they get mad, they throw down. I see the sister more give them a hard time. Sister pull a blouse off, right? Throw them dukes up, boy, and wow, beat you down. That's Newark. Now I don't know about any place else, but I see it, and I know it. Those sisters Newark, they throw down when they want to. Our sisters are warriors too. Man, we used to be one. We're still one now. We're just two separate beings. 180 degrees. They're still warriors. They just come from a different point of view. See, they outwit your ass. See, we're going boxing. They ain't gonna sit box with you. Someone will. See? But you got to go sleep, don't you? But if sisters want to go to, they want someone to battle. I've been told, Master Prophet Muhammad have female generals. I don't know what's going on in Sunni land now. If female generals, we'll have some. They want to go to battle. And if we were standing right there watching, And the first sister fall, we're going to roll. We're going to roll all over them, all over the enemy. So we're going to have our sisters being harmed anymore. And I ain't put no fear in my sisters at all. None, zero. Any sister that works with me knows I don't put any fear in them at any circumstances, no fear. We don't put fear in our women. We put fear in theirs. There's no more fear for you sisters, right? None. Hope you understand, bro. Says I'm gonna leave it there. Paradise. See, I said a war comes each one of them. So I didn't go into detail, but look at my previous ones. I explained a war comes each one of these situations, and this Armageddon East, Armageddon West. It's Armageddon Farrakhan. You got bad translation. You got that King James translation. That shit right there. You're stupid right there. But we don't care because you're doing a good job. Because you're like a weather vane. I mean, you're like a magnet. You're attracting those demons to you. And you're doing a good job. So we don't have to go looking for them. Right? Well, I can talk a lot about this AI, but if they was able to, cyborgs and stuff, I talk about that. But in Africa, I didn't go in. I've talked about earlier, other previous ones. But Africa's also being energized. They're going about splitting the two. You talking about Africa's not talking about unity. We weren't talking about that before. I told you, I've been telling you for years, Africa's going to split into two parts. Ain't going to be a whole bunch of nations anymore. It's going to be two Islamic Africa and non-Islamic Africa. Going to be two states. And I'm going to cut the chase, bro. So I know this is going to have somebody rolling. Obama's going to be the beast that's going to control non-Islamic Africa. Okay. Hope you having fun with that one. But when he rolls in, you demons, because he rolling in with that goat. And he ain't going to roll in to help you. Because that's going to be your final battle. When they come rolling in, that's going to be your final battle where you're going to be defeated. You're going to have a 5-month war with your devil daddies. They're going to defeat you after 5 months. When the demons when the goat come rolling in, they're going to be embarking on the West Coast. And that's when your final battles where you're going to be defeated at the same time, right? The saints, those that went through tribulation, that time they will have achieved enough vibration, energy, to be greater than the goat. And so the goat's going to open up and let them through. That's the Red Sea. Open up and let them through. They ain't going to mess with them. Because Master Muhammad's going to protect them anyway. But they're going to have enough. See, let me say this, and I'm going to go. Read chapter 17 again. Why does those kings attack America, the harlot? Why they do it? It says, because Master Muhammad put in their minds to do it. He said, put in their minds. How do you do that? How do you put in their minds to attack America? How do you do that? See, you got to understand the scenario. Because at that particular time, they have total control of the Middle East, total control of all of the Middle East. At that time, America would be needed, or they get war. They lost their strategic petroleum reserve. It's gone, and they can't get out of the ground fast enough. So they're going to be totally dependent upon all the Middle East. Just like you, that's why Europe time it collapses. That's why they end up going with Russia, because that's the only way to get oil. So they just betray America and go to Russia. You can't put the piece together for you, and America's going to be in desperate need. That's why we have a famine over here, because oil is going to be gone, and they're going to use all they have for military. And who else depends upon that oil? China and India, totally. So far, Master Muhammad says, okay, if you want to get some oil from us, you attack them, we get oil. Because your military don't mean anything without the oil. There you go. Put it together for you, brothers and sisters? Mm-hmm. I put it together for you close enough? Okay. Hope I put it together for you. Hope you understand it. See? That's that. See, it's mind right here. Their brain's being crushed, pressed too great. That rest. See, that's their minds in America going crazy. Man's not a man. All this stuff they talk, crazy stuff. Because that's why I talk that, because their mind is being crushed. They can't think clearly anymore. That's what's happening. It's just a spiritual thing or emotional thing. No, because their mind can't think clearly anymore. It's confused. They can't distinguish between man and woman, all that kind of stuff anymore. That's real. They ain't just making that up. That's real to them. At the same time, our minds cannot produce, because now we got rid of all these fake religions and we adopted mathematics. There's a true religion. And now I'm just showing this here, this technology, but this is not technology we're going to have. I'm showing our minds, their minds being crushed, our minds are producing technology, but not this. Just make all things new. It's technology you can't even imagine right now. Scripture tells you can't even imagine technology. Just like this technology right here, they couldn't imagine 150 years ago. They couldn't imagine any of this stuff. Computers, iPhones, planes, and the technology we come with, you can't even imagine right now. If I told you, you wouldn't imagine it. But it says God is wide as heaven and earth. That means we can go out any place out in the universe. It wouldn't be a God if it took a long time to get there. Blink of an eye, almost. You can't even imagine traveling through the universe at 24 billion miles per second. So how you do it? Because that's why we got constellations and galaxy stuff. Because we did that. We got special engines, I'm not going to explain to you, that keep stars all bundled up. So we have space lines to get through them. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to travel out there. And even if these folks was able to win the war, they could never get out there. They could never get out there. They'd still be locked into this solar system. They could never get out there. Because at the speeds they need to get out, they could never achieve them. They already see Master Muhammad's plane, they can't touch it. They would need something like that. And if they had that, it still wouldn't do them any good. They'd have to have a supercomputer that had super GPS that tell them where the space lanes are. Because if they hit anything out there at move that speed, it would crush them. So they couldn't do, it's a whole nother story together, brothers and sisters. You don't know who you are. Everything out there, you created. It didn't come out by itself. No mystery God did either. You did it. And finally, brothers and sisters, this is about to happen. That's the demons and the saints mixed together. Chaff and the wheat. And Suleiman's, but they got one level of vibrations. Freaks say we got another level, so we're all confused. They confused, we confused. And so what happened is that Suleiman, because he's broadcast certain freaks, that's the INJIL. INJIL designed the vibrating serpent, right? Certain right frequency to raise up Lazarus, to separate the demons out of us. Is that what happens? So now they united and we united. 17 million strong on both sides. Right? So you're a long way to get to the separation first, right? Sharecropper city. Eurocentric, Afrocentric. Integration, separation. Total. Right? We're going home, they stand here. And they will 17, that's why they're less than 17 million. Because they're talking about now. We're talking about it wasn't 17 million blacks back then when Master Muhammad showed up. 17 million. It's 34 million now. Half of them are demons. And we go on, and they stay here. That's why it says, what did the Legion say? Please don't make me leave the country. You don't want to leave here. That's Falcon. I don't want to leave here. No, because he wants to stay with Daddy. He had no future. Think about Nicodemus. Nicodemus was supposed to be a righteous man, but he was a demon. Nicodemus. Demon, get it? And Jesus said, I don't want you. I don't care how right you are. We don't want you. We don't want no demons. We don't care how right you think you are. Falcon, I'm a host of holy and everything. We don't cut you. You got to be born again. It means you got to be remade because you're a demon. We don't want you. Come on, you got born again. You got to get baptized, whatever. Hope you understand, bro. So we're going to leave it there. Definitely going to leave it there. Hope you understand. Okay.
Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. The judge, Suleiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant, breaker of the 7 seals, the crusher, Suleiman. That's where the name Son of Man comes from, Suleiman. Son of Man would have hair like lamb's wool. Oh, excuse me, Farrakhan, unless you had hair transplant lately, you don't have hair like lamb's wool. You have hair like your devil father. Like your devil father. Again, like your devil father. You're not the seed of Abraham. You're the seed of a devil. So there's no way in hell you could be our Savior, our deliverer. And Master Muhammad, he's the God, but he's not the Son of Man. He doesn't have hair like lamb's wool either. Doesn't have skin like burnished brass. No, like this skin tone here. That's the skin tone, brass. Hair like lamb's wool. Breaker of the 7 seals. The opposite of Antichrist. Both came to creation at the same time. Conception of Suleiman, the Christ, would be same conception as the Antichrist. Falls Israel, 1948. Signs are there, brothers and sisters. You suddenly come to Elijah's temple, 1970. All signs there, brothers and sisters. You be the messenger of the covenant, talk about the covenant of Abraham. And you know anyone talking about that? The fulfillment of the covenant. He will come after Aaron. Aaron had 42 years, having wandered around the wilderness, confused, making a mockery for the enemies, turning towards the golden calf, turning hearts towards Egypt, towards America. Oh, we gotta love America. America belongs to us. Bring devils in NOI. So, like Elijah Muhammad said, the truth be made so clear. In fool not err. So if you erring, brothers and sisters, then, well, you're probably not my brother or sister if you're erring. That's not a difference between erring and being asleep. It's 2 different things. See? Well, depends on how you look at it. But if you consciously, willfully ignorant, that's erring. But if you sleep, right, well, you could be in error, but you're not consciously in error. So you need to be awakened. And that's my job, to awaken Lazarus. Lazarus just need to be awake. You sleep. You're sleeping very hard. You have to, so you have to shake him. That shake with vibrations. Right? Shake him real hard. Put some heavy vibrations on him. That's the INJIL. And shaking, vibrating. Then he wakes up. Oh man, what the hell? When Lazarus wakes up, he's going to rock the world. He's going to shake the world. Shake the earth. When Lazarus wakes up, he's going to shake the earth. Shock it out. He's going to shake the earth when Lazarus wakes up. It'll be a glorious day, especially for the sisters. Especially for the sisters. Because when he wake up, the first thing Lazarus is going to do, he's going to take them sisters to his breast, make sure nobody mess with him ever again. First thing he's going to do is protect his woman. When Lazarus wakes up, the first thing he's going to do is take care of his woman. Protect her, make sure she's secure and safe. The first thing he's going to do. First thing. For anything else. He's going to bring his women back into safety, back into glory, and back to honor. make the world worship their beauty. First thing he's going to do. Get out, brothers and sisters, get out. Get out. See? Telling you to get out, brothers and sisters. If you can't understand what I'm saying, just get out. Maybe your instinct will serve you. Just get the hell out of here. America's about to blow, and you don't want to be here when it happens. It's shaking right now. It's vibrating. Something vibrating is enough. After a while, you say, you should know by, without even mathematics, when experience something vibrating enough, it's going to come apart. Keeps vibrating, vibrating strong, come apart. America's vibrating, shaking at its foundation, at its own mind. You got top intellectuals, the wisest mind in the country, can't tell you the difference between a man and a woman. Now, that's not shaking at the fruit. That tells you right there if you can read. Can you read, brothers and sisters? I ain't talking about pencil and paper. Can you read reality? Because if you in that religion cross, no, you can't. Because they tell you don't have the ability to read there. Because it's not in touch with reality. Everything around is mathematics, everything. There's nothing around you that's not mathematics, including you, DNA. They say, oh, you got this soul that well, where is it? And if you got this soul, this eternal soul they tell you have, immortal soul, right? Well, where was it before you was born? Where was it before you was born? If you got this soul that's somehow inside your body, where was it before you was born? If it's immortal, right, it's been here forever. So where was it before you was born? See? Because in Genesis says man became a living soul. That means you wasn't alive before. When your body you became a living soul, that means you wasn't alive before. And so when you cease life, you're dead. That means dead means dead. You're not alive anymore. You're not conscious, not aware of anything. You're not burning up in the fire nowhere. You know, they cremate people. You think those people feel that fire burning? The biggest lie I ever told you, brothers and sisters. Biggest lie I ever told you. The hell was after you die, and the devil was somebody to be after you die when you was in hell for 5 years, and the devil was beating you, raping you, attacking you, oppressing you, terrorizing you 24/7 without rest, no breaks, no day off, nothing. They had to tell you how to control you, brothers and sisters. Because if you realize that you were in hell and that was the devil, you'd have cut a stroke. There's no way in the world you'd endure that if you had a way out. They told you you had no way out. See, they told you you had no way out. Because if you didn't do that, then you was going to hell, which was worse than this. But when you realize that you had, see, the people when we first came over here, they saw right away that we wasn't afraid of death. You had sisters with babies jumping off the boats, knowing they was eaten by sharks. They wasn't afraid of death with their little baby with them. Now, jumping off a boat, eaten by sharks, that's something. They wasn't afraid of it. They rather that than what they perceive, because they realized these were devils that had them on these ships. And they realized they were taken to hell. There's hell with that. They realized, they understood. They understood these was devils. And they was taking them to hell. And they said, the hell with that. And they said, oh man, what are we going to do? Because the other ones, if they could catch them, they would kill them. They would kill Master. If they could get their hands on them, they said, what are we going to do? How are we going to control these people? Okay, we got to tell them that, hey, no, the hell is after you die. To keep them from killing themselves. And it's going to be worse than this. You have no escape. There's no escape. The only thing you can do, only escape is obey us. And then we'll tell Master that you was okay and you was good. And so then you can go to heaven. You still be a slave in heaven, but you know, you have pork chops up there instead of bullshit, instead of cow chips here. They told you had no escape. No escape. Because nobody on the planet believed that crap. The Japanese didn't believe it. Remember the kamikazes? They would go in, they have a little celebration. They put their little thing on their head, right? And getting those zero planes, they call them. And they go and they made themselves a missile. They dive into the ships and blow them up and blow themselves in the process. They didn't care about death. The Sunnis don't care about death. See what they be doing. The Filipinos, nobody was scared, afraid of death. No one. Because they didn't believe that crap. No one believed it. There was no such idea of you going to hell forever and ever after you die. That's a European thing. Nobody else believe that. You don't find that in Buddhism. You don't find it in Hinduism. Well, they tell you, right, you're going to be reincarnated back here. But there's no place you can go and burn forever and ever and ever. That concept did not exist. That concept didn't exist until 5 years ago when they built that concept, especially to put that cross on your mind, right? To cross out your intelligence and to keep you in slavery. Because that's what Scripture said. You endured slavery all your lives. All your lives. Because of fear of death. And he who had the power of death over you was the devil. They say the person who had power over you was the devil. Who had power of death over us? I mean, is that scripture clear enough for you, Farrakhan? He said they ain't devils. Or the scripture said no. The ones that had power of death, it was the devils. They had power of death over us. And if you didn't obey them, then he was going to send you to hell. And you, oh, master, please. See, you wasn't asking master not to beat you. Please not to beat you. You was playing, master, please don't send me to hell. Because you wasn't afraid of dying. You was afraid of going to hell. And right now, if you took that concept out of the churches, there would be no churches. Because they're not in there because they want to go to heaven. They're in there because they don't want to go to hell. And they know it. And those preachers know that too. They're liars. They're lying. They're there just for the money. A lot of them know there ain't no hell. That's a big lie. Say you endured slavery all your lives because of fear of death. And who had the power over death? That was the master said it. And it says the devil. Who had the power over death was the devil. They're devils. We was in hell. And devils was telling us lies that there was a hell beyond this. And then talking about Christianity. Wait a minute. Christianity didn't save us. It enslaved us. All this was done under the banner of the cross. All of it. Get out, brothers and sisters. Get out. Face about to blow. Because you reap what you sow. And the judgment started in 2020. 1619 to 2019, that's 40 years. Read the Abrahamic covenant, if you will. It's in the so-called Old Testament and so-called New Testament. So they can't say, hey, well, since Jesus came, it don't matter anymore. No, it's in both places. Both places. Abrahamic covenant. And it says same exact thing. 40 years of torment and oppression and servitude. And then after that, the judge will come. God will come. Or the judge will come. And judge that nation, 2020. And the first of 10 plagues, you have 9 more. The other 9 is not Armageddon. First of 10 plagues, right? Kill the firstborn, which is elderly, pass over us. Move on, brothers and sisters. We talk some mathematics, some real mathematics. And I think as words to do this again, I talked yesterday. I'm going to go a little more detail today. See, I want you, brothers and sisters, I tell you, everything is mathematics. Elijah Muhammad told you Islam is mathematics. Mathematics is Islam. Master Muhammad said if you want to be successful, learn the mathematical language. Calculus is the mathematical language. Physics is the nature of how the universe works. Okay, brothers and sisters. Let's talk about this first. After all these, I saw another angel stepping out of heaven, having authority. Great earth was lighting up out of the glory of him. And he cried out in strong voice, saying, she fell, Babylon the Great. That's talking about America, right? Babylon the Great. And she became dwelling place of demons and the prison of every spirit unclean. That dwelling place of demons Well, if demons are headaches and attitudes, right? Like Farrakhan's trying to tell you, like also everybody's talking about demons. They never talked about demons before. I've been telling about demons for 30 years. I've been telling who the demons are. Farrakhan's a demon. His father's the devil. That's what make you a demon. That's the chaff that was shown amongst the wheat. They try to tell you that everybody that got same skin tone is black. That's not true. Ask an Indian. You got Indians over there way darker than me, jet black. They wouldn't call themselves black. They're offended if you tell them black. They're Indian. But that's a lie they're telling you, so they can have their seed in amongst you, keep you divided. Wolves among the sheep. Wolves in sheep clothing. Same thing they had in the field. They were sending their children out because they know the children on the same wavelength they are. Same frequency on. But they'd be amongst you, sowing confusion and division. They're still doing today. Trying to get you in all that BS. We don't have a part of it. Farrakhan, oh, we're gonna bring them in, all right, we're gonna take them out. We don't want no parts of this. That's your thing. You understand? Okay. She fell, the great became dwelling place of demons. It means of real people. Not dwelling with some spirit or something, to a place of demons. Right? See? And prison of every spirit unclean. Right? And prison of every bird unclean, having been hated. Now those things are real. Right? Because out of the wine anger, the fornication her have fallen all the nations. Now who's controlling all the nations? There's no nation on the planet that's controlling America. And what did Satan say to Jesus when he was in the wilderness? He says, I have control. Remember, because they call him, and the Bible says he's the God of this world. So if he's the God of this world, that means everybody's in submission to him. That means if he's the God of this world and the most powerful nation in the world is not in submission to him, then what kind of God would he be? They worship Satan. Look at that worship. Know them by their works. What's the works of America? Genocide, theft of this land, murder, rape, and kidnapping of us, terrorizing us. How can you maintain someone in that kind of slavery for 400 years without terror? And they idolize the people that did it. Say, oh, they're our fathers. Why you idolize the people that did it? Didn't Jefferson, wasn't he a slave owner? You think he kept people enslaved by his personality? Oh, I'm the president of the United States. So y'all just work hard, bust your ass for me, and raping everything. I'm president. That's how he did it? Or was he terrorizing, killing people, hanging them, torturing them? Yeah, you idolize these people. Pedophiles. Jefferson, Washington, you idolize these people. That means you still, to us, you still nothing. To us, we still nothing to you. We still 3/5 human. They put in the Constitution, so is that the works of God, a righteous God, or the works of Satan? You can't, how can you be deceived by that? Are those works of stealing this nation, committing genocide on the people here, bringing people over here, millions died in the process, raping and murdering babies and children, right? Feeding children to gators for aid. They try to say, well, it was only in the South. No, it was a whole country. Harriet Tubman was a slave in the North. Wall Street was a slave trade center. That's why I call it Wall Street, because you just lined slaves up along the wall. It was a whole damn country. And Lincoln did not free the slaves because of a humanitarian reason. He did it because it was, he heard a Industrial Revolution. They ain't need you in the damn fields no more. So now, masters putting you in the factories. And hey, man, you can't do that because now we got to compete against slave labor. We can't beat that. That was all about. They threw you in the dictionary, got 40 acres a mule, anything. And now they're getting ready to finish your ass off with AI. They got gonna finish you up off AI because now they don't need you at all. Been a Walmart lady. You think they're gonna send you a check? You don't get it. They ain't gonna come to that, but if we sit back and just, if Master Muhammad just sit back and I sit back and just wait, and let you see the full impact of what's happening, oh man. But they got planned for you. It says they got planned something for you. It says let us deal with them truly in a way they won't understand what's happening. So keep listening to Farrakhan. See? So America's not under control of any other nation. So who's the nation that's controlling all other nations? That's what we're talking about, right? Because it says, because wine, anger, fornication her, and fall all nations. So what nation is causing all fall? Whose nations is promoting this stuff all over the nation, right? Same-sex marriage, LGBT. Who's promoting all that stuff? It ain't China. It ain't Russia. It ain't India. It ain't Africa. Who's doing it? This simple stuff, this ABC stuff here, brothers and sisters, right? And the king of earth, with her commit fornication, and you need to understand the king of earth. King of earth represents European countries, but you don't know that, right? And traveled the mercy of earth out of power, unreigned, luxury of her came rich. Says the capitalist nation. It tells you, I think, Isaiah and Jeremiah, right? That says the land of merchants, called Chaldeans. Chaldeans is what the Bible way of saying Caucasian. Chaldeans. So it's the land of merchants. See? Travis. Capitalism, which is slavery by definition. Maximum profit, minimum overhead. In other words, the most you get all the work out, don't give them a damn thing. They gave us nothing. They wouldn't give us anything decent to eat. We ate like pigs, and we ate shitlins. That's what they call it. They took the S off, put the C there, and now they say they ain't gonna never figure it out. And they right to some extent, because when you cook that stuff, you see the shit's all over the place. You smell it, you can see it floating. So why still eat it? Because that's what they gave you to eat back then. Now you still eat it. You don't have to now. You just do, right? Or cow chips. The Bible said they feed you cow manure. It says right here. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. I heard another voice out of heaven say, "Come out of her, my people. Come out." Barakah said that means come out of religion, come out of custom. Really? Okay, you hold on to that thought. See where it gets you. You get the hell out of here, right? In order that you should not share in the sins of her, out of the plagues of her, in order that you should not receive, so you don't receive her plague. Because if you stay here, you're going to get them too, right? Because we're glued together all the sins of her to heaven, called the mind that God unjust acts her, and others she's being judged. But, if America says so great, well, the judgment, I'm telling you, I'm the judge. The judge is, as you've done, so shall be done to you. So if you've been doing good, then you have nothing to worry about. You got nothing but a glorious future. Because the judge is here, and that's the judgment. That's the judgment claimed against you. As you have judged, so shall be done to you. So shall be done to you. So shall it be done to you as you have done. So you should, if you're such a great, good people, you should be rejoicing. Oh, now we're about to get our great reward. Because we've been blessed. We've been doing all these great things all over the world. And look at icons, Jefferson, Washington, the angels. Look all the great things they've done. So you shouldn't have no problem with that. Why would you have a problem if I say, as you have done, so shall be done to you? Why should you have a problem with that? Nothing's changed, brothers and sisters. When the Bible talks about crucifixion of Christ, that's what it's talking about. It's talking about us as a nation. We've been crucified for the last 500 years. 500 years. They wouldn't make it when he cover our nakedness up. Couldn't he cover our nakedness? And to the extent we do, we got barely cover it. Right now, it's barely covering it. But back in the fields, we couldn't even cover our nakedness. They stripped us of everything. That's what the Lord on the left saying. He said they stripped everything. Couldn't even cover our nakedness. I mean, they stripped you of everything. But now you can cover your nakedness if you want to. But some of you don't even doing it now. Some of you still got your neck exposed because you're not using your energy, right, to develop yourself. But back in there, we couldn't even cover our nakedness. So that's gross. Well, we couldn't even cover our nakedness. Was totally had no power, even control our neck. Couldn't even cover ourselves with our hands. See, our women was totally exposed. They was raping them relentlessly. It was a hybrid nation of demons. That's their seed, but then they tell them they're us. They're not us. So let's get to the math, brothers and sisters. I'm going to make this. Okay. Now, for those of you that have a little math issues, right? I'm just trying to show you this here, so we're going to go into this. I'm going to go into a little more detail yesterday, right? Because I know some of you have some math issues out there. Some of you have some serious math issues. Some of you think that 5 plus 3 is 53. Some of you couldn't tell how much 5 times 9 divided by 5 is without a calculator. 5 times 9 divided by 5. Well, how about 3001 times 10? How much 3001 times 10? See? Easy stuff, but that's okay. But if you multiply these two things together, see, I showed, I'm going step by step. That's the answer. 3 times 3 is 9. -9, because the positive sign and negative sign equals is negative, right? And then 3 times x, positive 3 times is 3x, positive 3x. And then x times 3, x times -3 would be -3x. So those two cancel out. -3x cancels out positive 3x. And then x times x, x squared. There you go. So that's your answer, x squared minus 9. So I want you to see it before we move in so you understand the math we're going to talk about here. Because this is the math of deception. Math is everything. I'm telling you, everything is mathematics, everything in the universe. Now, the question is, detail and summary. Because you get a story, you get this detailed version or you get a summary version. Like watch the weather, that's a summary. Okay, give us details. What kind of weather? It's going to be storms, it's going to be hurricanes, it's going to be tornadoes, it's going to hit Nevada, right? Or it's going to hit in June. I mean, give some details. See, because summary is just say, oh, it's watch the weather. That's summary. But details going to say, okay, there's going to be a hurricane, right? It's coming in. It's going to roll in on Wednesday, right? Wednesday morning, right? And it's going to be a hurricane level 10 or whatever, right? See, and it's going to, it's going to be in this county. That's details. Otherwise, just hey, watch the weather. Okay, so is that important? Does that matter? Okay, now I'm showing you the same thing I showed you before just now, right? But I'm showing it in, instead of putting a number, I'm putting t, because t is the time. In this case, t is the time that the detail of that thing you're talking about takes place. So they watch the weather, right? Okay, that time is the event, right? Detail is specifies the event, the time of the event. That's what T represents, the time of the event. Okay? The time of the event. Understand that. Okay. So I'll try to explain this as simple as I can, brothers and sisters. Now watch this. Now I'm saying T is the time of the event. So the time of the event, say the event's going to be in 3 years. Right? Say, okay, like you might say, the war in Armageddon will be starting 3 years from now, or the war in the Middle East will start in 3 years. So that's T. That's the time. That's the time the event going to take place, right? Oh, Armageddon's going to be Armageddon. Okay, when? Oh, Armageddon's going to be in 3 years. Okay, so I'm saying just it's going to happen 3 years in the future. So I'm putting 3 there. T. It's going to happen 3 years in the future from this point, at this point in time, right? I'm just giving you, showing you an example here, right? So X here is the year we are in right now. So in the first year, I'm saying 3 years from now, there's going to be this war. But it's the first year, okay? So here's the equation. This equation here is the equation of deception. See, there's equations for everything in mathematics, because everything is mathematics. So this particular equation is, you'll see in a few minutes, it's the equation of deception. Why? Because something strange happens here. So let's say it's the first year, right? So, and you got a summary. Now summary is over here on the left side, that's x squared minus 9, that's summary. The details is on the other side, x minus 3 times x plus, because remember, that equals, they don't equal each other. But one is summary and one is detail, one's giving you details. One's a summary. X squared minus 9 is the summary. X minus 3 times x plus 3, that's the details. Understand? One's a summary, but they both equal each other. Right? Okay. So in the first year, we wait. Remember, it's going to have 3 years in the future. So what happened in the first year? So we put 1 in the x is. So we show it down the bottom in there. So that means 1 times 1 squared is 1 times 1 minus 9 equals minus 8. X again, 1, x minus 3 is equal minus 2. Now 2 go in 8 4 times, but since both of them are negative, it just equals 4. Because negative, wipe out negative, right? So 2 and 8 equals 4, that's the answer. Okay, so that's the summary. So summary, you got 4. You got 4. That's how much your information is worth for. Information is worth for, right? Okay. Now on the other side, where you get the details, right? You got -2 times +4 divided by -2. So since both are -2, both are mine, you can cross them out like I did over here. Like I did on the left, on the right here. So it's equal 4. So both equals 4. 4 on this side, 4 on that side, both equals 4. So both have something worth 4. Right? So both think they got something. I got this information, man. I know, see, mine's more detailed, right? But it's still worth the same thing. See? Because he's saying it's Armageddon. Okay. It's going to be in 3 years, right? So I got that. And this one said, yeah, it's going to Armageddon, but it's a European war and everything else. So I got more details what Armageddon is. You understand what I'm saying? I know it's going to be Armageddon, but I don't care to tell you any details. I was going to say, yeah, it's Armageddon, but here's the details. It's going to be European war and everything else. See what I'm saying? Both of them are Armageddon, but one had details and one just knows what's going to be there. Okay? Let's go to the next one. Now, year 2. So we 1 year, it was 1 year, 2 years away was a year 1. Now year 2, right? Year 3 is, right? Because that's the time. You're talking about, this is going to happen in year 3, right? So in year 2, you put 2 in there. So now x equals 2. So 2 squared, that's 4. -9 equals -5. And 2 minus 3 equals -1. So now, since both of them are negative, that's equal 5. Let's look on the other one. Okay, you put 2 in there, and 2 minus 3 is equal -1. But 2 plus 3 is equal 5. And again, 2 minus, so you can cross those out. So you got 5 and 5. You got 5 on both sides. Both of them got something. But all one has is the summary. Yeah, we're getting closer to Armageddon. You got a little more in your head before. We're getting closer. Right? But the other one got more details, man. Yeah, it's going to be European war, man. It's going to be Armageddon East, Armageddon West. You got more details. Right? See, so both of you got this information, right? See? So what happens when you actually get to year 3? How many you actually get to year 3? Because then you really want to know what's going on then, because now you're in it. See? Now this information, what you've been getting, now it's important. You really, because now you're in it. So now you need to do something with this information, right? To get out of it, to handle yourself, survive, right? But watch what happens here when you get to year 3. Watch what happens here. Do the math. This is no trick. How many get year 3? Now you put 3 in there, because now it's the same thing, right? Year 3, now year 3, and year 3 when the event takes place. So you put 3 in there. X squared, 3 times 3 is equal to 9. 9 minus 9 equals 0. 3 minus 3 equals 0. See down there? 0. That's on the summary side. What happens on the detail side? You put 3 in there. X minus 3, that's 0. 3 minus 3. 3 minus 3 down there. But 3 plus 3 is equal to 6. But what? The x minus 3, cross out x minus 3, that's 0, 0. So what you got? You got 6 on the other side. You got 0 on one side and 6 on the other side. So when it comes, the people have summary, they ain't got shit, they got nothing. They got nothing. But the ones, right, that was in detail, now they got all this information. They got more information now because now they're in it. Now they can see it clearly. They got information, they know how to get out and know what to do with it. Does that make sense to you, Bouncer? See, you got to study math because math talks about every situation. How does that happen like that? Say, how? Go ahead. That's not a trick. Do the math yourself. That's not a trick. That's the mathematics. There's a mathematics for everything. Mathematics of love. We have equations for love. There's mathematics for everything. Mathematics deception. Because as you close, you think you got something. See, with Farrakhan, you think you got something. Oh, it's Armageddon, it's always starts. But when you in it, you'll find you got nothing. Nothing but ass kicking. Famine, destruction. You find you got nothing. And those had the details. Now they got all that details plus the experience of seeing it up close and personal. They know exactly what's going on. In other words, it's more clear now because it was faith and theory in year 1 and year 2, but they accept it. Now they're seeing it. Our folks, and they understand what it is, and they know what to do about it. They'll know what to do. They have nothing. Zero. So they panicking, they weeping, crying, gnashing their teeth, worried. You see? Because they have nothing. They're blind. Blind lead the blind. That's Farrakhan. That's leading to zero. Because all he getting generality. Oh, Armageddon. He's supposed to tell us particulars, Farrakhan. Or watch the weather. Tell us particulars, Farrakhan. He's getting all these generalities, trying to cover his ass. He has no details. None. So when the time happens, that summary ain't gonna matter. It gonna mean anything. Oh, you know it's Armageddon. That's all you know. So hey man, I know it's a tornado. I know a tornado hit. I know a tornado's coming, and now a tornado's here. I'm sitting there watching it while I blow my ass into pieces. I see a flood, yeah. See, the people in Noah, they built ark. So the flood came, right? They had something. The other one sitting around there, hey man, there's a flood coming, and they ain't doing anything. A flood, they ain't. So what I'm supposed to do? Flood's what I'm supposed to do. So they sit there, and then the flood comes, and they're dead. You understand what I'm saying? Because Farrakhan not give you any details. He's cutting his ass. Everybody said Armageddon started. So they said before he was saying it, I got devils recorded. They said for over a year or so. They're wrong. Armageddon has not started yet. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? The math of deception. Look at it. I mean, you say wow, how does that work like that? Do it yourself. It's not a trick. It's a mathematical deception to make you think you got something until the shit actually happens, and then you find you got nothing, you're in trouble. Find you got nothing, and you're in trouble. Because Farrakhan, 42 years been living off you, and now he's telling you, oh, well, time under present trouble, you should go in your secret chambers and pray. See? No details. Right? 40 years, that's all he got. No details. In fact, he wouldn't tell that 40 years, because he tell you he's going to save America. Nineveh, he's going to save Nineveh, and he's going to break devils in the eye, and we're going to stay here and defend America. We're going to get the 6 days and all that stuff, right? None of that stuff happened. It ain't going to happen. See? No details, just generalities. Soon I'm giving you details. Definite details. Specific details, dates, times, who, when, where, what countries. You see countries line up exactly like I said they line up. Africa's about to split 2 parts. You see that right there. They're talking about unity now. Let's break these borders, come united. All the things I've been telling you. China's ain't good America, extremely arrogant. That's the GOAT, Daniel. It's all there, brothers and sisters. You need to study this, understand this, and just look at it and say, damn. Because now if you go to year 4, right, you're not going to get 0 anymore, but it don't matter. Because you didn't make it year 4. Who made it year 4? The ones that had detail. They made it year 4. They made it year 5, year 6, whatever. See? Because that only happens during the event. If you living off a summary. Oh, watch the weather. I said, watch the weather for what? What are you watching for? Give me some details. So when a storm rolls in, you have no idea what's going on. You get blown away with it. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I said I will go over this again. I wanted to make it very clear. Do the math. There's no trick here. This is real math here. The math of deception. Oh, we got math for just everything. I mean, you didn't know about this until I just told you. I got a lot more. But like I said, most people I know is like still drinking breast milk. You can't feed a baby meat when they're still drinking breast milk. The last few days I'm trying to get more advanced, talking about vibrations and stuff, pressure. I used to talk about pressure before. Now I'm trying to tell you the nature of pressure. More details about pressure. Details. Vibration is pressure. Wavelength and frequency. That's pressure. Higher amplitude, the greater pressure. greater frequency, the greater pressure. Hope you understand, bro. So I think I'm gonna cut it. I think I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna leave it there, bro. So let me see if there's anything else here. Oh. I'm just going through the math for year, brothers and sisters. Year 3, going through step by step. See? In year 3, when the event takes place, right? Put 3 in there. Okay. X equals 3. That's the year of the event, right? Okay. That's what happens. That detail, they got 6. Ones they had summary, they got 0, nothing. See, there's a big headache and hell. And I'm gonna leave it there, bro. So I'm not gonna go into other stuff today. I want to just redo that. I just want to go and emphasize this point here so you understand it, understand the math of it. Try to understand math, brothers and sisters. Tell you, the math, it's all math, brothers and sisters. All math. Well, I'll do this one, brothers and sisters. Then I'm going to close out. If I can find that. It's a battle of the minds, brothers and sisters. Oops. Vibrations, mind vibrations, brothers and sisters. That's what scripture is. An angel, what you call revelations, designed to vibrate on a certain frequency, get you to vibrate on a certain frequency. The frequency you need to get out here and overcome all opposition. It's to get you to overcome all opposition, brothers and sisters. Because right now, we're just those that are paying attention, they vibrate just above the vibration level of devils, but less than Orientals. We have to overcome that. Okay, let's read this in the lead, brothers and sisters. Who can make war with the beast, the 10-horned beast, the lamb, Solomon, measure the covenant, who make war with the beast? Let's look at this carefully, brothers and sisters. Now, I'm putting lipstick. I'm not quoting all this, every verse. I'm just the ones that's pertinent, but I'm not hiding anything. Put the lipstick, you go in, fill it in, right? I'm just, the ones that's pertinent. Then I saw a beast with 10 horns. Now remember, this beast has 10 horns, 7 heads, rising out of the sea. Remember the 10 horns, that's the beast, right? We need to focus on that 10 horns. There were 10 royal crowns on those horns. Again, the horns on this beast. And blasphemous names on his head. So it's a blasphemous beast, right? They worshiped the dragon and had given authority, worshiped the dragon who had given authority to the beast. So the dragon had the authority, but it moved over to the beast. Because the horn, the crowns was on his heads, right? On his 7 heads, but then it moved to the 10 horns of the beast. On the dragon, the beast is the same one. The dragon has 7 heads, 10 horns. The beast has 7 heads, 10 horns. There's 2 beasts that have 7 heads, 2 horns. But one beast, right, has the crowns on his horns because the dragon said, remember the dragon, what it says, the dragon gave us authority. So the dragon had this, because that's what the crowns represent. So the dragon had the crowns on his heads, right? But he gave it to the beast and he has on horns. So now authority, the superpower status is going from America, right? The European country, Oriental country, that's what it's saying, right? And they worshiped the dragon who had given authority to the beast. So it was transfer of power, right, from European countries to, and that's probably happening right now. If you listen to what they're saying, right? The so-called dollar and everything, right? So anyway, and they worship the beast, saying who? And I said okay, and they worship the dragon by giving authority to the beast, right? That's what their horns is, that the crowns signifies. They worship the dragon who had given authority to the beast. They worship the beast, saying who is like the beast? Who can make war with the beast? Who is like the beast? So here's this beast, right? Remember, significant mark of this beast had 10 horns. right? And so who can make war? So ask a question, but Israel answers his own questions. How to answer his question? Answer in chapter 17, verse 12, right? The 10 horns you saw are 10 kings. So it's telling you, and 10 kings. And they give me details, right? 10 kings who have not yet seen a kingdom. That means Europeans still in control, right? So it's going to be a transfer of power pretty soon, right? But we receive 1 hour authority as kings along with the beast. Be together. 10 horns again, right? These kings have one purpose: to yield their power and authority to the beast, right? So they're under the control of the beast. So they're all in one, right? They'll make war with the lamb. That's telling who's going to make war with the beast. Who make war with the beast? They make war with the lamb, and the lamb will triumph over them. Because he's King of kings, Lords of lords, right? And he will be accompanied by his and chosen faithful. That's his military, his army, 144,000. Master Prophet Muhammad, they will be with him, right? Now Farrakhan, Master Muhammad speaks to him. That's bullshit. Total lie. Farrakhan's a total. So nobody calls Farrakhan a lie. I call him a liar. He's a stone cold, bull-faced liar. Son of a devil. That's all I do is lie. All of them are evil. Right? That's who's making war with the beast. Several wars. Several wars, brothers and sisters. Armageddon is just a European war. Europe east or west. Armageddon here means all these demons, their children, smash his children, their black-faced children, going to tear this country apart. That's the locust. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. So now you know how is he making war with the beast? Vibrations, brothers and sisters, those little vibrations, so powerful. Okay, I'm not going to talk this, brothers. I already talked about this previous presentation. Okay, brothers, about to close out, but I'm going to show you here amplitude, frequency, wavelength. Water has a reaction, air acts reactions quicker than water. That means you have to go very fast in air to start picking up resistance enough. That's like a wall. That's because sonic booms are moving. Because it moves fast enough, air becomes like a solid wall. Because it can't react at your speed. It can't react as fast as you. So if you jump off a 5-story building, hit that water, it's not going to feel like water. It's going to feel like concrete. Because you put too much force that it can react to in a short period of time. So that's what happens. You understand that, brothers and sisters? Everybody has a reaction rate. So the reaction rate is slow. That means it don't take too much to hit it and feel solid. If you got fast reaction rate like the air, it's hard to feel air as solid because it reacts so fast. There's very little things that go to it fast enough, except these jets that break the sonic barrier because they move so much. Air can't react fast enough. So it doesn't react, so you create these sonic booms because air can't react as fast as these planes are moving. I understand that, brothers and sisters. So same thing with water. I mean, water's solid. You jump over 4 or 5 buildings. It may look wet, but when you hit it, you might as well hit a concrete wall. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna leave it there. No, I'm not going this, brothers and sisters. I talked about this already. I'm paging through this, brothers and sisters, because I said I had a presentation yesterday and the day before that explains this. So I'm not going to do it here. I just want to go over that math again, make sure you understood it. I just want to show right here where you see that cube. That's master's children, it's black-faced children, house, Negro butts, mixing with us. So we're all confused against each other and everything else because those are devils in black skin. And they're there to cause all kinds of disunion and everything amongst us. Destabilize us. So Suleiman, remember, it says the chaff sowed amongst the wheat, even when they'd done it. So Suleiman had to separate them. She said, Exodus also, when Moses came back, who knows with me? He went to Aaron's camp. If Aaron was Farrakhan's camp, they was all, he was teaching, Elijah Muhammad's teaching. Why would Elijah Muhammad have to say, oh, those with me, come here? Why have to do that? Because they're demons over there mostly, right? Negro butts and sellouts. That's happening over there. See? So they got, but they're in our midst. And so Suleiman has separate route, and then you have two armies. One great army that's going to take a home back, and one army is going to try to take America. That's the demon army, right? Spiritually led by Farrakhan. That's what happened. We separate, and we go home. They separate, and they try to take America. Right now, they got us confused, trying to tell us, hey, where we're going to help fight for America, all this stuff. I'm not hearing it. People lost for lack of knowledge. Hope you understand, bro. So I'm going to leave it there. I'm definitely going to leave it there now. Yeah.
Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio.
Assalamu alaikum. Suleiman Rahim here, the judge. Breaker of seven seals. The crusher. The judge, brothers and sisters. America's in judgment. 1619 to 2019. For 40 years, Then comes the plague, kill the firstborn. Right? That's the elderly. Oh, brothers and sisters, I got a little issue here. Let's see. Why is this like this? Oops. Let's see here. There you go. Mm-hmm. Get out, brothers and sisters. Get out. Chapter 18, Revelations, which is called INJIL. Get out of her, my people. If you listen to Lion Farrakhan, deceiving you. If you listen to his thing Sunday, he says, be not deceived. I mean, it's right there. Be not deceived that the falling away will come first, and then the man of perdition be revealed. But he's keep telling you, no, the man, he's revealing the son of perdition, and now the falling away is taking place. But it says, tell you, do not deceive. Someone's telling you the opposite. That means they're lying to you. He's trying to deceive you. He's deceiving you. But if you listen to that, if you continue to listen to it, and brothers and sisters, then, willful ignorance, there's a price to pay for it. Willful ignorance, there's a price to pay for it, brothers and sisters. Willful ignorance. Willful ignorance. Get out of here, my people. Get out. Get the hell out. America's about to blow very soon. And when it does, the doors will be closed. You will not be able to escape. Only escape route then is your Lamb's Book of Life, or do a 5 to 7 month tribulation. It's up to you, brothers and sisters, but get out. Get out. Get out. Go to Africa. No, you can't handle this message, just get out anyway. Just have them go out. Get out. Save yourself, save your family. I mean, there's a price to pay for that, but still, you save your lives. You save your lives. See? So if you just can't get a handle on what I'm saying, just get the hell out of here. You paid the price. That's a mercy to you, brothers and sisters. That's a mercy to you, brothers and sisters. That I'm extending to you. Because the only way out of here, otherwise, Lamb's Book of Life, and that path of tribulation, right? Get out, brothers and sisters. So let me talk about a few things, brothers and sisters. This is a redux. I want to add a couple more things. Every time I think I want to finish up this line of thought, there's a little more add to it. See, nothing's changed, brothers and sisters. You've been on that cross for at least 6,000 years, but definitely for the last 500 years. You've been on that cross, brothers and sisters. They've been crucifying you. God, Magog, and the Antichrist. They've been crucifying you for the last 500 years. You, the Christ, the Bible talks about being crucified. It's not talking about a person. You're the Christ, and the Bible's talking about being crucified. They crucified you. You're on the cross right now, right? You're on the cross. Think about it. What's in your mind? The cross. The cross got you messed up. The cross is ruining you, controlling your life. See, they got you on the cross. Got your mind crossed up. Because that cross, right? Let's think about that cross for a minute. Who enslaved you? Was it Hinduism, Buddhism, communism, socialism? Right? Or was it a cross? People of the cross. Right? Was it socialism, communism? that enslaved you? Was it capitalism? Capitalism is slavery. Pure and simple. That's what it is. It's slavery at its best. Maximum profit, minimum overhead. But they had, just think this through, brothers and sisters, if you ever able to think. If there's no heaven, no hell, if there's no heaven, no hell, how could they have kept you in captivity in that condition for 400 years? If you knew there was no heaven, no hell, that's what it says. It says, you endured in bondage, slavery, all your lives because of fear of death, going to hell, right? From the devil had the power of death. The devils had who is the devil's master? It tells the devils, but they ain't devils no more. See his deception? Because he's one of them. He's a demon. He's not a seed of Abraham. He's seed of devils. His father's the devil, raped his mama. So he has no reward. He's not of the seed of Abraham. If the father's the devil, how could he possibly be the seed of Abraham? So he was never anointed anything. Understand that, brothers and sisters? So, if you knew, because you were, they brought you into hell. And who brought you into hell? The devils brought you into hell. See? And your only escape was death. And many chose that death. And so when they saw that, they said, no, we have to figure out a way to stop them from choosing death. Stop them from choosing death. Because that would be their escape. So they took and told you, no, death was your doorway to hell. Hell came after you died by using hell right here. And you're going to meet the devils after you die. And there was the devils telling you that. There was ones that beating you, whipping you, tormenting you, cursing you, terrorizing you, oppressing you. But they told you, no, not us. But there was one doing it. And you ain't in hell. But when you die, that's where you're going if you don't obey us. If you don't submit to this torture, torment we're giving you, you'll go to a worse. Is that picture on the wall up there? He looks just like us, don't they? So he's the master in the sky, and he's the one, right, that's going to punish you and put you in hell because you didn't listen to us. And once it was established that cross, remember I said you on the cross, they crucified your mind. Once they had your mind crucified with that lie, then it was all over then. Because now they had a perfect slave. You work because you're scared to die. So you scared to do anything. You do anything the master told you to do. Because you just didn't want to go to hell. And some of you on your deathbed, you pleaded, Master, on your deathbed, please, Master, tell Jesus I was good. No, I ain't going to tell him that because you didn't work hard enough. Got other slaves around, so they're going to work harder now. Because they don't want to go to hell, a place that don't exist. After you die, it exists here. You was in it. You was in hell. They didn't make you think that it was something worse. So therefore, they can keep you controlled in this one. Keep controlled here. That's what they did. That's why I said you endured hell all your lives, bonded all your lives, because of fear of death. But he who had the power of death, who is the devil? They say that the one who had power of death over you is the devil. So why Pharaoh can't say the devils no more? That was master. He had the power of death over you. Move on, brothers and sisters. This stuff is so simple. Well, like I said, what it says in Revelations, chapter 20, the fearful. So if you're fearful, brothers and sisters, then you will enter in the lake of fire. See? The fearful and the cowards. If you're fearful, then you're going, because they got you full of fear. See? Let's look at this real quick. Resistance is growth. See? And everybody's against you, bro. Since the whole world's against you, I try to explain to you in wavelength and frequencies, right? And amplitudes. Because everybody's operating on a different amplitude frequency than you are. See, the whole world was operating on the devil's frequency, okay? operating his frequency, his vibration level. That's thought. Thought is vibration. So that's why it says Adam would give rulership, because he was his thought frequency, because thought is pressure, and pressure comes in related to human, our situation comes in the form of frequency. Right? The way you talk, that's frequency. So you have to have energy. That's energy. Frequency, pressure is energy. Right? So the more energy you have, right, the greater frequency, the amplitude, the greater more energy you have. Energy levels have diminished so that we was in a form of energy deprivation. And so it was so low that, but the devils, it was below theirs. So they ruled. See? Because everything they were able to do is a result of the frequency of their mind. Because remember, everything around is an extension of their minds. This whole world is an extension of their minds. Now, I don't know nobody. I mean, I thought you said it came from our minds. It did come from our minds. They have control over us. Right? See? Because we were supposed to submit. That means they would be able to use, if we submit to them, that means submission by definition means they have control of our power, our energy. If we submit to them, right? See? That's why it calls gold and silver. So I'm not going to dwell on that. And the bottom line is, what you see right here is a result of their frequency, their level of thought. Whole world was operating on a level of thought for the last 500 years. Now the energy level is increasing. That means the frequency, people that had the ability to think on a higher frequency now can. They didn't have enough energy to do that before. So everybody was thinking on a level, on a frequency and amplitude, right? See? A wavelength of the devil's frequency, wavelength, amplitude. So they was ruling, because that's the level of thought. And nobody could do anything with them, because they had the highest frequency, right? We was operating a lower frequency, at best even equal frequency, but the majority of us was on lower frequency. So that means higher frequency, right? High amplitude means higher pressure. Their pressure was greater than ours. Their thought pressure was greater than ours. So Adam would rule. But now we've been energized, right? So now we can, thought frequency, wavelength thing increases. Now you have to understand, I'm going to show you in a minute, they level off. In other words, say you have 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Well, if they're at 10, maybe the highest frequency amplitude could be 10. They can't go any higher than that. But maybe Orientals can be 20. They can't go any higher than that. And maybe the Asians can be 30. They can't go any higher than that. So they had 10 down here, right? Everybody's below that. But when energy moves up where it can move to 20, then they get crushed. They get crushed because that's higher pressure, and they can't go any higher than 10. That's their limit. We can go all the way. See? So when it says it, do you think you enter the garden, right, while where there's not yet befallen your lack what befell those who have passed away before you? Distress, affliction befell them. They were shaken violently, so that the messenger and those who believed with him said, when will help of Allah come? And sure help lies nigh. So they're talking about the Holocaust here, because that was terrible. No, because the messenger is present in this one. And Elijah Muhammad's not present now when this happens, because this is like shaken violently. I mean, and it's just before, right? Help of Allah comes, before the paradise, just before. That's time of Joshua. After Lion Aaron, Farrakhan. Just before. See, so it says, do you think you will enter the garden while there has not befallen you lack what befell those who passed away before you? Distress, affliction befell them, they were shaken violently. So the messenger and those who believed with him said, will help of Allah come? Now, sure, it says the messenger too would say that. So the messenger, and who is this messenger? Messenger of the covenant. Okay. He'd be under great distress too. Read about Jonah. He's under great distress too. Okay. Great, so he'd be under the greatest distress. See, I talk about visions I had when I was a child. I mentioned a couple of them. Some I haven't talked about because it's so. I didn't like any of them. To tell you the truth, I talk about one where it got so dark I couldn't see anything. I would climb a mountain, climb this mountain, right? Climbing up this mountain. And the more I climbed, the darker it got. The more I climbed, the darker it got until I was really like crawling. I was all fours crawling. I got where I couldn't see anything. It was so dark. I couldn't even see myself. I could see nothing. My hand, nothing. Total darkness. And I was like totally wasted. I mean, I had no energy whatsoever. I was I was just wasted, totally exhausted. I've never seen anything like that before. I had a similar situation about a year or so ago. I thought that was it then, but they said no. And then when I got to where I couldn't move anymore, I mean, I was just wasted. I was virtually dead. And something just said, make one more, because I was crawling, right? So just come like this, just make one more stroke, right? So I'm crawling, right? I'm like this, oh man, I can't, right? So just one more. When I did that, I touched the top of the mountain. I had no idea where I was on this mountain. I had no idea where I was on this mountain. And I didn't realize I was at the top of the mountain. I didn't realize I was at the top of nowhere. When I did that, touched the top of the mountain, it was like touching a button. And boy, it was like I went in a state of bliss. I mean, I didn't see, I felt it. I never felt anything like that in my life. It was so beautiful. And the sky opened up, it was like a rainbow, like you see a rainbow, but the rainbow was like a circle. And it went out in circles, real slow, so beautiful. Paradise. But just before I was like totally wasted, I was dead. I was virtually dead. I give up. I had no more energy, nothing. I just had enough, just one more. Ah! And when I touched it, like I said, it was like, took everything. Because I knew once I made that one last, I knew I was going to die right there because I had nothing. I had nothing. And just to move my hand, like, it was like, that was it. And I had some more dramatic than that. More dramatic than that. And I'm not going to talk about them because I didn't like them. See? But they all ended in paradise. But it didn't look like that at the time it was happening. And I understand why Messenger told the brothers, I understood what he said when he said it, back during theology of time. He told his brother, he says, do not pray for that day because you don't know what you're up against. And brothers and sisters, you don't know what you're up against. Just time on pressing trouble, how could you know? Unless you experience it. I did experience it in those visions. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. And you understand, the original people go through it the worst, right? Because they got, the least amount of energy, they start in separation. Every level, who suffered the worst? They, then after them will be Africa, then after them will be Asia. But they will suffer the worst. And so if they suffer the worst, then who amongst them will suffer? Those elevated places. 24,000, they suffer more than anybody. And who will suffer more than them? Scientists, who suffer more than them? Ancient of Days, Messenger of the Covenant, he would suffer more than anybody. That's why he said he was on the cross. He suffered the sins of the whole world. He suffered all of it. All of it. Why? To get this message to you, brothers and sisters. Because I ain't asked for anything. I haven't asked for a dime. I ain't asked you to obey me anything or worship me anything. I forbid it. Those that work with me, they don't know. I don't know if I forbid that kind of stuff. We don't do that stuff there. See, we're brothers and sisters. That's how it is, and that's how it will continue to be. Master Muhammad said we was his same uncle. All this religious stuff, bowing, worshiping, all that kind of stuff, that's for the devils and Farrakhan demons and stuff. You understand, brothers and sisters? So are you ready? Said, do you think you're in the garden while there's yet befallen your lack of what fellows who have passed away for you? Distress, affliction befell them. They were shaken violently. So the messenger and those who believed with him said, when help Allah come? So when Master Muhammad show up? See? But no, it means something a little deeper than that, actually. See? Because resistance brings about, and let me talk about that in a little bit. I don't want to confuse you, brothers and sisters. Right now, I said this whole world is operating on devil's weight or frequency. Right? Now it's starting to rise a little above it, but basically on the devil's frequency. And that means that frequency is totally against you. Because your frequency is much higher than that, right? Your altitude is much higher. Your natural frequency, your natural amplitude, right? Your natural wavelength is much greater than all of that. But we operate on this. That means their frequency is totally against us in every way. That means legally, socially, economically, right? Scientifically, you name it. Everything in this society, everything is totally against you. Everything in this world is totally against you. Everything in this world is totally against you. And I see it again. Everything in this world is totally against you. Their laws, their customs, everything, the food you eat, everything is against you. Everything. Because that's the wavelength. It's told you this whole system is based on their frequency, where they came out, right? What they was able to do. You see, like I said again, right? We're part of this because they have control of us. They have control of our creativity, but they use it for themselves. Like they had control of our strength. We had greater strength than them, but they had control. See, we was in field stuff. We had greater strength than them, but they had control of it. See what I'm saying? We had more strength than them. That's what it has out in the fields. But they had control of it. So we got more creative power than them, but it's under their control. Now, we don't control it, they control it. So everything is against us. They're using their own mind against us. That's what it said in Mark. The man had his whole mind against him. Everything turned against him. And you gotta understand that everything is against you, brothers and sisters. Like right in my situation, I don't go into detail, but like right now, at this point in time, and I get dark. Everything in my life is against me right now. Everything. You'd be surprised. See? But that's not my job to go out here and be talking about it and worrying about it. It says he suffered blessed. He didn't speak a word. He didn't speak about it. He just suffered it because he did it for his people. He didn't do it for himself. He did it for his people. So he gave his whole life. He spilled his soul out for our people's salvation. Spent his whole soul, gave it all. See? Until he just, because when time comes, he'll be totally drained. Why? Because he gave all of it, 100%. That's how it showed he gave 100%. And if you get 100%, you're going to be drained too. But if you come in all cool and laid back and everything, then that means you didn't do nothing. You didn't work that hard. Now they go say, oh, well, see, Farrakhan's, no. I said drain and waste out. I ain't say broken into pieces. Then you're no good. What good is that? Okay. Totally drained. Because he has no paradise. Even if he was to get back, if our women had paradise, that's lost for him. You understand, brothers and sisters? Everything. And everything's been against me for forever. But now it's like so intense, you'd be surprised at things I'm facing, brothers and sisters. You'd be surprised. You would. You never know about it from me. But you will know when you get here, because it says, when the people find out, not because I'm going to tell them, because now they understand scripture and everything else, they said people going to be crying uncontrollably for what I had to go through to get them home. But I had to suffer when they realized what I had to go through. That I never let on. Because they're going to figure it out themselves. They say, oh, man. And I'm not going to blame them. I'm not going to blame you, brothers and sisters. I'm not going to, especially sisters, I'm not going to say, hey, well, you should listen. Especially I got you home. If you don't make it, well, I ain't necessarily you anyway, right? You ain't going to be around to talk to. No, well, I'm not holding it against you. That's my job. My job is to get you in a high frequency so you survive all of this. Understand, brothers and sisters? So it's getting intense. It's going to be this ain't nothing. Time unprecedented trouble. It ain't nothing to pay about what's about to happen. And you're going to go through it because it tells you going to go through it. It says, so that the messenger and those who believe with him. Now, I never really talked about this much, so I'm telling about it now because I don't want to depress you. Because now you're about to experience it. I don't want to depress you, brothers and sisters. It tells you right there. So that the messenger, those who believe in him said, will with help Allah come? That means the messenger is under great distress, right? stress, affliction befell them. They shaken violently. So the messenger, remember the messenger, and those believers, they're going to be shaken violently. Distress and affliction befell them. Not talking about the Holocaust. And that was horrific. This is about to happen, brothers and sisters. Because resistance is growth. The reason why it's happening because the whole world is against you. Because the whole world is operating on the frequency of the devils. The whole world is against you. The entire world is against you in every respect. Everything. Like I told you, I listen psychologically, socially, legally, love, whatever, economically, everything against you. Where people think, get you saying anything, against your existence, everything. And so, why? Because you're not part of it. Because you're operating on your natural, because you're naturally trying to operate on a higher frequency. And so that means if you operate on that frequency, then hey, they ain't bothering you. That's the story about the cross. When Moses says, lift up a cross, the brass serpent. And all those that worship brass serpent, the other serpents didn't bother them. Other devils didn't bother them. What's a brass serpent? Brass represents false Israel. If you read Daniel, and they did serpent. And they're on the stick cross. Ain't that what you worshiping? I tell you that's not that's Satan. That's not Jesus. When you're talking about, we walk around with that, right? You understand? Okay. So if you operate on that wavelength, then they ain't gonna bother you. But that's not your wavelength. You're not gonna be happy there. The demons, they'd be happy there because that's their wavelength. Integration, they want to be part of that. But you won't be. But if you operate, they won't bother you. So if you worship that gold, that brazen cross, then they won't bother you. That was the whole thing. See? But if you start taking your energy and focus on self, strengthen yourself, then you start, your frequency, right, increases. Now you're at odds with this frequency. You're at war with it. See? Because now you got greater pressure against lower pressure. And lower pressure will do everything it can to stop you, keep you under this field, under this foot. Okay? So now you got opposition. Because remember, the whole world is operating on pretty much the devil's frequency. Now it's moving to a higher frequency, right? That's Oriental. So now you see that conflict getting hotter and hotter and hotter. Because now you got, see? But the devils can't, they're the top line of their frequency. They can't go higher frequency. Some of them can go just a little bit. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Right? Okay. So therefore, since they can't go any higher, then they can't keep up with the frequency from Orientals. So now Orientals start operating a higher frequency. That means starting to crush the lower frequency, the devil's frequency. Read this carefully, brothers and sisters. Now I'm going to show you this. Now see here, original top, Africa, Asia, Orient, right? Devils. Now what happens here? Now, this pressure, all that weight of them is on that one. These operate different frequencies, right? The highest frequency is the one at the top. Next, lower, round, lowest frequency. But everybody was operating for the last 5 years under a devil's frequency. But now they're starting to rise up. See? To the Oriental frequency. See? We still won't be, even when we operate on our own frequency, even when we go home, not right away. But we'll be operating higher. Because it says, these 10 kings make war with the Lamb. See, a lamb operates on higher frequency. He got the angel, he had to do that, get the angel. But now he's trying to use that, raise you to a higher frequency. But it said, these 10 kings make war with the Lamb. It's the same make war with Master Muhammad. They didn't make war with Michael. See, Michael's angel was the war in the Middle East. But it said, these 10 kings make war with the Lamb. And the Lamb overcome them. That's another war, Farrakhan. There's a bunch of wars. War in the heaven is one of the first ones. Then comes Armageddon. Armageddon East and Armageddon West. See? Then come the goat war. You see? The war of the latter days. These 10 kings make war with the Lamb, and Lamb overcome them. Look at all these wars, brothers and sisters. Some Michael's with Master Muhammad is with Suleiman all the way, right? But in some cases, Suleiman is he's being backed up Master Muhammad. But like I said, sometimes it says these 10 kings make war with the Lamb. See? But Lamb overcome them. So what happens here, brothers and sisters? And so all this pressure we put on the devils. Now I want you to watch this closely. I will make a point here. You see how because when they put pressure on them, but now the pressure builds up inside of them. See, you put pressure, they're collapsing, but by collapsing, that means, remember, it's like say you got a bunch of people, and in a big room, right? But then you move them all to an elevator. Well, the same amount of people, they're in a small space, so now it's a lot of pressure there. So their pressure, their frequency is increasing, right? Now the frequency has increased because their pressure has increased. The pressure on them. See, the pressure on top of it. See, and so that caused their pressure to increase too. Like squeezing a balloon. You squeeze the balloon, you put more pressure inside the balloon. So now you're squeezing the devils, right? You're putting, so now you put more pressure on them. So that makes them operate at a higher frequency. If they can't, they crush. See, because if they can't, that means this thing just crushes my existence. But if they can, right, then they'll adjust and they operate at a higher frequency. I want you to understand this point because it's going to make another point that I haven't made yet. See, so now they turn the red, so their frequency increasing because they're under high pressure, right? Who's the first one putting on the pressure? The Orientals right there. That's the goat war. Then what? See, oh, more pressure. And then they start turning from red to near black. See, don't get lost in the colors right here. But now they're under extreme pressure, right? And their frequency increased. Now all the other ones had lower frequency that couldn't expand their frequency. They're crushed. These left right here, those ones that could adapt, right, to Oriental frequency. See? But not just enough, right, to keep them being crushed. Just not being crushed. These are the ones that go in captivity. See what it says, when the goat comes, they're going to tear up this place, right? But they're going to take some in the captivity. Those ones, because the other ones was what? They was lost. They was burned up, destroyed. Those ones go to captivity. But remember, they've reached the high point of their frequency. They can't go any higher, right? This little bit enough to keep them being crushed, right? But they have no power, right? And in other words, they have power. They don't have enough to overcome anybody's area. So they're under control. They're under control of the Orientals in bondage. They survive, right? Tribulation, just to go into bondage. All the weaker ones was crushed. These are the best. See? But they have to operate on higher wavelengths, but so now they're going to captivity, separate from everybody else. Okay? So they wasn't crushed out of existence, they go into captivity. Because tell you, if you understand, everybody didn't go into captivity. Only some went into captivity, some was destroyed. So it says these was the ones that go into captivity, and they would never be able to have any power over anybody. They just have enough vibrations, right, to stay alive under intense pressure like that. But eventually it'd be too much to crush them too. Eventually, too much to impress them too. I don't understand that, brothers and sisters. See? I understand that. So first, they're being thrown to crushed and they're thrown to bondage by Orientals. So they came Camel Land. Oh yeah, who behind that? That's the right. That's the Asians. The goat, right? See, what do they call it? They call it death in Hades. That's the leopard. The leopard morphs to the goat. Leopard has 4 heads, 4 horns. 4 heads and 4 horns. See? 4 heads and 4 wings. Excuse me, brothers and sisters. 4 heads and 4 wings. Yellow and brown spots. That's China and India. Yellow and brown spots. 4 wings, democracy. 4 heads, authoritarian. Okay? That's the yellow and brown there. Then Africa's after them. Then they go to war with Africa. That's the bear. He plucks up 3 by his roots. 3 horns by his roots. Who are 3 horns? The goat had 1 horn. The goat represents the leopard against China, India. And the ram had 2 horns. That's the 3 that plucks up. And then he goes against the lion, Suleiman, the lamb. Remember that beast has 7 head, 10 horns too. So he have control all of the ghost armies. Said these 10 kings make war with the lamb, but the lamb overcome them. Hope you understand, bro. Says I'm not going to go detail here. I'm trying to bring the stuff together for you. Farrakhan don't know a damn thing. But he knows more than you. He knows he got you on his thumb as long as you keep on wasting your stuff for Scientology, Dianetics, all that kind of garbage. Instead of using your energy to increase your wavelength. Okay, let me go into this and then I'm trying to wrap this up as best as possible. See what I show here, brothers and sisters? What I'm showing here is, I'm going to go over it again. We talk about everything vibrates. But when you say wall, you say, well, I would knock this wall down. You take a sledgehammer or something, bam. You think, well, if I hit with this mouth, that's what you think. I take a sledgehammer, hit and knock a hole down, whatever, knock a hole in or whatever, right? And that's normally what you think, because you probably know mathematics, you probably know physics. But that wall could be all kinds of materials. It could be made of plastic, porcelain. When you hit it, bam, it bounced back at you. Why it didn't break? Because it has a high reaction rate. Has a high reaction rate. See? You made a glass, which depends on the type of glass, right? Breaks right away. It's very thick, break right away. Depends on material and its reaction rate. So I'm saying, right, this here can absorb 1,000 pounds of force per minute. That's reaction rate. So in a minute, within a minute's period of time, it can absorb 1,000 pounds of force. So if you hit anything less than that, it absorbs it. So therefore, it won't knock it down. See, it turned it red. It might turn it red, might shake it. It won't knock it down. Because you have to overcome 1,000 pounds per minute. Just like water. When you throw something in water, reacts certain rate. It's like air. Air operates a certain rate also. But if you move fast enough through it, it becomes like a solid, and then you get sonic booms, boom, 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 because it becomes solid because it can't react fast enough as you pass through it faster than it can react. So now it starts feeling solid and start burning the plate up and everything else, right? And the plane as get more resistant. After a while, it's harder and harder to move at that speed because you move fast and air can react. Same, you drop in something in water. You drop in the water. If you drop from a 5-story building, hit that water, it sound like solid rock, because the water, because that amount of force, mass times acceleration equals force. That amount of force that you hit was greater than the ability for the water to react with that amount of force. So, bam, you hit it before it hit, so it didn't react fast. So therefore, it's like a solid. Right? I mean, it eventually react, right? But right there, it hit like a solid rock, like a brick wall. That's the part you don't understand. That's what's talking about. Walls of Jericho. I told those are mathematical books that's telling you principle, because what they did was they knew what their reaction rate of the walls of Jericho was, and knew they had to get it right, because Jericho represents America, right? But in order to destroy it, they had to take and overcome its frequency, its reaction rate. And so they said, okay, this is what we need to do. We need to walk around singing the same song, right, for 7 days around it, all the children of Israel, and that was enough vibrations to destroy the wall. Okay? Mathematics. So I talk about it quite a bit, so I'm going to review a couple of things here. And see, I kind of like misspoke on that yesterday. So here's the situation here, right? Now, same bridge, 1,000 pounds of force per minute. But now you're hitting it with 100 pounds of force every 5 seconds, right? So in 50 seconds, right, that's 1,000 pounds. Remember, every minute, which is 60 seconds, that's reaction rate. It takes 60 seconds for it to react. But you didn't give it time to react. You put 1,000 pounds on there, you put 1,100 pounds on there in 55 seconds for it to have a chance to react. So that took it down. That took it down. You overcame it. See? It takes 1,000 pounds per force per minute, but you put 100 pounds 10 times. Because 5 seconds times 10 is 50 seconds. And take 6. So if you was able to put 110 pounds in 55 seconds, it didn't have a chance to react. Because it can handle 1,000. Another way to look at it, I use this Walmart ring, right? Okay, so you got 1,000 employees in Walmart, right? And they can handle 1,000 people. So they say, okay, we expect 1,000 people to come in, right, every minute. So we got 1,000 workers, right? Or 1,000 cashiers, whatever, handle them. That's what we anticipate. That's a frequency, 1,000 people per minute. That's the frequency, 1,000 people per minute, right? The frequency, the amplitude is 1,000. But you got 1,000 people per minute, right? Per minute, that's the frequency. And so you have 1,000 people in Walmart can handle 1,000 people per minute. So fine. But if 2,000 people come in per minute, you increase the amplitude, right? The frequency remains the same, but amplitude went up. So they said, wait a minute, they can't handle that. They can only handle the amplitude of 1,000, not 2,000. So now things start backing up, lines start backing up. But if another comes in, right? So what it said, every minute, we're talking about every minute, right? Okay. So it's building up. After a while, it overwhelms them. You understand, brothers and sisters? That's the same thing right now, because everything vibrates. When you're talking, that's why when a messenger or prophet, they give them a scripture. That scripture is the tuning fork, so to speak, right? It's the vibration you need to break down whatever they sent to break down. Empire or gut, whatever they said to break down, that scripture is designed, built in, is the right frequency and everything, right? And amplitude, they'll do that. And all they gotta do is like a tuning fork. All they gotta do is speak it. Because those things were designed every 24,000 years. That's designed, the scientists taking science, okay, what frequency we need to be successful during this period of time in history. That's why the crown was no good right now. The crown was right frequency and amplitude for 1,400 years ago. Perfect. And it did its job. Elijah Muhammad was giving those lessons, was a perfect amplitude frequency for that 40-some years he did it. But said when Joshua came, right, he had an angel, because that was a time of unprecedented trouble. Because you have to have your frequency has to be a certain level, because he's got a lot of things to do. He had to raise up, he had to re-raise the Levites. He has to raise up Lazarus, right? He has to destroy the demons and the devils here. See? And that's the right frequency to do it. All you got to do is keep on, right? Releasing those vibrations. Keep releasing those vibrations. See? Because what you have to do, he has a time frame here. That's why he got to keep doing it. He got a time frame, because energy is rising, but now the world is moving away above the frequency of the devils to the frequency of death. Orientals. So moving above that. Right? So they're going to be, that's why it says, remember that beast has 7 heads and 10 horns, and crowns for the 7 heads, but then the crowns went to the 10 horns, because now the frequency is higher. So now the Europeans don't rule it anymore, move to the next level, because the frequency is higher, the crowns move to the next level. So now, move towards them, so that means now they have greater frequency, means they have a greater pressure, so now they're going to crush the lower pressure. The ram. See? So in order for us not to be crushed, we have to raise our frequency above their frequency. I say, got to get out of here. Got to raise our frequency above theirs. That's what Suleiman's doing. He's taking and put those vibrations out there. Because remember, vibration speaking is energy. It's vibrations. And so when you hit anyone, right, it's going to cause them to vibrate. Now they might resist because they operate on a different level. So the point is, if they are the seed of Abraham, right, they're going to absorb that vibration. And so I can make them vibrate more and more like yourself. But the devils, you're going to start making them vibrate more like yourself too, because they're also trying to make you vibrate like them. So who's got the greater frequency and the greater amplitude is going to win that war, because they have us vibrating on their level. Because they vibrating too. They're talking, you see the news, everything. They're trying to get us to vibrate on their level. And someone's trying to get you to vibrate on a different level. So that's where you got that conflict right there. Resistance bring about, resistance, right, is growth. So you got the resistance because they're vibrating on one level, I'm vibrating on another level, right? And so you've seen both those vibrations. But now the devils, they operate, obviously, because that's what safe level them, they receive it. The original people, it started invigorating them, start waking them up. Because now they can start vibrating on a higher level. But the devils tell them, no, don't do that. NBA, NFL, use your energy for some other reason. Because remember, you need energy to raise your vibration. But if you waste that energy, you can't. You're going to stay vibrating on a lower level. You need energy to increase your vibration level. You have it, but how you use it, are you misusing it? That's what Pharaoh kind of have you trying to get you to do. Misuse it so you don't operate on a higher level. Because you would see them right away if you start operating on a higher level. And you got to operate on a higher level than the goat, because the goat's coming here, and if you still here, and you're in trouble. That's why I talk about those go through tribulation, right? They go into tribulation because they're going to be working on a higher level, right? Than the devils. So the devils ain't going to be able to harm them. That's why they're going to do exploits. But they're still here because they woke up too late. So devils won't be able to handle bother because they operate on a higher frequency, and devils can't operate on that level. See? So therefore, they do exploits. It means do exploits, it means they won't operate on a higher level. That's what exploits is, when you're doing above average, but above everything else. But they still operate on a lower level than the Orientals the goats coming in. So their level they got to, during that period of time, they have to keep raising their energy level until it's above the goat level. Because when the goat comes here, they meet the goat. Right? The goat opens up the Red Sea and let them through because their frequency is higher. It has to be higher at that point for them to get out of here. Otherwise, they're crushed too. Do you understand? Am I making it clear enough for you, brothers and sisters? So as the tribulation gives you the time to get you high, because you have to operate higher on a higher level. That's what Suleiman is getting, the 24,000 operate on a higher level than the Orientals right now. So they can escape in the Lamb's Book of Life, just be taken out here. But those that's not, and still operating on devil's level or just above it, they still here. See, because they still operating below, they're operating above the devil's level, but they're operating below the oriental level. So they're still here. Suleiman's got to get, right, his people, 145,000, right, those in the last book, operate above the oriental level. So they can just get out of here. But those operating lower than it, they have to stay still here because they have to operate higher to get the hell out of here. And that's where he had to go to tribulation. That's where he has to come to them and teach them, and then set someone up that can operate on that level, that can handle it, to guide them through it. So therefore, they be operating higher than the devil level. So they do exploits. They'll still be here, but lower than the oriental level, because that's why they're still here. And they keep rising. So during the time they're here, while they keep improving themselves, and by the time the oriental show up, they're on a higher level than that. So therefore, the higher frequency, higher pressure, lower pressure submits to higher pressure. So the sea opens up and they walk right on through. Warriors can't do nothing to them. But those that don't, they get crushed along with the devils. That's what devils get crushed. And they put so much, and that all devils, except that few, right, that's able to get just a little, right, above the oriental level. So therefore, they're taken to captivity. They're not destroyed, they're not crushed. Because they're under pressure, it forces, that doesn't change the fact. There's a cannibal war. That's Armageddon here. Armageddon East. Armageddon West, where there's two Armageddons. Farrakhan, talking about Farrakhan is the war, end all wars. No, it's not end all wars. In fact, one of the wars that begin all wars, actually. Armageddon, it doesn't tell you, nowhere in scripture Armageddon is the most worst war, critical war. What about the war of the latter days, Farrakhan? He has pulled shit out of his ass and sells honey, so y'all want to listen to it, fine. And the reason why you listen to it, because you operate on a lower level than the devils. Because you're interested in wasting your energy with NFL and Oprah and all this BS, right? So therefore you operate on low. That's why he got you. But matter of fact, I'm getting ready to give you a jolt. When the famine comes in, the bullshit rolls out. And you're going to start focusing your energy. And then you're going to see him right away. See Farrakhan right away. You're going to see the demons right away too. Then we're going to separate from them. Because now we got enough power to move to higher frequency. And that means we're going to be put, because right now they got operating on their frequency. So therefore, we all stuck together. But when you start operating on great frequency, you're going to push that lower frequency out. Higher pressure moves out lower pressure. So once you start operating higher frequency, you're going to push them out. And then we'll be set, and low there separated, like the Quran says. So that's what's going on here, brothers and sisters. Let's move on. Hope I'm making this clear. So see, in this situation right here, right? The wall does not break because it takes 60 seconds to put. See, that's the mistake I made yesterday, bro. So disregard the one I said yesterday, because the wall can take 1,000 pounds of force. His reaction rate is 1,000 pounds of force per minute, so it can handle that per minute. So, and you give it. See, you giving it that. Wait a minute, I messed up again, brothers and sisters. Okay, this is wrong again. Wrong again, brothers. That should be not every 5 seconds. It should be every 6 seconds. Not every 5 seconds. Because that means that we put 10 after 60 seconds. Every 6 seconds, every 6 seconds, right? That means it'd be 10 after 6 seconds, and each one's 100 pounds, right? So therefore, that means after 60 seconds, it's hit the wall with 1,000 pounds. with 1,000 pounds, which the wall can absorb. Can't take any more than that. But this, I forgot to change that, bro. It says 6 seconds. Every 6 seconds is hitting that wall. That means 6 seconds times 10 is 60 seconds. So hit 1 pound, 100 pounds every 6 seconds. So at the end of 60 seconds, hit 1,000 pounds, which the wall can react to, can absorb. So it turns it red hot, but it doesn't knock it down. A lot of energy is there, but it's not enough to knock it down. But when I said the previous one, right, it did that all in 55 seconds. So, and then the sixth one, right, knocked it down because it put 1,000 pounds of force within 55 seconds. So it actually put 1,100 pounds in 60 seconds. 1,100 pounds in 60 seconds, which the wall cannot handle. So just that extra little 100 pounds destroyed it, broke the camel's back. That's what destroyed it. Hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. Very important concept. Like I said about water, right? Okay. Water reacts. But if you drop from 100, if you drop a 10-story building, it won't react like that. Bam, hit like solid wall. Because it can't react that fast. It could absorb so much force in a certain period of time. That's something you haven't been aware of, bro. So you just think, oh, it's a wall, I'm knock it down. No, everything vibrates. So if you hit it with greater force than it's able to absorb, it's going to be like a solid wall for that period of time. Okay? And we talk about this, brothers and sisters. I think I got it right this time, but anyway, I'm not going to it here. I'm just showing, right, that both of those same amount of energy. Both the same amount of energy. But one person, their wavelength is 1 hour. It takes 1 hour, right? Just spend that much energy. Other one, they spend much energy in 1 minute. Same amount of energy. That means they got a higher frequency, higher wave. It's more. So, in other words, an hour, it's that 60 times as much energy an hour than that one on the left there. Because that one, an hour, that's how much energy you, both of these same amount of energy, right? But one is more intense. And that's how much it does in a minute. Use that same, it takes this 1 hour to think that fast, right? In other words, in 1 minute, things are thought, because it's all about thought anyway, right? That's how much wavelength, how much thought they can do in 1 minute. But this takes an hour to that much thought. See? So it means, so this one is 60 times more powerful than the one in the minute. It's 60 times more powerful than the one on the left in the hour. 60 times more powerful. So if you look at that, that's pretty much like compared to this. That's our ability. But because we suffer energy deprivation, right, then we're on the same level as them. We're 6 times lower, so therefore they can rule us if they're less. But when we get there, right, all that intensity, so how much would there be an hour? It'd be 60 times that. That means that squash what's an hour over here. Just squash it. Greater pressure overcomes lesser pressure. So you go right here. See? In a minute, look at that energy. Look how much that energy got in a minute. Not much. It's got a lot more in a minute. See? That this case, I'm talking about unity. See? So you got 10 people, right? Say you had 10, each person has the same amount of energy you got on the left there. But they're all at the same, but you put them together in a minute, then see, that means they increase their they increase their frequency, they increase their amplitude. Both might operate in a minute, but you got 10 people working in unity, so now it's much more intense. Work together. That's how you create a laser. But see, right now we don't work together because we got opposing frequency. That's the demons. They operate on a different level. They operate at 7 levels. They're devils. They're devil daddies. They look like us. They're wolves sheep clothing. So because we operate on different frequencies naturally, then we oppose each other. That means we keep both of us, we mutually disunited. Because they disunited, we disunited because we're all mixed in together, like water and milk. See? They operate on 2 different frequencies, but they settle once the milk sets at the bottom and the water sets at the top. See? So Suleiman's job is to separate them. So here you go, right? See the intensity right here, one person, right? 59 minutes. 10 person, 10 people working together, how many tents that is. Excuse me, brothers and sisters. Hello? Okay, can you give me 1 minute, please? 1 second? Okay, hold on. One sec, I pull over here. Okay. Yeah, and pull over. Yeah. No, this is about the plane. I called. Yeah. 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 A 2 bedroom, we live in a 2 bedroom right now, and they have one over. Actually, they went off, no, y'all can't stay, y'all complain too much and everything else. Because every time we file someplace, we prove it, we got everything else in the last minute, for some reason, we're not approved. We got good credit, no bad background, we have a problem now. Respect, they probably calling and saying, we would never be so quick no more, and that kind of stuff. That's what we're trying to do, we're trying to find out. Any kind of something like send a letter or something, tell them, assist, because right now we can't, we never hit that kind of, we always prove, some, they replace our rate, just put in one, tell us why. I don't think that makes sense. It's a apartment, we over here, I was in River, Richmond Place job over by the movie of First Downs. Richmond Place Drive, yeah, by the movie on First Downs. You see it? Yes, Richmond Place Drive. But see, they've done a lot of things, like, they towed both our cars in the middle of the night one time, cars right in the window, when we go open our tower, cars was towed, right? The gates never worked. One time, we had to go out, it was an emergency, we couldn't get out the gate, gates never worked, we couldn't get out the gate. We couldn't get out, we had to call Uber, so get to where it was going, so, the people, I think it's normal to complain about that kind of stuff, I think. No, we know that's not the case. We know that's not. I mean, that's legal for, I mean, if we pay our rental time, yes, for any problem, we can pay our friend, if one time we can't. I was saying, I have some issues here. Everything is against you, brothers and sisters. Be ready for it. But that's the price of growth. That's the price of growth. That's the mathematics of it. It's not something that, well, Allah just determines that or just divines that, right? It's oops. No, that's just mathematics. It's just mathematics, brothers and sisters. Everything, this whole system was designed against you. I mean that consciously, because remember, you're dealing with, I keep talking about personification. The personification of our adversary, the personification of energy deprivation, the personification of our resistance, the personification of our hell. But they're thinking people. And they know that our nature is in resistance to theirs. They know our nature is in resistance to theirs. But they have the greater power because their frequency, everybody's operating on a frequency that's lower than them. And they want to keep that going. They're conscious beings. You need to understand that, bro. So they're conscious beings. So that means everything they do is in. So if you think they're friends, they're not friends with you. Everything they do is against you. Every thought is against you. The Quran tells you that. What they said, what their heart conceals, is even greater than what they're saying. So they're conscious. That's why I said personification. You understand these? I'm trying to make you understand these things, bro. So they're not just. It's not just happening. It's conscious. They're constantly against you. So when you understand that, then you know who the devil. That's why Elijah told who the devil was. But Pharaoh said, "No, they ain't the devil no more," because they are. He said, "If they're the devil, that means you understand they're against you in every way, in every way." But they're like wool in sheep clothing. They're going to disguise themselves like they're not. But when you understand that mask behind, you know they are. Every one of them, no matter how they smile, what they say, what they do, they're totally against you, period. Totally. The whole world is against you consciously. If we didn't make a personification and say, well, we have bad weather, right? A bad harvest, a bad this. No, when you have conscious beings, that's personification. That means they're totally against you in every way. Everything they do is against you. Everything, 100%, everything. If they try to give you something is poison. Everything they do is against you 100%. You need to understand that. I said, like you said, but winter people, right? If we made winter a personification of winter and got rid of winter, had a personification, they'd be ice people. They'd run around icicles. They'd run around throwing ice water on you and stuff, right? By making a personification, that gives you a chance to avoid. You can't avoid all of it, but by making the personification, that's why we give it make things a personification, right? So that you can see it visible. Otherwise, you just have all this negative stuff happen. You wouldn't know where it was coming from. But now you can see it. But their idea is to make you not see it, take it away out of your mind, like Farrakhan's doing. Oh man, they ain't devils no more. We're not demon. Everybody's talking about demons. Why everybody talking about demons now? But demons is something else that extraterrestrial, nobody can see or whatever. Because they want you to see them. They try to take you out into the phantom zone where you can't see them. And that's why Suleiman had to come and bring you. That's why Elijah, Master Muhammad, that was his job, to come in and start bringing us back into reality with mathematics. Elijah Muhammad did it, and then Farrakhan dragged you right back into it again, right back in the phantom zone. You understand that, brothers and sisters? You understand that. They're totally against you in every respect. I don't care how nice they, whatever. Their whole idea, their whole nature is against you 100%. Like a pig is a pig. No matter how he look, whatever you put in your house, he's gonna make a mess. That's his nature. You can't do nothing else but do that. You mean him look clean and got a bow on him and everything else, but that's what he's gonna do. Well, you understand that point? Okay? That's part of you moving to another level. And that's what Suleiman is doing. He's that vibration because remember, I'm vibrating. I'm vibrating you. You mean I'm putting vibration in you. If I'm right now, I'm vibrating for the information, which is causing you to vibrate. Now, if it causes you to vibrate in a positive way, that means your nature. If it's a negative way, right, then you send the vibrations back at me. So who's going to prevail? Remember, you got the reaction rate. See, so if I create a greater than your reaction rate, then you're going to explode. You're going to come apart. I'm trying to get you to understand. You got to start thinking these things too, brothers and sisters. It's a war. A war of vibrations, a war of pressure. I'm trying to make it clear to you, it's vibrations. Because that's what pressure is on in our reality, right? Vibrations, mind war. I says mind war stores vibrations, pressure. And that's what it is. So their vibration against yours, who's going to win? If you ain't vibrating, then you dead, or you about to be. So you out there, you vibrate, as yours vibration against theirs. And so am I trying to get you on a higher level so you'll be greater frequency and greater amplitude than theirs. But if you're out there with MFL and NBL kind of stuff, you're operating lower frequency, that means they're crushing you. And you're on the same level as them. And once they get you on the same level, hey, they're okay. That's the whole thing about the brass serpent. Or if you worship that, then they won't bother you anymore. I'm a Christian, oh, they don't bother you anymore. But then you operate on a lower level. And when the goat comes in there, you're going to be crushed by it. Because you got to operate on a greater level to get out of here. You got to operate on a greater level than the goat to get the hell out of here. Depends on where you go, scenic route, or the first class route. Still got to operate on a higher level to get out of here. Hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. Hope you understand that. Okay? I've got to change this again, brothers and sisters. I know it's going to be See, operate on two different levels. That's us operating and the demons operating together. Disharmony. Disharmony for us and disharmony for them, because we mix together. Water. Nobody wants water and milk mixed together. But once you let it settle, the water, milk sits down, the water's right? So now you can drink the water, right? And the milk separately, but you won't want to drink them all together. It's harmony, right? See, we got to stop that. Suleiman's come to increase your vibrations, right, to a high level where you push them out, because they can't go up so high. They're the same level as their daddies. They can't move but then as long as you keep you down their level, right, they control you. But now Suleiman's raised to a high level that you're above them. So now you separate between the two. It's the separation. Because you naturally vibrate on a higher level, but you don't have the energy for it yet. But now the energy is coming in, but now Suleiman's tell you how to turn into vibrations, right? So you vibrate on a high mental level. Now here blowing your energy on Oprah and Denzel and Kanye, all this BS, NFL, and all that kind of stuff. If you want to keep doing it, then you're going to be crushed when the ghosts come in with the high vibrations. I hope you understand, brothers. I didn't change this again. This should be harmony, not disharmony. Now we're all vibrating on the same level together. That's us. That's power. That's Hajj. We're all vibrating on the same level. That's what Hajj is all about. Vibrating on the same level. Brain frequency. Power. They don't want that to ever happen to us. They want us to keep on mixing with the demons, right? We have no power because they're canceling out ours and we canceling out theirs. I think I said brothers and sisters. Oh. I'm showing here, right? See? I'm showing here different levels. See, the highest intensity is on the top. And if once everybody's in this operating on their proper level, right? Shabazz, right? They can complete a complete thought in 12 minutes. On the bottom down here, taking 54 minutes. They think it's much slower. But now we think it's slower than them because we're on a lower wavelength. Because the guys down, Negro butts. See? So they move faster than everything else. But once we get up. It's going to take us a while to get back up there. We're not going to get back up there when we want to go home. It's going to take a while to get back up there. We have to get back, start being more like, says start being more like Master Rob Muhammad, which focus all his energy into that. So he's operating a higher level than us. See? So you think much faster and much deeper. See? Because you got higher frequency, right? High amplitude. To think fast but not deep. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. And right now, everybody's operating pretty much on this level. So they rule. But when you start operating on a higher level, they can't rule you anymore. We got to get you above that level. But we got to get you above that level, above the Oriental level too, because they're coming in here and putting away their first level. You see? And you don't want to be here when it happens. Your level will be on a higher level so you can escape it. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I hope that makes it too complicated. Eventually, that's where you want to get back up there. When you're up there, you overcome all the nations. That's the stone that crushed all the nations. Because once you're there, crush them all. That's where that stone will crush all of them. Not some of them, all of them. Because you are high pressure, high wavelength, high intensity in everybody. Hope you understand. Okay, I think that's it, brothers and sisters. Oops. No, here's the Oriental. That's the level that the world is moving towards right now. And you got to be above that. That's the goal. You got to be above that. Everybody vibrates. Okay, bro, so we're going to leave it there. I'm not going any even that today because I already talked about this, right? But the whole purpose is to understand how these vibrations work and increase your intensity. Because, right, to magnify your power through what's called resonance. Remember, one person can knock down a big wall. Resonance. That's why I said Suleiman come in, take down his whole, make war with the beast. Who make war with the beast? See, it tells you who make war with the beast. It says these 10 kings will make war with the Lamb. He's making war with the beast. You got to put it together, brothers and sisters. That's the beast. It tells you who the beast was. He had 10 horns and 7 heads, and 7 heads, 10 horns, right? But then it says who make war with the beast, who's like the beast, right? That's the question. But then over there, it tells you, chapter 17, it says, these 10 kings, that's that beast, make war with the Lamb, and the Lamb will overcome them. Hope you understand, bro. So I'm going to leave it there. I said, I got some issues I have to deal with, so we'll leave it there. Leave it there, brothers and sisters.